At Tiangqiuzhong continent, crying forbidden land, a lot of cultivators have gathered around a tall rock where a person was standing on top. A man called the person Demon Chu and declared that throughout his life, he has bullied men and women, committed countless evil deeds, and asked if he had ever mentioned that he would meet his end at the Soul Return Cliff that day. A woman also called Demon Chu and proclaimed that he had deceived her sister, causing her to suffer and die, so that day she will surely tear his body into 1,000 pieces. And an old man asserted that after chasing him for 3 whole years, there is finally nowhere for him to escape. A lightning bolt struck behind Demon Chu, and the old man announced that he, an old master, would seek revenge and avenge the grievances of his poor disciple. Demon Chu looked so injured, but he looked unfazed by the situation he was in. A drop of blood fell out of his sword, which was drenched in blood. Suddenly, someone called Demon Chu, and he looked behind him to see where the voice was coming from. It was a lady in white, and she inquired that since Demon Chu had fallen into such a state, she asked him if he regretted it. She was the Crimson Dream Butterfly, peak master of the Cloud Rosy Peak in the Taisho Sanctuary. Demon Chu suddenly laughed. He proclaimed that he, Chu Xiu, has cultivated for less than 100 years, spending his entire life in constant warfare. Chu Xiu questioned that among his peers, except for him, who dares to call themselves invincible and who dares to claim they are undefeated. He admitted that he too regrets it, for time is merciless. The Crimson Dream Butterfly glared at Chu Xiu when he declared that if he were given another 1,000 years, there would be no one in that world that would dare not submit to him. She proclaimed that since Chu Xiu does not know how to repent, he shouldn't blame them for being merciless. As she launched her attack, the Crimson Dream Butterfly commanded that everyone should go together and take Chu Xiu's life. Chu Xiu suddenly made gestures with his hand as he released his dark aura. He grinned as he clenched his fist and gathered his aura in front of him. Meanwhile, the cultivators were attacking Chu Xiu from all directions, and when one of them saw what Chu Xiu did, they exclaimed that it was not good as he was trying to use his final move, so they should stop him. Suddenly, the cultivators appeared above Chu Xiu, and he was surprised when they used heavenly manifestations. They used their skill, 3,000 worlds, and the 3 heavenly manifestations attacked Chu Xiu all at the same time. Chu Xiu tried to block those attacks with his swords, but he still got hit and coughed up blood. But even though blood was already oozing out of his mouth, he was laughing. Chu Xiu declared that breaking through mortality and seeking longevity are the Emperor's regrets, but he does not. He dug his sword into the ground, and his body started to shatter as the aura he released became more intense. Chu Xiu's aura was so strong that it created a powerful pillar, and the cultivators attacking him screamed in pain as they were sent flying by the intensity of his aura. As the powerful aura dissipated, Chu Xiu's broken sword fell to the ground, and in the end, he lost. The cultivators were injured on the ground, and one of them, the woman, proclaimed that Chu Xiu self-destructed. The old man sighed and remarked that if Chu Xiu had come to the Tianyuan Great Wall to slay demons and barbarians, he would definitely be a mighty general of their human race. As everyone watched the peaceful sun on the horizon after the battle, they lamented that it was a pity, but they were unaware that Chu Xiu's consciousness was still there, and he was wondering if they claimed that he, Demon Chu, would die just like that. At the Taisho Holy Ground, the sanctuary has a total of 18 spirit peaks, and the leaders of Tianxing, Yunxia, and Tianjin spirit peaks are all powerful great saints, while the masters of the other peaks are all low-level saints. 1 month later, at Yunxia's spiritual peak, a red aura flew into a residence and glinted as it reached its destination. It seemed like Chu Xiu's aura as at the close disciple's palace. He was awake, lying on a bed, and he laughed as he proclaimed that he, Demon Chu, was back. Chu Xiu sat down and recounted that he was a university student before his transmigration, and for that day's resurrection, he had prepared 3,781 backup plans and 1,201 resurrection methods. He grinned as he declared that, with such thorough preparations, there was no way he could die so easily. As Chu Xiu walked around the room, he wondered if it was Taisho Holy Ground, and he noted that it looked like he was fated to come there. Suddenly, a system notification popped up and notified him that the host resurrection had been detected, so it was updating the system functions. The system notified him and showed him 2 roles, the Destined Villain, where he will keep receiving rewards as long as he does evil deeds, and the Hidden Villain, where, after already experiencing a close call with death, he reflected upon the pain and was determined to survive by secretly changing and continuing to commit evil deeds. Seeing those notifications, Chu Xiu noted that he chose Destined Villain in his last life and went around committing evil deeds, and it does feel good. But being hated everywhere doesn't feel nice, so he should just lay low that time. Chu Xiu grinned as he proclaimed that he would secretly grow strong and unleash himself on the world once more, and he asked himself if that wasn't nice. He imagined himself lying in bed surrounded by multiple women, and he envisioned that it would happen if he could make himself the Holy Sun. Chu Xiu decided that he would choose the Hidden Villain. The system notified Chu Xiu that he had chosen and began loading the details. When the system notified Chu Xiu that loading was complete, he commanded that it should open the system profile, and he wondered who he transmigrated at that time. When Chu Xiu saw the system profile, he exclaimed that he was a Yunxia mountain closed disciple with normal talent and luck in the black, and he was surprised when he saw that he was even weaker than a chicken. Chu Xiu was astonished, and he wondered what the hell that guy was doing there. 10 days ago, the pawn Chu Xiu and a personal disciple of Tianjian Peak fought in the life and death arena due to jealousy over a woman's favor. The pawn, Chu Xiu, was defeated in a single move on the arena and had his cultivation crippled. When Chu Xiu recalled that, he lamented that he was a poor guy inside. Chu Xiu began meditating and mentioned that considering the guy's status as his pawn, the guy's enemies will be his enemies as well, so he shall forge the strongest body. An hour later, Chu Xiu was still meditating. His expression was dark, as he complained that the body was useless as it had zero talent on top of being heavily injured. But Chu Xiu grinned and noted that it was a good thing since he had a plan. On the other hand, at Yunxia Peak, a group of cultivators have gathered outdoors, and as one of them asked if they had heard that the mountain master returned 3 days ago after killing Demon Chu, another asked if Demon Chu was really dead. As one of the cultivators laughed and remarked that Demon Chu might be invincible among his peers, but he was just a lesser saint, so there was no way he could escape tens of great saints. The other cultivator commented that it was good because evil people like Chu Xiu should be eliminated. They were unaware that Chu Xiu was eavesdropping on them, and he looked so pissed as he muttered that they certainly couldn't have imagined in their wildest dreams that not only was he not dead, he had also joined their ranks because if he couldn't beat them, he would join them as he was so smart. The cultivators were startled when they suddenly saw Chu Xiu walking towards them, and they addressed him as Senior Chu Xiu. All of them paid their respects to Chu Xiu and asked if his injuries had healed, to which Chu Xiu responded and replied that he was fine. Chu Xiu walked away leisurely from them and headed towards the stairs. One of the cultivators suddenly realized and remarked that Chu Xiu seemed to share his name with Demon Chu, and as another cultivator asked if Chu Xiu had any connection with Demon Chu, another speculated that he was just overthinking because if Chu Xiu had something like that, he wouldn't have his cultivation destroyed, to which another cultivator agreed and noted that it makes sense. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu continued to walk up the stairs until he reached a residence. As he stood in front of the huge door, Chu Xiu called his master and announced that his disciple would request a meeting. Chu Xiu entered the room, and it was extremely spacious inside. The Crimson Dream Butterfly was inside, and she remarked that Chu Xiu was injured in a fight 10 days ago, and since he had come to her, she asked him if he wanted her to help him with his cultivation. Chu Xiu quickly kneeled on one knee and requested the Crimson Dream Butterfly while addressing her as master. The Crimson Dream Butterfly stated that Chu Xiu's cultivation is low yet he gets into fights, so he deserves to have his cultivation destroyed, and she can't help him, so he should leave. Chu Xiu asked the Crimson Dream Butterfly if she didn't know exactly why his cultivation was low and how he could become strong without any resources. He accused that the Crimson Dream Butterfly gave all his resources to his juniors, and he questioned her why she didn't tell him about it and how he could become stronger like that. The Crimson Dream Butterfly slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed that it was outrageous. She asserted that Chu Xiu lacks talent and is lazy with his cultivation, yet he put the blame on her, which was ridiculous. But Chu Xiu laughed, and he asked the Crimson Dream Butterfly if the reason she didn't give him any resources wasn't because he shares the same name as Demon Chu. He claimed that the Crimson Dream Butterfly placed her rage on him, and as he questioned her if it wasn't hilarious, she narrowed her eyes on him. The Crimson Dream Butterfly insisted that she has never placed her rage on Chu Xiu, and that he should return, as she will seek medicine for his injuries and he will continue his cultivation. But Chu Xiu grinned as he refused and asserted that the Crimson Dream Butterfly could help him at that moment. The Crimson Dream Butterfly asked Chu Xiu what he meant, and Chu Xiu replied that he heard that she possesses the heavenly fragrance constitution. Chu Xiu leaned towards her and suggested that if he could dual cultivate with her, not only would his wounds heal, but his aptitude would increase as well. The Crimson Dream Butterfly was in disbelief, and she asked Chu Xiu what he just proposed. She blushed when Chu Xiu kissed her hand and requested for her to dual cultivate with him. The Crimson Dream Butterfly tried to slap Chu Xiu away, and as she called him a traitorous disciple, she threatened that he was seeking death for daring to humiliate him inside her own palace. She summoned her sword and warned that she would cut his tendons and expel him from her mountain that day. But Chu Xiu used his dark aura and shushed the Crimson Dream Butterfly. The Crimson Dream Butterfly's sword suddenly shattered. Her knees suddenly turned weak, and she wobbled. As the Crimson Dream Butterfly lost her balance and fell to the floor, she wondered what just happened and why she couldn't use her Great Saint cultivation. Chu Xiu was smiling evilly as he pleaded with the Crimson Dream Butterfly. The Crimson Dream Butterfly was alarmed, and as she called Chu Xiu a traitorous disciple, she asked him what he wanted to do with his master. She looked so distressed as Chu Xiu reached out to grab her and requested that she impart her lessons. The Crimson Dream Butterfly asked Chu Xiu why he was doing that to his master, while she exclaimed that, for some reason, she's unable to use any of her skills, and she was like a normal human at the moment. On the other hand, Chu Xiu was smiling evilly as he leaned towards the Crimson Dream Butterfly, and as he recalled her question regarding what he did, he responded that, of course, he sealed her cultivation. As Chu Xiu grabbed the Crimson Dream Butterfly's face, he revealed that on that day, when he was chased by a dozen great saints like her, he secretly used the Reincarnation Heaven Weeping Samsara seal on her. It was a treasure from the system, a divine-grade sealing type prop that silently sealed the child seal inside a designated female cultivator's body, controlled by the mother seal, and could at any time seal off the other party's entire cultivation. Chu Xiu explained that as long as he had the thought, any female cultivator below the Emperor realm who's been affected by that seal will have no choice but to obey his every command. As Chu Xiu remarked that the Crimson Dream Butterfly is thousands of years old and yet her skin is that good, she retorted that he dared to be that disrespectful and asked him if he was not afraid that she would kill him. Chu Xiu laughed and taunted that she should hurry up and kill her disciple and not be all bark but no bite, which embarrassed the Crimson Dream Butterfly. He inquired the Crimson Dream Butterfly what she thinks the master of the Heavenly Sword Peak, Liu Zhu, would do if he let her know about the fact that she lost her cultivation. And as he reminded that back then, the Crimson Dream Butterfly killed Liu Zhu's father in one slash, he questioned how she could not get revenge on her father's killer. The Crimson Dream Butterfly was horrified, and she pleaded that there was no way and that she definitely couldn't let Liu Zhu hear about it, as she would be sure to kill her, as that woman is a lunatic. She promised that be it heaven's materials, earth's treasures, or cultivation resources, she would give Chu Xiu anything, and he could choose anything he would like. But Chu Xiu pinned her down and declared that he didn't want any of that. But as he was about to express what he wanted, he was cut off. The Crimson Dream Butterfly cut him off and declared that there was absolutely no way and that he shouldn't even dare. But she couldn't escape Chu Xiu's grasp, and as she struggled, she asserted that she's a strong High Saint Master, so there was no way she could submit to an ant like Chu Xiu. On the other hand, Chu Xiu retorted that he had no enmity with the Crimson Dream Butterfly or the Taisho Holy Ground, yet she persuaded the others to kill him, and he asked her if he finally knew fear. Summoning a book, Chu Xiu revealed that she will leave it to the Crimson Dream Butterfly because he has an ancient cultivation technique that seems to be beneficial to her, so he should have a look. When the Crimson Dream Butterfly looked at the book, she wondered where the rebellious disciple acquired such a profound technique, and she observed that the method seemed to be subtly in harmony with the heavenly Tao, so it's far from ordinary. Chu Xiu asked the Crimson Dream Butterfly what her opinion was about it, but she just retorted that he should scram. But instead of leaving, Chu Xiu continued to push himself towards the Crimson Dream Butterfly, and as he demanded that he should just give it to him, the Crimson Dream Butterfly gritted her teeth and cursed that he was a traitorous disciple. The Crimson Dream Butterfly suddenly groaned, and she was flustered. The system notified Chu Xiu that he had actually become a rebellious disciple, and it couldn't help but curse as it observed that he was truly a great villain, so he acquired 1,000 breakthrough points. As the Crimson Dream Butterfly gritted her teeth and moaned, the system notified Chu Xiu that he practiced dual cultivation with the Crimson Dream Butterfly, so his injuries have fully recovered and his cultivation aptitude has been enhanced. The Crimson Dream Butterfly grabbed into the fabric of her clothes, and the system repeatedly notified Chu Xiu that his aptitude had increased by 100. The system notified Chu Xiu that his aptitude reached 317 heavenly grade, so his cultivation speed increased 20-fold. And as he and the Crimson Dream Butterfly embarked on a journey to 20, his cultivation advanced to the Foundation Establishment 2nd layer until it reached the Foundation Establishment 8th layer. A few hours later, Chu Xiu left the Crimson Dream Butterfly on her mattress, satisfied, as the system notified him that he was currently at the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. Chu Xiu thanked the Crimson Dream Butterfly and bid her farewell. The Crimson Dream Butterfly looked defeated, and as she lamented that she had already given him what he wanted, she asked if he could undo the seal on her. With a smile on his face, Chu Xiu immediately refused. The Crimson Dream Butterfly was pissed, and she demanded if Chu Xiu wanted her to be killed. But Chu Xiu just warned that if she didn't want people to find out about her sealed cultivation, she should hide it well. Chu Xiu showed a crystal to the Crimson Dream Butterfly and reminded that she should know what that image retention crystal could do. He let the image retention crystal float over his hand as he looked at the Crimson Dream Butterfly tauntingly. The Crimson Dream Butterfly was flustered and surprised, and she inquired if Chu Xiu actually recorded an image. While the Crimson Dream Butterfly was so pissed, Chu Xiu cautioned that she shouldn't get worked up because it was just a souvenir. Chu Xiu walked away and reminded that, on account of their long-term friendship, he would caution her not to think about undoing the seal because, even if she looked all over the entirety of the Tianqiang continent, no one else other than him could undo it, unless it's the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor. He grinned and remarked that, however, as the Crimson Dream Butterfly knew, that world no longer has a Heavenly Emperor, so if he dies, she could only live her life as a mortal till she dies of old age. The Crimson Dream Butterfly was trembling, and Chu Xiu warned that if she didn't believe him, she could give it a try. Chu Xiu declared that additionally, if he dies, the image captured in the crystal will be spread, and he asked what the people of Tianqiang continent would think about her at that time. The Crimson Dream Butterfly was still trembling as she watched Chu Xiu leave through the door, and she cursed that he wouldn't die a good death. She repeatedly cursed that it was despicable, and she demanded how an ant that hasn't even reached the Dao Palace realm could possess the power to seal her. On the other hand, as Chu Xiu got out of the palace, he looked up at the sky and noted that it was early morning when he arrived, and currently it was already the moonlit night when he was heading back. As he walked down the stairs, Chu Xiu remarked that, thanks to his master's help, he was able to reach the 9th layer of the foundation building realm, but he would have to wait till the next time before he break through to the sea rotating realm. Chu Xiu explained that the sea rotating realm is like a bucket of water, and the foundation building realm is the process of gathering wood. He remarked that the more stable the foundation, the greater and sturdier the sea rotating realm, resulting in the cultivation path going further, and he failed in his last life because he had skipped over the foundation realm, making his foundation unstable when cultivating. Chu Xiu declared that as such, he must forcefully rebuild his foundation, molding it to be the best foundation possible, and at that time, in the event he runs into a cultivator who is a higher boundary than him, he will be able to take them on. He remarked that no one knew if the foundation establishment resources he hid in that canyon years ago were still there, but even if they were, he wondered how he would leave the holy grounds. Suddenly, Chu Xiu noticed the flying boat ancestral borrowing place building in front of him. Chu Xiu grinned as he wondered if that wasn't the perfect opportunity. A few moments later, someone was traversing through the canyon in a flying boat. It was Chu Xiu, and he was calmly standing on top of the flying boat he borrowed. He entered a dark cave and continued moving forward. As he arrived at a rocky area in the middle of a body of water, Chu Xiu noted that the foundation establishment resources he hid back should probably still be there. Chu Xiu landed on the rocky area and began walking towards a huge, dark rock in the middle of it. He bit his thumb and began drawing on the rock with his blood. Suddenly, dust scattered all over the place as the rock started lifting itself. As the dust settled, a huge chest that was surrounded by multiple bags was revealed. Chu Xiu declared that the foundation establishment resources were indeed still there, so they should wait till he grew stronger and restored his strength, and he laughed maniacally. But he was startled when someone called him Trash Chu and exclaimed that they didn't think that they would meet him again. Guys in a flying boat flew above Chu Xiu, and one of them asked who they had there. They were Tianjin Peak direct disciples, and as one of them called Chu Xiu Trash Chu, he remarked that he thought he was dead and didn't expect that after 10 days of not seeing him, he would come out lively and full of energy again. The guy was Jiang Meng, and he commented that it seems that the Peak Master of Yunxia Peak treats Chu Xiu, her senior disciple, quite well because she actually spared no expense to give him those heaven-defying materials for restoring his sea rotation, even though he was considered useless. Chu Xiu responded that Jiang Meng was the guy who humiliated him and destroyed his cultivation 10 days ago, and the jerk dared to come in front of him after forcing him to restart his cultivation. He hopped on his flying boat, and as he flew past Jiang Meng, he stated that he would settle the score with him later. Without looking back, Chu Xiu announced that after 10 days, they would battle again in the arena of life and death. Jiang Meng asked his friends what Chu Xiu declared and if he heard him right. His two friends burst out laughing, and as the woman repeated that Chu Xiu mentioned that he would settle scores with Jiang Meng later, the man asked if the trash wanted to challenge Jiang Meng again. Jiang Meng used his skill, 1,000-mile sound transmission. He declared that he spared Chu Xiu's life 10 days ago for Yunxia Mountain Peak Master's face, but since he sought death and challenged him again 10 days later in the arena, he shouldn't blame him for his actions. When the other cultivators heard what Jiang Meng proclaimed, one of them asked if Chu Xiu was inside and why he dared to go to the arena again. Another stated that Chu Xiu's sea rotation was destroyed and asked how he would challenge Jiang Meng, who is in the final stage of the sea rotation realm. and another remarked that they would get a good show in 10 days. A few moments later, Chu Xiu parked in front of the Crimson Dream Butterfly's residence. As he stood in front of the door, Chu Xiu mentioned that the spiritual energy in his master's palace is dense, so he will just cultivate there that night, as he was sure his master wouldn't mind, and what's hers will eventually become his because she is his, so everything she has is also his. Chu Xiu barged in through the door, and as he proudly greeted the Crimson Dream Butterfly, he declared that her disciple had come to see her again. The Crimson Dream Butterfly was still calling him a traitorous disciple and commented that he came again at such a late hour. She asked Chu Xiu what he wanted to do. Chu Xiu teased the Crimson Dream Butterfly and asked her what she wanted him to do, and she exclaimed that he shouldn't dare do anything outrageous. But Chu Xiu laughed, remarked that he had something more outrageous than what she thought, and asked her if she wanted to take a look. The Crimson Dream Butterfly was surprised when Chu Xiu suddenly summoned multiple talismans. She was surprised when Chu Xiu used his formation and the talismans lined up perfectly. The perfectly lined up talismans came out the door. It surrounded the residence and created a huge barrier shaped like a dome. When the Crimson Dream Butterfly saw Chu Xiu's formation technique, she asked him if it could be passed down from the ancient art of formations, to which Chu Xiu replied, and as he commented that she has good eyes, he asked her if she wanted it and what she would offer in exchange. The Crimson Dream Butterfly was flustered, and she averted her gaze as she responded that she didn't, so Chu Xiu stated that he would cultivate in peace if that were the case. Chu Xiu took out a fruit from his bag and mentioned that the Crimson Dream Butterfly could have those if she was hungry because she was mortal at the moment and needed to eat, which infuriated her, and she exclaimed that it was his fault. The Crimson Dream Butterfly declared that one day she would kill Chu Xiu, but she was interrupted when Chu Xiu slapped her ass and made her moan. She was so flustered that she fell on her mattress while Chu Xiu walked away, and remarked that she was being naughty again. Chu Xiu stated that he has set up a killing array in the rear palace, so it would be best that the Crimson Dream Butterfly not intrude casually as her disciple still needs her to improve his cultivation. He declared that if the Crimson Dream Butterfly died, he would be very sad, and she proclaimed that one day she would cut him, a traitorous disciple, into pieces. A few moments later, Chu Xiu was sitting at the rear palace, reading a book. The system showed him the information about the Vitality Birth Dao fruit, which is an immortal grade heaven and earth treasure that establishes an incredibly strong foundation when consumed by cultivators. Chu Xiu commented that he was using the Dao scripture, known as the most powerful foundation establishment technique throughout ancient times, spanning the heavens and earth, combined with the Vitality Birth Dao fruit and supplemented by system assistance. So from that point onward, he wondered who would have a better foundation than him on the Tianqiang continent. He grabbed the Vitality Birth Dao fruit and ate it. A fiery energy started to flow into Chu Xiu's body as he digested the fruit he ate. Chu Xiu began meditating as he activated the Dao scripture and rebuilt his foundations. The system notified Chu Xiu that his cultivation had fallen to the 8th stage, down to the 6th stage, down to the 3rd stage, until he became immortal. Chu Xiu abruptly opened his eyes. The system notified Chu Xiu and asked him if he wanted to activate the breakthrough, to which Chu Xiu agreed. The system detected that Chu Xiu was cultivating the foundation establishment technique Dao scripture, so breakthrough point consumption increased with the estimate of 1 month per cycle and 100 points consumed per month. The system notified Chu Xiu that in the first month, after consuming the Vitality Birth Dao fruit and initiating the cultivation of the Dao scripture for foundation establishment, Chu Xiu broke through to the first layer of foundation establishment. On the second month, he broke through to the second layer of foundation establishment, and it continued to increase until he reached the 9th month, where he broke through to the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Chu Xiu continued to meditate, and a powerful aura oozed out of him. When Chu Xiu opened his eyes, they were lit up, and he remarked that people often say that 9 is the ultimate number, and they only follow the path set by their predecessors step by step, but they are ignorant of the fact that breaking the norm is the path to excellence. Chu Xiu declared that to rise after a fall, there are great risks in between life and death, as well as great rewards. 7 days later, the powerful aura surrounding Chu Xiu intensified. Chu Xiu opened his eyes. The palace was filled with Chu Xiu's powerful aura, and the system notified him that the breakthrough was complete and he had successfully reached the 10th layer of foundation establishment, which took a total of 10 months, consuming 1,000 breakthrough points, and his current breakthrough point was 0. A dark whirlwind surrounded the rear palace, and it was filled with Chu Xiu's aura as he proclaimed that it was a breakthrough. The dark whirlwind that was created by Chu Xiu's breakthrough was visible as it sat at the top of the mountain. Meanwhile, at Tangsing Peak, a lady was watching the phenomenon from her pavilion. She was Liu Zhu, the master of Tianxing Peak, and as she stared at it intensely, she exclaimed that it was such a strong source of spiritual energy. So she wondered if it could be that the wretched Crimson Dream Butterfly was about to have a breakthrough. On the other hand, Chu Xiu continued to meditate, and he remarked that the physical body and accumulated spiritual energy had reached their limits. He declared that he would break free from all his limitations by laying down the strongest cultivation base that day. As a powerful aura burst out of his body, the system notified Chu Xiu that he had breakthrough to a higher realm, from the Foundation Establishment 10th layer peak stage to the Chakra C realm. Chu Xiu noted that the reward mechanism is triggered so easily, so the system should hurry up and show him, the Demon Lord, what the reward is. He suddenly jumped in the air and swung his arms. Chu Xiu threw a powerful punch. He smiled as the system notified him that he had achieved perfection, so it was activating the reward mechanism, and the system congratulated him for obtaining the ancient primordial body. Chu Xiu was surprised when he saw that, and he asked what the hell that ancient primordial body was, which requires immense resource consumption. The system notified Chu Xiu that the fusion of the ancient primordial body with him was in progress, which made Chu Xiu curse, and he demanded that the system should stop the fusion. But the system already notified him that the fusion was successful. Chu Xiu was exasperated as he complained that his cultivation was already a big drain by breaking through the limits, and currently, with the ancient primordial body on top of that, he asked the darn system how the heck he was supposed to play. The system explained that the advantage of the ancient primordial body was that it was an invincible physical body, unparalleled in power, and the strongest combat body in the human race. But the disadvantage was that in later times, the laws of heaven and earth changed, so it was no longer suitable for cultivation as it became extremely resource-consuming. So in summary, those days, the ancient primordial body was a useless body. Chu Xiu was dejected, so the system advised that he shouldn't hesitate and just do it because if he had no resources, he could go and snatch them, and if he couldn't defeat the powerful ones, he could go after the weaker ones and kill until no one dares to claim superiority. And as long as he converts the resources into 1 billion breakthrough points, he will surely achieve greatness with the ancient primordial body. But Chu Xiu turned and grumbled that the system was really good at painting rosy pictures, but no one knows how many breakthrough points he will need for the later breakthroughs. The system showed Chu Xiu's profile. Chu Xiu used his dust removal technique and muttered that since he had fused with the ancient primordial body, he could only grit his teeth and continue cultivating. He grinned evilly and muttered that, luckily, he has his perilous master after all. A few moments later, Chu Xiu was already cheerfully walking out of the rear palace. Meanwhile, the Crimson Dream Butterfly was still staying at the front hall. She was eating the fruit that Chu Xiu left her. As the Crimson Dream Butterfly was about to take another bite, someone asked her if it was delicious, and she affirmed that it was indeed delicious. But her eyes suddenly turned fierce when she realized who it was. The Crimson Dream Butterfly saw that Chu Xiu was standing in front of her, and she accused that it was him, the traitorous disciple. Chu Xiu immediately sat behind the Crimson Dream Butterfly, and as he greeted her, he mentioned that it had been days since they last met, but it felt like 3 autumns had passed. He suddenly sniffed Chu Xiu's shoulder. Chu Xiu asked the Crimson Dream Butterfly how many days it had been since she last bathed, and her expression turned dark. The Crimson Dream Butterfly was pissed, and she retorted that it was all because Chu Xiu forcibly occupied the rear hall that she couldn't even find a place to bathe. Chu Xiu gently held the Crimson Dream Butterfly's hand and apologized that it was really his fault, so since it was like that, she should let him attend her bath. He dragged the Crimson Dream Butterfly and assured that she shouldn't worry because he wouldn't do anything with her, but she was alarmed, and she asked him what he was up to again. A few moments later, the two of them arrived at the rear court, and in a steamy room, the Crimson Dream Butterfly was laid in bed. The Crimson Dream Butterfly was flustered when Chu Xiu pinned her down and observed that the heavenly body sure does live up to its name because even after several days without bathing, it remains untainted, with skin as flawless as white jade. Chu Xiu gently kissed the Crimson Dream Butterfly's hand as he lamented that his qualifications are truly too poor, so he requested that she let him personally give her a back massage. The Crimson Dream Butterfly was extremely flustered, and all she could do was call Chu Xiu a traitorous disciple. Suddenly, the Crimson Dream Butterfly was alarmed, and she announced that someone had arrived outside the hall. On the other hand, at the outer hall, a cultivator was indeed standing out there. It was Tiana, the peak master of Tianxing Peak, and as he called the Crimson Dream Butterfly, he inquired if she had already come out from seclusion. Meanwhile, the Crimson Dream Butterfly was dual cultivating with Chu Xiu inside, and as she requested that Tiana forgive her, she admitted that she made a mistake while cultivating, so she couldn't meet with him face to face that day. Chu Xiu was pleased as the system notified him that he is truly the ultimate evildoer, as he has triggered a special reward again by having another encounter with his master, and he has obtained the mystical weapon, the Azure Blood Sword. On the other hand, while Tiana mentioned that he has a specially crafted 7th grade healing pill from his junior brother Tian of the Alchemy Cauldron Peak and it could help the Crimson Dream Butterfly recover from her injuries, the system notified Chu Xiu that his cultivation aptitude was increased by 100 for interacting with the heavenly fragrance body. At the Crimson Dream Butterfly's residence, the inner chamber, she was presenting items to Chu Xiu, and he exclaimed that those were all 4th level elixirs, and the 5th level ones are pitifully few. The Crimson Dream Butterfly responded that it was all she could give Chu Xiu because, unless he unseals her, she could only take out other treasures from her storage ring. Chu Xiu remarked that the Crimson Dream Butterfly should forget it as there are also 4,000 top-grade spirit stones, so it was better than nothing, and as he walked away with the items, he thanked her for the good stuff and mentioned that he would see her. The Crimson Dream Butterfly noted that perhaps she should beseech the Holy Master as she could potentially release her from that seal, but she mentioned that if the seal can't be lifted and Chu Xiu feels threatened, he may flee far away. The Crimson Dream Butterfly was troubled as she lamented that she would really have to live as a mortal for the rest of her life, eventually dying of old age if that happened, and that is not the life she wanted. She pulled out a mask from her bosom and revealed that, fortunately, when Chu Xiu unsealed her earlier, she secretly took out and hid that treasure, and luckily, he didn't notice it. Otherwise, that bronze fox mask would have definitely been taken away by Chu Xiu. The Crimson Dream Butterfly confessed that she can't recover her cultivation for the time being, but wearing the mask could hide her cultivator's aura. So as long as she doesn't make contact with people, no one will know that her cultivation has been sealed, and that way, she won't be hunted down by enemies. She recalled that the mask was dropped when the old Demon Chu was being hunted down, and she lamented that it was a pity that the old Demon Chu cultivated for just 100 years, but could be called primordial sage, so if he had followed the righteous path, he wouldn't have met his end like that. The Crimson Dream Butterfly wore the mask while she sighed that she should just forget it as that master is long past and she should still find a way to free herself from Chu Xiu's imprisonment as soon as possible. Otherwise, she will be under his control for the rest of her life. On the other hand, Chu Xiu noticed something, and he seemed amused. Chu Xiu was in his cave abode, and he remarked that his master had finally put on the bronze fox mask, so his hard work had not been in vain. He began imagining what the Crimson Dream Butterfly looked like wearing the bronze fox mask, and he acknowledged that otherwise, there was no way he could develop peacefully in the Taisho holy ground. Chu Xiu pulled out a sword, and he commented that the Azure Blood Sword awarded by the system may not be top grade, but it was not too shabby, and there were only 3 days left until the life and death match, so time is pressing, and if he practices earnestly, it will certainly be useful for him. He began meditating and used his sword comprehension technique. Chu Xiu's soul came out of his body and he rode the Azure Blood Sword, which was flying away. The system congratulated Chu Xiu and notified him that he had transcended into the metaphysical layers of the sword realm, so it was commencing the search for sword intents. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu's soul continued to ride the flying Azure Blood Sword. As Chu Xiu dashed from place to place, the system kept notifying him that he had reached 800 meters, 1,000 meters, and so on up until he reached 2,000 meters. He flew above the clouds, and the system notified him that he had reached 9,999 meters. Suddenly, Chu Xiu noticed something. Colorful lights were shining through the clouds, and he wondered if it was the celestial embodiment of sword intent. Chu Xiu gestured with his hand and declared that he would comprehend the sword intent. A small ray of light created a tether from Chu Xiu to one light shining through the clouds. Chu Xiu closed his eyes as the ray of light entered him through his forehead. When he opened his eyes, an aura was oozing out of him, and a symbol appeared on his forehead. The system congratulated Chu Xiu for successfully grasping the intent, and he has been awarded the original 5 major sword intents, Heaven-Defying Sword Intent, which has a wind attribute. When Chu Xiu saw that the reward was the Heaven-Defying Sword Intent, he admitted that it wasn't bad because that sword intent matches well with him. He concluded that he should retreat in the meantime and go back to the cave residence to try and break through the sword intent using the system, because once he breaks through the sword intent, he will take down the life and death arena in one fell swoop. On the other hand, at Taisho Holy Ground, the Holy Master of Taisho Peak, Tai Suzai, remarked that someone in the Holy Land was searching for sword intent earlier, which was interesting. Suddenly, he noticed the lights that were shining through the clouds. Tai Suzai was astonished that the person actually reached 9,999 meters, and she asked how it was possible. She pondered that in 30,000 years, only the Quasi-Emperor Sword God from the Endless Sword Domain has reached such a realm, so she asked herself if it could be that such a sword god-like figure will also appear in her Taisho Holy Ground. 3 days later, the people gathered at the Sky Punishment Peak, Life and Death Arena. There were a lot of cultivators who were roaming around the area. Hiang Lingyun, the true successor disciple of the Sky Sword Peak, was with Zhang Meng, and he yawned and remarked that it was really lively that day. Jiang Meng responded that he heard that Yang Lingyun recently made great gains in his closed-door cultivation and had already broken through to the divine skill realm, which was truly commendable, but Yang Lingyun dismissed that it was just the divine skill realm, which was not worth mentioning. Suddenly, Yang Lingyun noticed Zhu Tianjin, the true successor disciple of Tiandao Peak, and as he commented that he didn't expect to see her there as he thought she wouldn't come to such a boring place. Zhu Tianjin explained that the matter started because of her, so naturally, she would come to see it through as she was somewhat acquainted with Chu Xiu and didn't want him to die there. Yang Lingyun was not pleased, and he questioned that he really didn't know what was good about Chu Xiu that even Zhu Tianjin was speaking up for him. Jiang Meng suddenly interjected that Zhu Tianjin can't save someone who's bent on seeking death, to which another cultivator chimed in and sneered that with Chu Xiu's pathetic skills, he must be really tired of living for daring to challenge Jiang Meng. One of the cultivators asked why Chu Xiu hadn't come yet and if he was scared, and another cultivator remarked that he was also wondering how the people of Yunxia Peak could tolerate such a waste being their senior brother. Tao Yao, the fifth senior sister of Yunxia Peak, suddenly spoke up and questioned that they were elevating some while demanding others, taking joy in mocking others, and as she asked them if it was how their peak master has taught them, one of the cultivators recognized who she was while another acknowledged that she actually came to watch the battle. Everyone was blushing as they called for Tao Yao, but Tao Yao looked infuriated. Suddenly, they saw someone arriving on a flying boat, and one of the cultivators remarked that Chu Xiu had arrived. Chu Xiu calmly stood on the flying boat, and he was proudly looking down on them. As soon as he landed, Tao Yao immediately called Chu Xiu, and as she ran towards him, he observed that she had also come. Tao Yao asserted that with her there, nobody could harm even a single hair on Chu Xiu, but Chu Xiu reassured her that she shouldn't worry because he has it all under control and he won't get hurt. But Tao Yao insisted that 20 days ago, she went into closed-door cultivation, which caused Chu Xiu to get hurt, so she felt uneasy about it, and Chu Xiu smiled at her and consoled that it was okay as she was not to blame for that. As Chu Xiu looked around, he noticed something. He saw Zhu Tianjin, and he wondered if she was the goddess whom the pushover was secretly in love with. Chu Xiu observed that she looked decent enough, but her cultivation seems mediocre at best. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianjin furrowed her brows, and she was wondering why Chu Xiu felt like a completely different person. On the other hand, Jiang Meng asked Yang Lingyun if he should still go for the kill later when Tao Yao was there, and Yang Lingyun concluded that it was a life and death arena, so it does not matter if Jiang Meng kills and Tao Yao really can't cover the sky with one hand, so he should kill Chu Xiu and end him mercilessly, to which Jiang Meng agreed and promised that Yang Lingyun should rest assured that he will take good care of Chu Xiu. Jiang Meng approached Chu Xiu and suggested that since he has come, they should proceed to the life and death arena because, after dealing with him, he needs to go back and continue his closed-door cultivation. But Chu Xiu retorted that Jiang Meng should shut his trap and let him make things clear. Chu Xiu addressed his fellow brothers and sisters. He announced that since every one of them has made an effort to gather there to watch that martial bout, it would be a shame not to add a bit of flair, and as he presented a bottle, he declared that he has a bottle of 7th grade Tiangshuan pills and all 6 are of the highest grade, so he inquired if they would like to spice things up with a wager. The system notified Chu Xiu that he was masterfully playing the unsuspecting lamb while being the hidden tiger, deceitfully gaining resources, so he has been rewarded with 300 breakthrough points, which made Chu Xiu grin evilly. One of the cultivators asked if what Chu Xiu has is the legendary 7th grade Tiangshuan pill, and another cultivator remarked that he had heard that consuming that pill could increase the speed of comprehending divine powers. Yang Lingyun stepped forward and asked Chu Xiu how he wanted to bet while he mentioned that he just broke through to the divine bridge realm a few days ago and was on the hunt for that very pill. So no one would have thought that the good-for-nothing Chu Xiu would willingly hand that treasure to his doorstep. While Tao Yao tried to stop Chu Xiu as she warned that if the Crimson Dream Butterfly finds out that Chu Xiu has placed such a big bet, she might get angry at him. Chu Xiu explained that perhaps everyone is unclear about the value of the 6th-7th grade top-quality Tiangshuan pulls, but fortunately for all, the elder from Tianxing Peak was also present there. He requested the elder if he could enlighten the juniors there, and the elder was stunned. The elder quickly cleared his throat and explained that it was a pill of inestimable value, and should it find its way to an auction, each would easily garner no less than 1 million top-grade Yuan stones, and naturally, 6 would equal no less than 6 million top-grade Yuan stones. While everyone was astonished, Yang Lingyun was troubled, and he was thinking about what they could wager that's worth 6 million top-grade Yuan stones. Chu Xiu suddenly spoke up and assured that everyone shouldn't be tense because if one person can't afford it, they could all chip in, and after the contest, everyone could share share the loot according to their contribution. The cultivators all excitedly agreed and exclaimed that they could all chip in together. A cultivator quickly placed an item on the blanket and declared that he was betting. Another cultivator did the same and announced that he was in on the bet too. Another cultivator placed another item and exclaimed that he bet that Chu Xiu would lose. Another agreed and proclaimed that he would too because Chu Xiu is bound to lose. As the people started to crowd, Chu Xiu advised that there was no rush and everyone should take their time. As Chu Xiu placed the bottle of 7th grade Tiangshuan pills on top of the other items, he observed that, just as expected, everyone's betting against him, so he was going to make a fortune while the elder was eyeing the items and remarked that all of those were good stuff. He declared that he would announce that the bet was on, and with the elder of Tianxing Peak as the referee, no one would dare deny the stakes, to which the elder nodded. Chu Xiu jumped towards the arena where Jiang Meng was waiting. As he landed on the arena, the dust was blown away and scattered all over the place. Jiang Meng laughed, and as he called Chu Xiu Chu charlatan, he taunted that he finally dared to step up. Chu Xiu reminded that Jiang Meng seemed to forget where they were standing as it wasn't just any stage. It was the life and death arena. And that day, it might just be the last stage Jiang Meng would ever stand on because one misstep and his head could end up taking its own journey. The elder stood between Jiang Meng and Chu Xiu, and as he announced that the life and death battle began, the arena was immediately enclosed in a golden orb of aura. Yang Lingyun grinned as he exclaimed that the real show had begun. Jiang Meng immediately released his aura, and as his muscles started to bulge, he declared that he was at the peak of the 9th layer of the Chakra Sea rotating realm and that he was fighting against someone like Chu Xiu, who's merely at the 4th layer of the Chakra Sea rotating realm. He grinned as he wondered if it wasn't as easy as trampling on an ant. The floor broke when Jiang Meng dug his feet into it for driving force. Jiang Meng let out a battle cry as he charged towards Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu just stood there while Jiang Meng lifted his feet and was about to kick him in the face. But as Jiang Meng swung his feet, Chu Xiu suddenly bent over backward and dodged his attack. Chu Xiu released his aura on his feet as he stepped on the floor. He used its power so he could jump backwards and quickly move away from Jiang Meng. Jiang Meng grinned and commented that it was not a bad speed. He released a powerful aura in the palm of his hand and challenged Chu Xiu to give his opinion about that move. As Jiang Meng threw multiple huge nails made of his aura, he exclaimed that he would see how Chu Xiu dodged that. The huge nails Jiang Meng threw were about to hit Chu Xiu, but Chu Xiu still looked unfazed. With minimal movement, Chu Xiu managed to dodge all of those nails. Those nails were stuck on the floor behind Chu Xiu. On the other hand, Tao Yao was worried, and as she prayed that may the heavens protect Chu Xiu and keep him safe, another cultivator commented that Jiang Meng was really ruthless in his moves because each strike is aimed at vital points, and another observed that defending for too long will lead to mistakes, and even though Chu Xiu's movements are fast, he can't defeat the opponent, to which another cultivator chimed in and concluded that the outcome was pretty clear: Chu Xiu is bound to lose. Back at the arena, Jiang Meng charged toward Chu Xiu. Jiang Meng swung his fist at Chu Xiu, and Chu Xiu effortlessly dodged it again. Chu Xiu taunted Jiang Meng and invited him to come and hit him. Jiang Meng was pissed, and he declared that Chu Xiu's like a slippery eel and they couldn't keep fighting like that. He decided to grab his sword, and he resolved that he must end it swiftly and decisively. Jiang Meng charged at Chu Xiu with all his might while wielding his sword. As he brought his sword forward to plunge it at Chu Xiu, his dark auras followed and surrounded Chu Xiu. When Chu Xiu noticed the auras, he wondered if Jiang Meng wanted to block his escape with a sword aura. He pulled the azure blood sword, and he mentioned that it was good for him as he could test the feel of his new weapon. Jiang Meng was astonished when Chu Xiu swung his sword effortlessly and ripped through his sword aura, while Chu Xiu remarked that it was not bad at all. Chu Xiu escaped the sword aura and jumped away from it, which surprised Jiang Meng. But Jiang Meng grinned evilly as he noticed that the piece of trash had finally revealed an opening. He suddenly appeared behind the unguarded Chu Xiu, and as he raised his leg, he declared that the trash should die. Jiang Meng kicked Chu Xiu, but Chu Xiu was able to block it with his arms. Chu Xiu grinned as he revealed that Jiang Meng fell for it. He prepared to swing his sword while he proclaimed that he possessed the ancient primordial body, and although it's not fully developed, when it comes to close combat, he's invincible within his realm. While releasing a tremendous amount of aura in his sword, Chu Xiu confidently swung his sword as he charged forward. Jiang Meng was frozen in place, and while Chu Xiu moved past him, he couldn't believe what just happened and questioned how that could be. When Chu Xiu finished his move, Jiang Meng collapsed on the floor, and his sword was stabbed into the arena. Everyone was astonished and speechless by what they just saw. Yang Lingyun was surprised that he gritted his teeth and cursed in his mind. The arena's floor was a mess, and as the battle concluded, the audience asked how that could happen, and they couldn't believe that Jiang Meng actually lost. One of the cultivators asked if Chu Xiu defeated a peak of Chakra Sea rotation realm with just one move, and another asked if it wasn't just 20 days ago that Jiang Meng destroyed Chu Xiu's cultivation, and what was going on that day. Back in the arena, the elder came up and declared that in that match held in the arena of life and death, Chu Xiu emerged victorious. The cultivators cried, and as one of them grieved their 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, another cursed and lamented that there went his high-grade weapon, and another cultivator cursed and swore that he would never gamble again. Suddenly, Chu Xiu coughed up blood. As he knelt on the arena with his hand on his chest, Tao Yao quickly ran towards him with worry written all over her face. Tao Yao asked Chu Xiu if he was okay, and instead of answering her question, Chu Xiu requested that she help him to a seat. But unbeknownst to everyone, Chu Xiu was grinning evilly as he muttered that if he wanted to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, he must act so convincingly and not expose any flaws. And as he apologized to his fellow junior brothers and sisters in his mind, he muttered that all their precious weapons, elixirs, treasures, and spirit stones were all his. As Chu Xiu and Tao Yao walked past Yang Lingyun was intrigued. Yang Lingyun suddenly smirked as he remarked that it looked like Chu Zai got wounded pretty badly, so he would make him hurl everything he scored that day out. He called Chen Linfei, a direct disciple of Tianjian Peak, and informed him that he was up, to which Chen Linfei agreed. Chen Linfei called Chu Xiu and beckoned him to wait a moment. While standing on his flying sword, Chen Linfei challenged Chu Xiu to dare to fight another round with him. Tao Yao interjected, and she asked Chen Linfei if he didn't see that Chu Xiu was injured and how he could ask for another battle at that time. Yang Lingyun stepped in and remarked that Tao Yao's words are a bit too much because since they came to the life and death arena, it's inevitable to be challenged by experts from various peaks, not to mention that Chu Xiu just won so many resources from everyone in one match, so there is somewhat of a component of luck in it, and he presumes that everyone was somewhat unconvinced in their hearts. He noted that everyone is in high spirits, so Tao Yao should let Chu Xiu and Chen Linfei have another match with the same stakes as before, and if Chu Xiu wins again, everyone will be convinced, so it was good for Chu Xiu and everyone. As Yang Lingyun asked Chu Xiu what he would say and if he dares to accept, he speculated that as the renowned trash eldest senior brother of Yunxia Peak, Chu Xiu probably wouldn't dare to, which made Chu Xiu think that the kid was provoking him so openly. Chu Xiu responded that he is someone who's currently injured and is only at the 4th level of Chakra C rotating who's going to face an opponent at the 1st level of Divine Bridge, and the risk is very high, so the stakes must be increased by at least 30%. The system was amazed, and it noted that Chu Xiu was really an old fox, cunning and greedy, so he received a reward of 200 breakthrough points. Yang Lingyun confidently agreed, and with a smirk on his face, he retorted that greed without the strength to back it up truly is like a dragon without claws, so Chu Xiu was just digging his own grave. On the other hand, Zhu Tianjin was exasperated, as she wondered if Chu Xiu didn't know when to step back. Chu Xiu called everyone's attention, and when he announced that they should look and see as he will be fighting again with his precious life on the line, he asked everyone if they wanted to recover their losses and wanted to turn over a new leaf and encouraged them to bet on another round to give themselves a chance to make a fortune. The cultivators quickly flocked and began betting. One of them commented that Chu Xiu was going to fight someone at the Divine Bridge stage, so there was absolutely no way he could win, to which another cultivator agreed and added that Chu Xiu just had a big battle, so his body was weak and exhausted, and another cultivator declared that he would go all in and that Chu Xiu would definitely lose. While wiping off the blood from his mouth, Chu Xiu smiled evilly while looking at the cultivators, and he proclaimed that he would rely on all of them for his fortune. A few moments later, Chu Xiu and Chen Linfei stepped into the arena, and the elder announced that the life and death arena Chu Xiu versus Chen Linfei had begun. Tao Yao was worried, and she asked Chu Xiu if he was really confident. Chu Xiu smiled and reassured Tao Yao not to worry. As they faced each other, Chen Linfei confessed that he didn't want to go on stage and compete with Chu Xiu, but he had his difficulties, which intrigued Chu Xiu, so he inquired why. Chen Linfei explained that his junior sister, who was seriously injured on a mission, needs a very precious treasure to save her life, and Yang Lingyun has the treasure that could help her. Grabbing his sword, Chen Linfei confessed that for his junior sister, he had no choice but to fight for Yang Lingyun, and at that point, he could only apologize to Chu Xiu because, after all, swords and blades are blind, so if Chu Xiu dies, he shouldn't blame him. But Chu Xiu just remarked that it was a touching story. Chu Xiu smiled evilly, and as he apologized to Chen Linfei, he commented that since they are on the stage of life and death do not matter. He moved so quickly that he created multiple versions of him, and as he wielded his sword behind Chen Linfei, who hadn't even finished unsheathing his sword, Chen Linfei was surprised. Chen Linfei managed to pull out his sword to block Chu Xiu's attack, while Chu Xiu went past and landed behind Chen Linfei after he attacked. Chen Linfei was astonished, and as he glanced behind him, he exclaimed that Chu Xiu actually pulled a sneak attack. Chu Xiu smiled as he was about to attack Chen Linfei, and he assured him that he would take care of his junior sister so he could rest assured and die in peace. He plunged his sword into Chen Linfei's back, which pierced through his chest. Chu Xiu pulled his sword and began gathering his aura at the palm of his hand. He hit Chen Linfei with that aura on his back, and he sent him flying. Chen Linfei hit the barrier that was protecting the arena. His unconscious face was slammed onto the barrier of the arena. Chen Linfei fell on the floor, and Chu Xiu remarked that he should remember that villains often die because they talk too much. Chu Xiu sheathed his sword and commented that he generally doesn't like to talk nonsense because of that. Everyone, including Zhu Tianjin, was astonished, and as one of them asked how it was possible, another cultivator remarked that Chu Xiu is only at the 4th layer of the Chakra C rotation realm, so he couldn't understand how he managed to defeat Chen Linfei so decisively, and he overpowered him without giving him a chance to fight back. Another cultivator mentioned that Chu Xiu's move earlier was the mysterious level Shadow Trace, and he practiced it to the point of leaving 7 residual shadows, so it has already been perfected. Despair fell into the cultivators as one of them lamented that he had lost again, and that time, he had really lost everything, so he shouldn't have bet. Another cultivator groaned that the 10,000 top-grade spirit stones he just borrowed were gone just like that. Another cultivator cried as he cursed his luck. On the other hand, Tao Yao ran up to Chu Xiu and complimented that he was really amazing, and Chu Xiu proudly responded that, of course, it was nothing worth mentioning. Chu Xiu started gathering the treasures into his bags, and he commented that it was not bad and that it was an auspicious day. The other cultivators looked at Chu Xiu with disdain, but he paid them no mind as he remarked that his storage bag was full and asked Tao Yao if she had any extra space. Tao Yao confirmed that of course she does, and as she threw a bag at him, she instructed that he should catch it, and Chu Xiu thanked her for it. She smiled brightly and assured that Chu Xiu could use it as long as he wanted, and there was no need to be formal with her while Chu Xiu asked the others if anyone wanted the fragrant, top-quality Tiangshuan pills he was holding. One of the cultivators was pissed, and he requested that Chu Xiu be reasonable, while another cultivator coughed up blood and inquired if Chu Xiu really came there to fight because it looked more like he was there to stock up. Chu Xiu put away the bottle of 7th grade Tiangshuan pills, and he declared that if that was the case, he should already leave, and he asked Tao Yao if he was right. He started walking towards his flying boat. As the cultivators looked at Chu Xiu with contempt, the system notified him that he really is dark, malicious, cunning, and truly a natural villain, so he has earned 200 breakthrough points. On the other hand, Tao Yao looked at Chu Xiu with a worried look on her face, and she warned that Chu Xiu had offended Yang Lingyan that day, and he's very scheming, so he should be careful of him and be on guard from that point onward. Chu Xiu just smiled and stood confidently on his flying boat while Yang Lingyan was ominously looming over him. A few moments later, Chu Xiu arrived at his cave abode, and as he laid out the treasures in front of him, he observed that, at that time, he had bagged items worth 16 million spirit stones, so he wondered how many breakthrough points that could be exchanged for. Chu Xiu picked up a blade from the pile of treasures. It was a soul shield blade, and he exchanged it with the system. The system notified Chu Xiu that he earned 1 breakthrough point by exchanging the soul shield blade, and when Chu Xiu saw that it was only 1 point, he exclaimed that the system got to be kidding him, and he asked the system if it made a mistake because the last time he exchanged an item, he received 5 breakthrough points. The system notified Chu Xiu that as his cultivation level increases, the quality of items needed to exchange for breakthrough points will also increase. However, breakthrough points also have quality distinctions, so if Chu Xiu wanted to accumulate breakthrough points with low-quality items, it could only apologize. Chu Xiu was pissed, and he cursed the system in his head when the system also informed him that the spirit stones could not be directly exchanged for breakthrough points because it didn't want to calculate the ratio. He resolved that in that case, he would choose some cheap items to sell at Jubao Peak and buy high-quality items for exchange because only in that way could he maximize the benefits. Suddenly, Chu Xiu felt something. He sensed that the bronze fox mask was reacting, so he wondered who the Crimson Dream Butterfly was talking to. On the other hand, at Mount Taisho, someone called the Madame Saintess and inquired if she was saying that Chu Xiu ventured to the inner profound layers of the Origin Realm, and there he comprehended a revered sword intent. It was the Crimson Dream Butterfly, and she refuted that it couldn't be possible because her disciple is of mediocre talent, not to mention finding a revered sword intent. Even entering the Origin Realm to seek intent would be extremely difficult. But Tai Suzai stated that she personally witnessed it right there that night. She questioned the Crimson Dream Butterfly if there had been any changes in Chu Xiu's temperament recently, and the Crimson Dream Butterfly asked her if she was perhaps suspecting that Chu Xiu had been possessed. Tai Suzai admitted that she had considered that possibility but quickly dismissed it because those capable of performing a soul transfer, and possessing another must at least be of the minor saint cultivation level. And to cultivate to the minor saint realm, one would certainly have their own intent. She explained that one could only enter the origin realm once in their lifetime, and even someone who has taken over another's body cannot defy that rule. Thus, she doesn't suspect that Chu Xiu has been possessed, so the Crimson Dream Butterfly asked her how Chu Xiu reached the deepest part of the origin realm if he hasn't been taken over. Tai Suzai proposed that perhaps Chu Xiu encountered some heaven-defying opportunity, and that made the Crimson Dream Butterfly speechless. She insisted that the Crimson Dream Butterfly must nurture Chu Xiu well because, in the future, their Taisho sacred land might have another quasi-emperor sword god, and the Crimson Dream Butterfly agreed that she will. But in the Crimson Dream Butterfly's mind, she was questioning how much more she could nurture when she had already become the cultivation experience fodder of that rebellious disciple. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu, who was listening to their conversation, proposed that, in light of Tai Suzai's words, they should proceed to a more in-depth deliberation. A few moments later, Chu Xiu entered the Crimson Dream Butterfly's cave mansion. While the Crimson Dream Butterfly was lounging on her couch, Chu Xiu called her and announced that her disciple had come to consult her again. But the Crimson Dream Butterfly suddenly asked Chu Xiu why he kept something from her. Chu Xiu pretended not to know, and as he inquired the Crimson Dream Butterfly what he had hidden from her, she interrogated if he had obtained a revered sword intent from the original realm. Amused, Chu Xiu quickly went and grabbed the Crimson Dream Butterfly's waist and asked her how he came to know that. The Crimson Dream Butterfly explained that Tai Suzai is a sovereign in the Saint King realm, having a profound mastery over the rules of space. So naturally, she wouldn't miss the fluctuations when he was seeking the intent. And when Chu Xiu acknowledged that he understood, he asked what was next and if the sacred land had decided to wholeheartedly cultivate the unparalleled genius. Averting her gaze, the Crimson Dream Butterfly clarified that in Taisho sacred land, resources aren't just handed out freely, and even if Chu Xiu was the reincarnation of an ancient emperor, he would still need to rely on his own strength to fight and seize what he needs because flowers nurtured in a greenhouse can't withstand the winds and rains, and Chu Xiu wholeheartedly agreed with that sentiment. Chu Xiu leaned in and questioned the Crimson Dream Butterfly if it wasn't him using his own strength to request resources from her, but she refused that it was not possible that day. The Crimson Dream Butterfly was pissed when Chu Xiu stated that they had come all that way, and since he has some free time, he'll have to trouble her to help improve his cultivation base. While the Crimson Dream Butterfly was flustered as Chu Xiu pinned her on the bed, the system notified Chu Xiu that he was quite a naughty one. So he triggered a special reward by dual cultivating with his master again, and he received a bottle of 6th level Crane Crest venom. The Crimson Dream Butterfly was disheveled on the bed, laying on her stomach, and the system kept notifying Chu Xiu that his cultivation base had increased by 100. 3 hours later, the system notified Chu Xiu that his cultivation base has reached 917 heavenly level. His cultivation speed has increased 31 times. His cultivation is becoming more refined, and he is only half a step away from the 5th layer of the Chakra C rotation realm, so he should keep striving for perfection. Chu Xiu remarked that the effects were weakening, but the heavenly fragrance physique shouldn't be that lackluster, so he wondered if it could be because the Crimson Dream Butterfly's cultivation is sealed, so maybe next time he will try lifting her seal and see. But Chu Xiu changed his mind, as he stated that the idea was too dangerous. He bowed in front of the Crimson Dream Butterfly and expressed that her efforts that day were greatly appreciated, so he will now depart. Under her mask, the Crimson Dream Butterfly was glaring at Chu Xiu, and she declared that sooner or later she, a sovereign, would tear him to pieces. The evening was peaceful at the treasure-gathering peak, where the treasure-gathering tower was. Suddenly, Chu Xiu walked up the stairs, and when one of the guards saw him, he asked his companion if Chu Xiu wasn't the senior disciple of Yunxia Peak. As they watched Chu Xiu come inside, he commented that he heard that Chu Xiu won 2 matches in a row at the Life and Death Arena that day. Inside, the inner disciple of the treasure-gathering peak, Chu Xiaoran, introduced herself and greeted Chu Xiu. Chu Xiaoran inquired if Chu Xiu was there to sell items, but instead of answering her question, Chu Xiu touched her chin and acted surprised. Chu Xiu questioned Chu Xiaoran how she knew that he came to sell items and if it could be that she has learned mind-reading techniques, to which Chu Xiaoran replied and remarked that Chu Xiu displayed extraordinary power on the Life and Death Arena that day, winning numerous treasures and spirit stones, and that news has spread throughout the entire Holy Land. So since Chu Xiu came to the treasure-gathering tower, it was natural to guess that he was there to sell those items. Chu Xiaoran ushered Chu Xiu inside and requested that he come in. As Chu Xiu followed Chu Xiaoran, he remarked that he had just arrived at the treasure-gathering tower, and she actively appeared to lead him inside, so she approached him intentionally, but he wondered what her motive was. Chu Xiu just went ahead and inspected some items. While Chu Xiu was busy inspecting an herb, Chu Xiaoran noted that it was strange because, after entering the treasure-gathering tower, Chu Xiu has only been inspecting the items there and he hasn't made any purchases so far, so she wonders what's on his mind. On the other hand, Chu Xiu remarked that ordinary weapons worth 50 top-grade spirit stones could exchange for 2 breakthrough points, but similarly valued ordinarily, spiritual herbs could exchange for 10, and second-grade Yuan elixirs could exchange for 15, so he wondered if it could be that the higher the concentration of Yuan Kai in an item, the more breakthrough points it could exchange for. Chu Xiu wondered what would happen if he used things with the richer Yuan Kai in the mortal realm, like certain human cultivators, to exchange with the system, and if that would skyrocket his breakthrough points. The system suddenly praised Chu Xiu for being a genius that could think of something so ruthless. It stated that he was a true destined antagonist, so he triggered a system reward, the Earth-grade flying boat, Xuan Silver Shuttle. It noted that Chu Xiu's idea is wildly imaginative, but unfortunately, he can't directly exchange living beings for breakthrough points, which made Chu Xiu sigh, and he commented that it was a shame. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoran looked nervous as she wondered if she imagined it and why she felt like there was a glint of bloodlust in Chu Xiu's eyes. Chu Xiu turned to Chu Xiaoran and stated that he would like to buy some pills for Yuan Kai and True Kai replenishment and prepare him the elixirs worth 15 million top-grade spirit stones. Chu Xiaoran was taken aback by what Chu Xiu remarked, and she wondered why he needed so many replenishment pills and if he was planning to take a bath in Yuan Kai essence. But she still commented that it was a sure thing and that she would have them prepared right away, to which Chu Xiu agreed and noted that he was counting on her. While Chu Xiaoran left to prepare the items, Chu Xiu commented that he still had some spirit stones left, so maybe he should take another look to see if there was anything else he needed. Suddenly, Chu Xiu's eyes lit up when he noticed something. He noticed a small piece of item on a shelf, and he wondered why that inconspicuous piece of bronze triggered a resonance in his primal sword intent. Looking at it closely, Chu Xiu wondered what secret that bronze fragment held, as it seemed to be drawing his sword intent from within. While Chu Xiu was inspecting the bronze fragment, Chu Xiaoran arrived and noted that the elixirs he requested had been prepared and asked him if he would like to inspect them, to which Chu Xiu remarked sure. Chu Xiu inquired how much for that bronze fragment in his hand because he would buy it, and Chu Xiaoran stated that it was just a worthless trinket, so if he liked it, she requested that he take it. But Chu Xiu placed a bag in Chu Xiaoran's hand, and he noted that she should accept those several hundred top-grade spirit stones as he dislikes owing favors. He remarked that they should go and check the goods downstairs, but Chu Xiaoran requested that he hold on. Chu Xiu inquired what it was, and Chu Xiaoran noted that there was something she would like to ask Chu Xiu for help with. Looking at Chu Xiaoran's worried face, Chu Xiu remarked that she did indeed have ulterior motives. A few moments later, Chu Xiu was in a room with Chu Xiaoran having tea, and he inquired what she needed his help with. Chu Xiu stated that if it's something too troublesome, he will have to refuse, and that made Chu Xiaoran hesitate. Chu Xiaoran inquired if Chu Xiu knew about the Taisho Divine Tower, and Chu Xiu remarked that, of course, he does. Chu Xiu noted that the Taisho Divine Tower is one of the divine treasures of the Taisho Emperor from ancient times, versatile in both offense and defense and contains myriad worlds within. And after the Emperor's ascension, it was placed on the Taisho Peak. And it was not only one of the most precious treasures of the Taisho Holy Land but also the best trial ground for disciples like them. He remarked that the trials within the tower test disciples' combat strength, talents, comprehension, willpower, and Tao heart, and the higher one climbs, the greater and more precious the rewards. Chu Xiaoran remarked that the matter she wanted to request of Chu Xiu at that time is related to the Taisho Divine Tower, and as she inquired if he knew that one of the 3 great secret realms of the Taisho Holy Land, the Savage Land's secret realm, will open in a month, Chu Xiu remarked that he has been busy with his cultivation recently and hasn't paid attention to other matters, but he has heard of the Savage Land's secret realm, which is said to be a great place for treasure hunting. Chu Xiaoran remarked that to gain entry to the secret realm, one must ascend the Taisho Divine Tower and undergo its trials. She noted that those who achieve a ranking within the top 300 of the Chakra Sea Rotation realm, and the foremost 1,700 disciples of the Divine Bridge realm who successfully complete the trials earn the privilege of entering the secret realm. And Chu Xiu's standing amongst the peers in his realm is nearly unrivaled, so should he choose to climb the Taisho Divine Tower, a spot in the top 300 is practically guaranteed. Chu Xiaoran leaned towards Chu Xiu and noted that she wished to inquire about something. She whispered in Chu Xiu's ears and inquired if he would be willing to help her with something. Before Chu Xiu could mention what it was, Chu Xiu seemed to have understood what she meant, and he inquired if she was perhaps talking about it. At Chu Xiu's abode, the whirlwind of aura loomed on top of his residence, and the system notified him that he had broken through to the 4th layer of the Chakra C rotation realm up to the 5th layer of the Chakra C rotation realm. Chu Xiu continued to meditate and emit a powerful aura, and the system notified him that he had broken through to the 6th layer of the Chakra C rotation realm until he had broken through to the 9th layer of the Chakra C rotation realm. He asked the system if they met the requirements for breaking through to the 10th layer, but the system responded that there were no breakthrough treasures found on him. The system notified Chu Xiu that unfortunately, he can't break through any further at the moment, and he is required to gather the following treasures: 10,000 medicinal spirit milk, Bodhi divine flower, and soul infant demon fruit, as those 3 extraordinary treasures are required for the next breakthrough. Chu Xiu's powerful aura began to dissipate as he slumped in disappointment and remarked that all 3 treasures were of immortal grade. He sighed as he lamented that those treasures are exceptionally rare and it's nearly impossible to find them on the market. But even if they were up for sale somewhere, they would be prohibitively expensive, and he couldn't just steal them either because he's not strong enough to do so yet. But an idea suddenly came to Chu Xiu's mind. Chu Xiu recalled that Chu Xiu mentioned that several years ago, a disciple brought out a half-rotted soul infant demon fruit from the Savage Land's secret realm. He asked himself if it was destined for him to ascend the Taisho Divine Tower after all. 3 days later, someone hit the gong and made it ring. As its sound echoed through Taisho Peak, a lot of cultivators began to gather around the Taisho Divine Tower. 2 people were standing at the entrance of the tower, and one of them commented that the once in 30 years prosperous event is indeed lively, and they wondered if there would be disciples breaking records at that time. It was written on a stone tablet that the Tao Cloud Peak inner disciple Chu Xiu reached the 78th level of the Chakra C Steel, ranked 7th on the Chakra C Steel rankings, and someone was amused when they saw that and exclaimed that a Chakra C realm disciple had entered the top 10. It was Muya, an elder of Taisho Peak, and she was with Huang Lao, another elder of Taisho Peak, whom she asked who he thought had the most potential that time around. And Huang Lao responded that he had higher hopes for Yifan because the disciple possessed immense potential, an exceptionally split foundation, remarkable talent, unwavering determination, and extraordinary luck. When Muya heard about Yifan, she acknowledged that he was indeed worth anticipating. Suddenly, a man in a flying boat flew faster than the others. It caught Muya's attention, and she wondered who that person could be. When Huang Lao saw Chu Xiu, who Muya was talking about, he explained that he was the inner senior disciple of Yunxia Peak. Chu Xiu hopped off his boat and began walking towards the crowd. It caught his attention when someone praised their disciple for a job well done and expressed pride in her. It was the elder Yang of Tao Cloud Peak, and as the inner disciple of Tao Cloud Peak, Chu Xiu celebrated her achievement. Everyone around them congratulated them. On the other hand, Yifan, the inner disciple of Tiandao Peak, vowed that he's going to do his best to also secure a place among the top 10 in the Divine Bridge Realm rankings and make sure that his success echoes through the splendid victory bells of the Taisho Divine Tower. Yifan was startled when Chu Xiu suddenly approached him and asked who he was. He immediately greeted Chu Xiu politely and introduced himself as an inner disciple of Tiandao Peak. When Chu Xiu heard his name, he remarked that Yifan's name is quite protagonist, and moreover, the luck he's radiating all over is just as incredible, so he wondered if the guy could be a fated MC. When Yifan expressed his delight in meeting Chu Xiu inquired how he knew who he was, and Yifan explained that he couldn't possibly not know because everyone has been talking about how he won a crazy amount of spirit stones and other treasures at Tianxing Peak. Chu Xiu smiled and downplayed the achievement, and Yifan complimented Chu Xiu's humble temperament. Yifan decided that he should use that opportunity to befriend Chu Xiu. On the other hand, Chu Xiu remarked that Yifan looked like a simpleton, so he should make friends with him to keep him in check and so he could devour all the abundant luck he has. It was written in the stone tablet that Yunxia Peak's inner disciple, Chu Xiu, may begin the first floor trial. Chu Xiu politely informed Yifan that it appears that it was his turn to take the trial, so if fate allows, they shall meet again. And Yifan politely wished Chu Xiu success. Everyone watched as Chu Xiu walked up towards the Taisho Divine Tower. As Chu Xiu entered the tower, the huge doors slowly closed behind him. It was dark on the first floor of the Taisho Divine Tower, and while Chu Xiu continued to walk forward, there were gleaming eyes waiting for him in the distance. It was a pack of wolves that was blocking the way. They were fierce, and drool was dropping from their sharp teeth. But Chu Xiu was unfazed, and as he unsheathed his sword, he mocked them and asked if they had come to welcome him. They're deaf. The wolves were extremely huge, and they immediately pounced at Chu Xiu ferociously. Chu Xiu dug his feet into the floor for driving force. He performed multiple slashes with his sword to eliminate the wolves as he ran past them at an incredible speed. Chu Xiu scoffed as he remarked that the wolves were mere Chakra Sea Realm brutes. A few moments later, Chu Xiu arrived at the 67th level of the Taisho Divine Tower, and the place was very tranquil, with a beautiful lady floating in front of him. The beautiful lady caressed Chu Xiu and implored him to remain by her side and they should ascend together to everlasting ecstasy. But without batting an eye, Chu Xiu swung his sword at her, and as he called her a witch, he asserted that she was too young to seduce him. A few moments later, Chu Xiu arrived at the 68th level of the Taisho Divine Tower, and it looked like he was in an arena where 4 blazing spirits were floating in front of him. Those blazing spirits were the powerful auras the 4 cultivators were emitting as they prepared to fight Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu was amused, and as he charged forward, he inquired if those 4 were Chakra Sea Peak experts. He announced that he was coming through and quickly made multiple slashing auras, which eliminated all 4 experts in one swift move. A few moments later, Chu Xiu arrived at the 98th level of the Taisho Divine Tower, and he was in a plain filled with red spider lilies where a figure was standing in front of him. It was a lady who looked like Tai Su Zai and was at the Chakra Sea Realm, 9th layer peak stage, which made Chu Xiu think that their realms were the same. But her strength can't be seen through at all. Chu Xiu confidently asked the lady if he was the Taisho Emperor of ancient times. The lady was speechless, which made Chu Xiu grin, and he inquired if he got it spot on while calling her the greater of ancient Taisho. Chu Xiu charged forward with his sword, and he challenged the Taisho Emperor to come on and show him a good time. He jumped off the ground and swung his sword from above, but the Taisho Emperor effortlessly blocked his attack with her sword. Chu Xiu kicked Tai Su Zai and declared that she should die, but Tai Su Zai blocked his kick effortlessly. Tai Su Zai flung Chu Xiu and sent him flying. Chu Xiu managed to land safely on the ground, and he exclaimed that it was impossible that even with the strength of the primordial sacred constitution, he was casually sent flying by Tai Su Zai of the same realm. He argued that it didn't make any sense even if Tai Su Zai was an emperor. Tai Su Zai charged towards Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu blocked Tai Su Zai, and their palms crashed with each other. He was taken aback by the power he experienced from the impact. Chu Xiu taunted that Tai Su Zai should come at him. He proclaimed that an eye for an eye, a life for a life, and it was either him or Tai Su Zai, as it was the way he fought. Tai Su Zai's fist punched through Chu Xiu's chest, and he cursed as he shouted that she must be kidding him. Chu Xiu remarked that he used sword intent, yet Tai Su Zai's body took it on. He let go of Tai Su Zai's neck, and as she collapsed on the ground, the tower notified him that he had passed the 98th layer. A powerful pillar of light shone down on Chu Xiu. The light took him to the 98th floor of the Taishu Divine Tower. Chu Xiu wondered who he had just fought and why he couldn't remember, but he let it go as it was not the time to think about that. Looking at the boards in front of him, Chu Xiu considered if the tower wanted him to pick one. Chu Xiu chose the board with the sword on it and began absorbing it. The system notified him and requested that he study the swordsmanship techniques within half a day because the more and the better he learned, the higher his score. Chu Xiu suggested that the system should consume breakthrough points to study swordsmanship techniques, and as the system activated the consume mode, it began notifying him that he had achieved mastery in 5 techniques, until he achieved mastery in 1000 techniques. The system notified Chu Xiu that the everything rests, first form, everything dies was accomplished. Chu Xiu commented that his life at that time was different as the system possessed the ability to break through in addition to the primordial sacred constitution and heaven-killing sword intent, and he needed to fully utilize those advantages. He then pondered how he should unleash a move with the most power behind the primordial sacred constitution, which was invincible in flesh, and the heaven-killing sword intent, which has an unparalleled edge. He thought of a heavy blade and that only a heavy blade could allow him to fully unleash the advantages of the heavenly killing sword intent and primordial sacred constitution. Chu Xiu began creating his own heavy blade. As he grabbed it, he proclaimed that it was a heavy sword. Chu Xiu swung the heavy sword, and as it created huge damage in front of him, the system notified him that everything rests, first form, everything dies was accomplished. He laughed and declared that he was Chu Xiu, so everything rests. As he demanded that the system detect the grade of everything rest, he cursed and exclaimed that even though he thought the hit was outrageous, he questioned who could dodge such a terrifying attack and noted that those 1000 breakthrough points were well spent. The system notified Chu Xiu that the swordsmanship technique was a divine grade and had 5-star destructive power and attack speed. Its first form was everything dies, but its second form was not yet learned, and it was not recommended for Chu Xiu to learn at the moment as he might die. Meanwhile, at Taisu Square, a lot of people were waiting outside the tower. Kai Meng Dai's nephew, asked Chu Xiaoran if she really mentioned that Chu Xiu could step into the 80th floor and obtain the Emperor's silver sand to cure her mother's poison. He added that maybe he could have obtained medicine from Kai Meng Dai if she had listened to him. He commented that it was almost 10 days and Chu Xiu had yet to come out, so he might have died in the tower long ago because every time the tower opened, some disciples passed away, but Chu Xiaoran warned him not to touch her. Chu Xiaoran reassured that Chu Xiu must be fine. Suddenly, someone rang the bell. He announced that the Yunzia Peak direct disciple Chu Xiu reached the 99th floor and was currently at the Sea of Consciousness realm. Chu Xiu's result was engraved on the stone tablet, and everyone outside the tower read it. Everyone was astonished by what they read. Kai Ming was also surprised, while Chu Xiaoran was glad. Chu Xiu came out, and he apologized to Chu Xiaoran for keeping her waiting. Chu Xiaoran called out to Chu Xiu and noted that he finally came out safely. The other people also called Chu Xiu, and as one of them praised that he was amazing, another asked him if he could give her a signature. On the other hand, Chu Xiu cursed in his mind as he lamented that every disciple of the Holy Ground would tell him to die when they saw him. Demon Chu, back then, but now they were all calling him brother, so the choice is indeed more important than hard work. Chu Xiu reflected that his villainy in the past was too rough and direct because he was too young back then, and that a villain should look spotless on the surface and secretly do bad stuff. Suddenly, Mu Yan and Huang Lao arrived. Huang Lao remarked that Chu Xiu was not bad, while Mu Yan ordered Chu Xiu to follow them as the Holy Master would like to meet him. A few moments later, Chu Xiu arrived at the Taisu Palace, and he formally greeted Taisu Zai. Meanwhile, Kai Meng Dai quickly averted her gaze from Chu Xiu. Taisu Zai expressed that she was glad to see a disciple breaking the limits of the ancients, and Chu Xiu's performance that day was excellent. Chu Xiu coughed and inquired if Taisu Zai had any rewards for breaking the records of their holy ground, and he wondered when he should ask for benefits if not at that moment. Kai Meng Dai claimed that Chu Xiu was a traitorous disciple and should not be disrespectful, but Taisu Zai replied that it was alright and that she wished to hear about what her disciple wanted as a reward. Chu Xiu requested the infant demon's soul fruit, the 10,000 cure spirit milk, or the godly bodhi flower, stating that any of them would be fine. Kai Meng Dai remarked that the traitorous disciple was greedy. Taisu Zai explained that the Holy Ground's weaponry did indeed have many heavenly treasures, but they didn't have the ones Chu Xiu wanted. However, she could send someone to help him search for one of them, and it was just that it would take some time and she could not ascertain it, but Chu Xiu agreed that he was willing to wait. Chu Xiu commented that Taisu Zai was rather easy to talk to, so he was able to use the heavenly Weeping Mother Sun Samsara seal on her and control her, and the system cursed and praised him for being extra amazing. He cast the heavenly Weeping Mother Sun Samsara seal from behind. While Taisu Zai was unaware that the seal was being applied to her, the system notified Chu Xiu that the sun seal had successfully buried into Taisu Zai, and she had not sensed it. He had 0 remaining number of uses, with Taisu Zai and Kai Meng Dai as both hosts of the sun seal, but he could retrieve the sun seal at any time. Chu Xiu cursed in his mind, and he felt surprised that the mother and sun seal could be used on 2 people at the same time. He imagined himself dual cultivating with Kai Meng Dai and Taisu Zai, and the system giggled and praised him, saying that, as expected of him, the destined villain, he was bold and vicious for wanting to dual cultivate with Taisu Zai, the holy wonder of the holy ground, and Kai Meng Dai, so he had unlocked the super amazing award, the Pill Refining Squid. The Pill Refining Squid was a divine-grade antique item for refining pills, and it was able to produce hypertoxins capable of killing someone at the empiric level. Chu Xiu declared that it was a good reward, and he wondered if a villain who was unable to use poisons could really be called a villain. Taisu Zai mentioned that the 8 trigrams treasure could strengthen Chu Xiu's vital energy to its max, so she hoped he would be able to use it well, and Chu Xiu thanked her. Chu Xiu and Kai Meng Dai walked out of the palace together. Taisu Zai wondered where that sense of danger was coming from and whether someone could be plotting against her. She thought that perhaps she had been in isolation for too long and was being oversensitive, so she should go take a walk outside. A few moments later, Chu Xiu and Kai Meng Dai flew in a ship. Inside the main cabin, the 2 of them were being served drinks by the junior disciples. Chu Xiu called his juniors and instructed them to step out first because he had something to say to Kai Meng Dai, and Kai Meng Dai tried to protest that they shouldn't, but she stopped herself. One of the juniors got worried for Kai Meng Dai, and Kai Meng Dai cleared her throat and assured them it was nothing, so they should just step out in the meantime. As soon as the juniors stepped out of the room, Chu Xiu cast a spell. He used a sound insulation spell on the room. Chu Xiu noted that they were the only ones on that ship at the moment, so they should not waste that beautiful scene. Kai Meng Dai asked Chu Xiu if he was trying to bully his master yet again and if he really treated her as a tool. Chu Xiu inquired whether Kai Meng Dai really thought he had a hungry look in his eyes, and Kai Meng Dai retorted by asking if that wasn't the case. He asked Kai Meng Dai if she wished to regain her cultivation, and Kai Meng Dai answered that, of course, she did. Chu Xiu remarked that the item wasn't too bad as it could perfectly conceal Kai Meng Dai's cultivation, and even a saint lord like Tai Su Zai was unable to tell that she had no cultivation, and Kai Meng Dai replied that it seemed Chu Xiu's concealment tricks weren't too bad. Kai Meng Dai added that after she and Chu Xiu did the dual cultivation, his body must have had the peculiar trace of a heavenly aura, but he concealed it very well, and even Tai Su Zai was unable to notice. She acknowledged that, luckily, Chu Xiu knew concealment arts, or else everyone would know that they had done such a thing. Kai Meng Dai questioned Chu Xiu whether he was just talking about letting her regain her cultivation, and as Chu Xiu affirmed it, she asked what his conditions were and insisted that he wasn't that nice. Chu Xiu handed black stockings to Kai Meng Dai and told her to try them on first. Kai Meng Dai asked Chu Xiu what it was, but Chu Xiu insisted that Kai Meng Dai just wear it because she would get a reward for using it. A few moments later, Kai Meng Dai wore the black stockings Chu Xiu had given her, and she appeared flustered. Chu Xiu reached out to grab Kai Meng Dai's legs. Kai Meng Dai scolded Chu Xiu for being a traitorous disciple and demanded to know what he was trying to do, and Chu Xiu asked if she was still calling him that. Chu Xiu insisted that Kai Meng Dai should call him Jeej. Kai Meng Dai scoffed and told Chu Xiu to keep dreaming because she would never address him by that until the day she dies, and Chu Xiu remarked that she was still being rather stubborn. 10 minutes later, Kai Meng Dai kept repeating that she wouldn't, and Chu Xiu should keep dreaming because she was a high saint warrior and could endure against his tricks. Chu Xiu threatened that if Kai Meng Dai didn't call him that, he would transmit her noises for all to hear far and wide, and all the disciples on the boat would be able to hear her. Kai Meng Dai warned Chu Xiu not to cross the line. Kai Meng Dai groaned in frustration and finally called Chu Xiu Jeej. A few moments later, Kai Meng Dai vowed to kill Chu Xiu one day. The next day, Chu Xiu was outside of his mountain dwelling, and he revealed that he had already given Chu Zioran the Silver Emperor sand, and it seemed the matter with Tai Su Zai's godly pagoda had come to an end. Chu Xiu observed that Chu Zioran's report was rather detailed and thorough, and it looked like the infant demon's soul fruit was still in the wild, so if he wanted to conquer the elusive demonic wasteland, he would have to increase his cultivation. Suddenly, Chu Xiu overheard a huge cultivator who announced that the heavenly list had just been updated. The other cultivator replied that, of course, it had been updated because, after all, Demon Chu had been dead for quite some time, so it was natural for someone to take his place. Chu Xiu laughed in his mind as he remarked that they would never have imagined that the Demon Chu they spoke of wasn't dead and was still alive and well. The huge cultivator mentioned that someone else was now fourth in the low saint stage ranking because it used to be the saint, Zhang Xianling, who was guided by the Yin-Yang god. But it was Liu Hongyi at the moment, which surprised the other cultivator. He asked who Liu Hongyi was and if she was good-looking. On the other hand, Chu Xiu seemed to have recognized Liu Hongyi. Chu Xiu greeted his two junior brothers good morning, and he inquired if they would be willing to sell the issue to him. The huge cultivator remarked that if it was Chu Xiu, he could just take it, to which the other cultivator concurred, and Chu Xiu thanked them. Chu Xiu walked away from his two junior brothers. The huge cultivator questioned the other if he had heard that Chu Xiu had entered the heavenly list, and it was not what it used to be, so they should not mess with him, and the other cultivator responded that he had heard and he was wondering how Chu Xiu became so strong. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu read the Tianqiang Continent News, which reported that the son of the Yaeguang Holy Ground had taken Demon Chu, who was originally the top in the low saint list, as he died, and the former holy daughter of the Red Dust Sword sect, Liu Hongyi, had replaced Zhang Xianling, who was originally ranked 4th on the low saint list, and Chu Xiu commented that Liu Hongyi had really become 4th place in the ranking. Chu Xiu read that Liu Hongyi was wanted with a reward amount of 1 million divine yuan stones as she had betrayed the Red Dust Sword sect by attacking the elder to take revenge for Demon Chu, who had been surrounded and killed, and they also issued a warning for the other people who had surrounded and killed Demon Chu to be careful of Liu Hongyi and not underestimate her. Chu Xiu muttered that Liu Hongyi was a silly girl. He recalled how he met Liu Hongyi. Liu Hongyi introduced herself and mentioned that, as Chu Xiu could see, her family was all dead, and Chu Xiu introduced himself as well. Chu Xiu disclosed that his family was on the other side of the stars, so he couldn't see them anymore. Liu Hongyi proposed that since Chu Xiu helped her bury her family, they should become family from that point onward. Chu Xiu agreed. Liu Hongyi confirmed that settled it and that they were family from that point onwards, and Chu Xiu agreed. Back in the present, Chu Xiu used his skill, Thousand Lie Telepathy, and as he called Tao Yao, he requested a favor and asked if she could help him find someone. A few moments later, Tao Yao arrived and greeted Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu acknowledged her presence, and as Tao Yao inquired if there was something on his mind for him to watch the moon by himself, Chu Xiu responded that he was just feeling sentimental. Tao Yao remarked that, speaking of which, Chu Xiu had been at the Yunzia mountain for over 30 years already, and at the time, when the mortal kingdom's Qishan County was attacked by the demon race, it was Kai Meng Dai who went to get rid of the demons and bring him back. She noted that time had really flown by, and Chu Xiu was really lucky because, at that time, he was only 3 years old, but he had managed to survive the demons' attacks. Tao Yao commented that, as the saying goes, if one doesn't die in a disaster, they will have good luck, so Chu Xiu's blessings were all behind him. She added that the Qishan County was Chu Xiu's hometown, but the Holy Ground was also his home, and she and Kai Meng Dai were his family too, so if he ever felt homesick again, he could look for her, and Chu Xiu affirmed it. Chu Xiu remarked that all of them were his wings. He revealed that 30 years ago, Chu Xiu the trash didn't survive by luck as it was him, Demon Chu, who had planned everything, and of course, meeting Kai Meng Dai was also something he had arranged in order to infiltrate the Taisu Holy Ground. On the other hand, Tao Yao observed that she felt Chu Xiu had become different recently because previously he had always avoided, but currently he was being quite intimate. Tao Yao stood on her toes. She kissed Chu Xiu on the cheek, and Chu Xiu was surprised. Tao Yao handed him an envelope and informed him that it was the report Chu Xiu wanted. She suggested that Chu Xiu should sleep early that night and mentioned that she was heading back to cultivate. Chu Xiu was surprised, and as he wondered why Tao Yao had suddenly kissed him, he tried to calm himself down. He read the report and noted that 3 days ago, Liu Hongyi appeared in Chang'an City on the eastern continent, and Chang'an City was going to be a bit difficult. Meanwhile, on the eastern continent of the Great Tang Empire, Chang'an City was up in flames. An elder asked Liu Hongyi if she would be like Demon Chu. He inquired if she would make the entire human race her enemy. Liu Hongyi hovered over the old elder and remained silent. The elder declared that their Jai family would never forgive Liu Hongyi, and they would make sure to rip her body to pieces. Liu Hongyi swung her sword and summoned a powerful aura to pierce the elder. Blood spurted all over the place, and Liu Hongyi remained unfazed. As Liu Hongyi landed on the ground, a shadow asked her what she was going to do next, and she responded that she would kill everyone. The shadow asked Liu Hongyi if she was really going to fight against the world for Demon Chu. Liu Hongyi asserted that the world was Demon Chu's enemy, so her enemy was the world, and if Demon Chu were Buddha, she would overcome all the struggles for him, while if he were a demon, she would slaughter everyone on his behalf. On the other hand, Chu Xiu cultivated under a tree. Chu Xiu admitted that he hadn't cultivated the martial arts rewarded from clearing the Taisu Divine Tower, and currently there was no one around, so it was the perfect chance to try it out. The system notified Chu Xiu that he was learning the 9-character truth, which is the strongest secret law of heaven and earth, and one could become invincible by completing it, and the Xingzi secret, which is the fastest secret technique in the world that could break through most large formations without being bound. But it is difficult to comprehend, so cultivators need very strong talents and understanding. A few moments later, Chu Xiu let out a sigh. He admitted that the Xingzi secret was indeed quite difficult to comprehend because 3 days had already passed, but he barely understood anything. Suddenly, Chu Xiu noticed Hua Luofei, who was standing behind him, and asked who was there. Hua Luofei introduced herself, and as she revealed that she was an elder from Daeyun Peak, she inquired if he was Chu Xiu. Hua Luofei mentioned that it was Yunzia Mountain, so she would not harm Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu noticed the seal on Hua Luofei's chest, and as he remarked that it was strange, he wondered how Hua Luofei had the sun seal. He wondered if Tai Su Zai was using a different form to meet him. As Chu Xiu commented that it was interesting, he feigned ignorance and politely greeted Tai Su Zai as Elder Hua, and as he inquired if he may know why she was there, Tai Su Zai explained that she was walking around after finishing her business at Yunzia Mountain and happened to come across him cultivating. Tai Su Zai observed that seeing how Chu Xiu was working so hard to cultivate, he asked him if he was planning to go to the elusive demonic wasteland, and Chu Xiu confirmed yes because there were many opportunities to grow in the elusive demonic wasteland. However, with opportunity comes danger, and he had to cultivate seriously to ensure that he could overcome them. Chu Xiu was astonished when he noticed that Tai Su's eye was deep in thought, and his nose started bleeding as he was charmed. He expressed that he had something he was curious about, and as he inquired if Tai Su's eye would be able to advise him on it, she agreed and told him to go ahead. Chu Xiu stated that before the era of Emperor Luo, there would only be one human great emperor or demon emperor in an era every 100,000 years, and the human race and the demon race had fought each other from before the desolate ancient era to Emperor Luo's era. He questioned why the human race didn't completely exterminate the demons when their great emperor appeared and why the demons didn't completely exterminate the humans when their great emperor appeared. He explained that it was something he never understood ever since he came to the Tianqiang continent, and since he happened to meet Tai Suzai that day, perhaps she understood and could explain why. Tai Suzai replied that there seemed to be some kind of tacit understanding between the human great emperor and the demon great emperor, so even if a great emperor was born on one side, they could suppress but not use their power as the emperor to destroy the other party. As to why it was like that, no one knew. She shared that it was believed when one becomes a great emperor, they will gain secrets about the stars and the Tianqiang continent. Chu Xiu asked if there was a being stronger than a great emperor in that world. Tai Suzai responded that no one knew whether there was a higher existence than the great emperor because from before the desolate ancient era to the primordial era and the current Emperor Luo era, 17 great emperors had appeared so far. But in the end, they disappeared, and their traces were never found again in the world. She reflected that those who could become great emperors were undoubtedly exceptional talents. So she questioned why they didn't take that step or if there was no future to go, adding that it was something they had to consider deeply. Tai Suzai confessed that she didn't expect to be discussing the cultivation of a great emperor, as it was too ambitious, and Chu Xiu asked if she was already going back. She confirmed yes and suggested that Chu Xiu work on his cultivation, and as he asked if they would meet again, she assured him that they should meet after he comes out of the elusive demonic wasteland. Chu Xiu agreed and confirmed that he would wait for Tai Suzai there after he returned, and as Tai Suzai acknowledged that, the system snickered and remarked that Chu Xiu really had charm and was evil. A few moments later, Chu Xiu walked towards Kai Meng Dai's room and remarked that cultivating the Xingzi secret took too much effort, so he should probably find Kai Meng Dai and ask for some cultivation materials again. When Chu Xiu arrived at the door, he overheard Kai Meng urging Kai Meng Dai to help him. Otherwise, it would really be too late. He mentioned that Kai Meng Dai was Chu Xiu's master, so as long as she spoke up and asked Chu Xiu for the great emperor's silver sand, Chu Xiu would definitely give it to her. Kai Meng Dai explained that it wasn't that she didn't want to help Kai Meng, but even if she was Chu Xiu's master, it wasn't right to ask him for something without reason. Chu Xiu wondered if Kai Meng was Kai Meng Dai's nephew, and he remarked that Kai Meng always treated Chu Zioran badly, and he thought he would be strong, but it looked like he was nothing much. He remarked that since his great-nephew wanted the great emperor's silver sand so much, he might as well make a fool of him. Chu Xiu asked Kai Meng if he wanted the silver sand. Acknowledging Chu Xiu's arrival, Kai Meng inquired if Chu Xiu still had the silver sand, and as Chu Xiu confirmed yes because he had been cultivating the past few days and hadn't seen Chu Zioran, so he was just looking for an opportunity to hand it over to her. Kai Meng exclaimed that it was great and suggested Chu Xiu give it to him as he could help him pass it to Chu Zioran. Chu Xiu remarked that it was something he obtained after facing a lot of hardships, while Kai Meng commented that if he got his hands on that silver sand, he would become the only person in the entire Tianqiang continent who owned it. Kai Meng stated that when that time came, Chu Zioran, who wanted to save her mother, would have no choice but to beg him for it. He requested Chu Xiu to name a price, and as Chu Xiu suggested 1 million premium yuan stones, he agreed and exclaimed that Chu Xiu was really a good person. Kai Meng remarked that he expected Chu Xiu would try to rip him off, but he didn't know that he would be so generous. Chu Xiu remarked that Kai Meng was Kai Meng Dai's nephew, so naturally, he was his precious friend, and Kai Meng agreed, remarking that they were good friends. He offered more, and as he asked Kai Meng if he needed any more, he suggested selling them all to him at a price. Kai Meng agreed, and as he inquired how much more he had, Chu Xiu replied that it wasn't much and he only had a few left, so he remarked that he must monopolize the silver sand. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to threaten Chu Zioran. A few moments later, Chu Xiu took out a huge pile of silver sand. Kai Meng asked if that was what he meant by few. Chu Xiu remarked that if Kai Meng didn't buy it, he would keep everything, and as Kai Meng accused him of blatant fraud, he asked Kai Meng Dai why she wasn't keeping Chu Xiu in check. But Kai Meng Dai remarked that it was enough and that Kai Meng had already got his silver sand, so he should go back. Kai Meng tried to protest but was lost for words. He was enraged but decided to walk away. Kai Meng Dai called Chu Xiu a traitorous disciple and asked why he provoked Kai Meng, but Chu Xiu remarked that it was clearly a fair exchange. Chu Xiu sat beside Kai Meng Dai. He asked Kai Meng Dai what she called him, and she responded that he was a traitorous disciple. Chu Xiu pulled out a feathered toy and remarked that Kai Meng Dai should call him Ji obediently. Kai Meng Dai responded that it would only be in Chu Xiu's dreams. Chu Xiu began tickling Kai Meng Dai with the feather, and as he clicked his tongue and remarked that her figure was slightly plump compared to half a month ago, he inquired if she had gained weight. He remarked that Kai Meng Dai should let him check her body properly. Kai Meng Dai managed to grab a fruit. She threw it at Chu Xiu and remarked that he should get lost and that she hadn't gained any weight. But Chu Xiu just caught the fruit effortlessly. Chu Xiu took a bite of the fruit he caught. He recalled something, and as he inquired if Kai Meng Dai had done the thing that he had requested of her, Kai Meng Dai replied that it was in the imperial palace, so he should move out of the way as she would go and bring it there. A few moments later, Chu Xiu was with Kai Meng Dai in her imperial palace, and he inquired where it was. Kai Meng Dai reached out to her pillow and revealed that it was right over there. She showed 3 egg-like items to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu remarked that, as expected of Kai Meng Dai, she was truly an experienced craftsman, and Kai Meng Dai explained that not only could the stone emit light, but it could also generate heat. He remarked that using that thing to massage the acupoints on the soles of Kai Meng Dai's feet was bound to be of great benefit to her recovery and cultivation, and Kai Meng Dai inquired what he thought he was doing. Chu Xiu remarked that Kai Meng Dai was truly a brilliant woman, which made Kai Meng Dai realize, and she remarked that he asked her to do that in order to bully her. He pinned Kai Meng Dai on her bed. Chu Xiu inquired what Kai Meng Dai wanted, and Kai Meng Dai admitted that she made a mistake. The system showed Chu Xiu his profile. Chu Xiu remarked that indeed, the effect of the heavenly fragrance body does boost Kai Meng Dai's mood and enhance it. He noted that small props do have their uses. Chu Xiu left the room and remained silent. Kai Meng Dai cursed and exclaimed that the traitor had finally left. She observed that earlier, Chu Xiu was carried away by his arrogance that he actually removed the restrictions on her, and it seems that he forgot to seal her before leaving. She began to meditate, and she mused that Chu Xiu indeed forgot to seal her, and it felt so good to be able to cultivate. Kai Meng Dai proclaimed that the feeling of harnessing the power within her body is wonderful, and being able to sense the spiritual energy of that world again was amazing. She speculated that during the time she was sealed, her cultivation actually advanced, and she asked herself if it could be related to the traitor. Kai Meng Dai scoffed and sneered that the traitor should just wait. She was surprised when her aura suddenly disappeared. Kai Meng Dai asked how she was sealed again, and through the sound transmission talisman. Chu Xiu requested that Kai Meng Dai not misunderstand and clarified that he just reminded her that even if they were far apart, he could still seal her at any time. She quickly grabbed a doll that looked like Chu Xiu. Kai Meng Dai began stabbing it, and she repeatedly shouted that the traitor should die. Suddenly, she felt something in her belly. Kai Meng Dai wondered why she felt some movement in her abdomen. 7 days later, in front of the portal to the Desolate Beast's secret realm, Tai Su Zai announced that, as usual, the secret realm will be open for 30 days. Chu Xiu was one of the cultivators gathering by the portal, and he was uninterested. Tai Su Zai explained that within those 30 days, they all must gather at the initial teleportation point or else they will be trapped in the secret realm for several decades until it opens again, and that after coming out of the secret realm, everyone must contribute a certain amount of their gains as the conference will rank everyone's contributions accordingly and the top 10 disciples on the contribution list will receive corresponding rewards. Chu Xiu grumbled that Tai Su Zai should shut up already because he didn't care about the rewards they were talking about, as he just wanted to get his hands on the soul-eating demon fruit inside the secret realm. Tai Su Zai requested for everyone to wait a moment until the teleportation array opened so they could enter the secret realm when Yifan called Chu Xiu. Yifan asked Chu Xiu if he was also going to the Desolate Beast's secret realm, and as Chu Xiu replied that he was just like Yifan, he noted that he had a feeling that the journey wouldn't be peaceful at all as he went on an adventure with the guy with the protagonist's fate. Chu Xiu asked Yifan what he was thinking and if there was something wrong, but Yifan responded that it was nothing, and he asked Chu Xiu if they should go to the chat room. Chu Xiu agreed. Using sound transmission, Liu Zhu called Yifan and instructed that once he enters the secret realm, if he has the opportunity, he should eliminate Chu Xiu for her. Liu Zhu cautioned that Yifan should be clean and not leave any evidence, and it was best if Chu Xiu dies in the mouth of a desolate beast so that even if Tai Su Zai uses time regression, the outcome won't be revealed. She thought of Kai Meng Dai and how she has arranged several disciples to eliminate Kai Meng Dai's beloved disciple, Chu Xiu, once they enter the secret realm. So Kai Meng Dai shouldn't blame her for being ruthless because, after all, Chu Xiu had the misfortune of becoming the disciple of such a treacherous person as Kai Meng Dai. Liu Zhu suddenly noticed Xiao Yifeng and Jian Lingyun passing by. Jian Lingyun pointed out that there is a senior brother at the peak and he was supposed to be brothers with Chu Xiu, so he questioned if it was really a good idea to do that. He asked Xiao Yifeng if he was not afraid of provoking the wrath of Yunzia and Kai Mengdai after Chu Xiu's death when he is currently the monstrous genius of their peak and the preselection candidate for the Holy Sun. But Xiao Yifeng retorted that a dead genius is no longer a genius and dead brothers are the best kind of brothers. Moreover, Chu Xiu has been causing trouble everywhere recently, so getting rid of him is the right solution. Liu Zhu realized that it seemed that she was not the only one who wanted to get rid of Chu Xiu, and that indeed, Kai Mengdai is not a good person, and her disciples won't be a good person either. On the other hand, both Tao Yao and Chu Zioren called Chu Xiu. Tao Yao asked Chu Zioren why she was there too, and Chu Zioren replied that naturally she came to bid farewell to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu remarked that he wondered if the two sisters have any important matters to attend to at that moment, and the system snickered and teased that Chu Xiu seemed to have such good luck with love, and it asked if he headed towards the direction of becoming a sea king. Tao Yao explained that it was the heavy sword that Chu Xiu asked her to find, and luckily she found it those past few days, so she hurriedly came to give it to him, hoping that it could be of help to him. The system notified Chu Xiu that it was the Overlord Dragonblade. Chu Xiu swung the heavy sword, and Tao Yao was proud as it released a powerful aura. He exclaimed that it was excellent, and as he thanked Tao Yao responded that as long as he was satisfied. Tao Yao requested that Chu Xiu be extremely cautious when entering the Desolate Beast secret realm because it only opens once every few decades, and is filled with numerous ancient and savage demonic beasts, so he should not make unnecessary risks, and Chu Xiu thanked her for her concern and assured that he would be careful so she could rest assured. Chu Xiu asked Chu Zioren what brought her to him, and Chu Zioren informed that she had found some materials for setting up formation, and they might come in handy inside the secret realm. He acknowledged that Chu Zioren was very thoughtful, and as Chu Zioren thanked Chu Xiu for the Emperor's silver sand because her mother has already awakened, she asked him if it would be possible for him to come to their house for tea when he returns because her mother wanted to express her gratitude in person. Chu Xiu assured that Chu Zioren was too kind, so when he returns, he will definitely bring a gift and visit her mother. A few moments later, the teleportation array opened. Tai Suzai announced that the teleportation array has been activated, so she requested for those disciples who have obtained the qualification to enter it promptly. Chu Xiu addressed his two junior sisters and declared that he would go first. Tao Yao complained that Chu Xiu was really in a hurry because she hadn't finished speaking yet, and Chu Zioren commented that there are essential items in the secret realm that Chu Xiu urgently needs, so naturally, he is anxious to go in. Tao Yao was pissed. She demanded that Chu Zioren should stay away from her senior brother and that she shouldn't act like she understands him so well. But Chu Zioren asked her what the meaning of her words was and retorted that she and Chu Xiu have a transparent and honest relationship, and it was not as dirty as she thinks, so there was no reason for her to stay away from him. Chu Zioren noted that there was no need for Tao Yao to be so impatient and easily angered because getting angry will only lead to wrinkles, and as Tao Yao questioned Chu Zioren for what she said, Chu Zioren countered that she acted like a nanny, so it was no wonder Chu Xiu ran away so quickly earlier. Tao Yao glared at Chu Zioren. She asked Chu Zioren if she was deliberately trying to provoke her. Meanwhile, at the Desolate Beast's secret realm, the cultivators traveled in a forest. One of the cultivators asked how big the Desolate Beast's secret realm was, and the other replied that according to his master, the diameter of the Desolate Beast's secret realm is approximately 10 million miles, and it was about 1/20th the size of the southern city. The cultivator observed that with such a large area, there are bound to be many opportunities, so he asked if anyone formed a team and proposed that they should team up and explore for treasures together. On the other hand, Chu Xiu wondered if he should go find Yifan first because if he travels with him, he might be able to borrow his protagonist halo and potentially gain a lot. Suddenly, a cultivator exclaimed that he saw Chu Xiu, so they should all go together. Chu Xiu asked what went on and if he offended someone, and as he insisted that he hadn't offended anyone, the system snickered and asked him if he couldn't be a bit more perceptive. The group charged towards Chu Xiu, and he declared that there was no way to fight. Chu Xiu concluded that the best strategy in that situation was to retreat. He quickly rowed his flying boat and fled the scene. One of the cultivators observed that Chu Xiu escaped. Another cultivator assured that they shouldn't worry because before they set off, Giant Ling Yan entrusted him with an aura tracking compass, and he had already locked onto Chu Xiu's aura, so even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, it won't matter. In the depths of the Desolate Beast's secret realm lies the Soul Infant Demon Fruit. It was on top of a mountain, and below it, Chu Xiu fought the giant python, a Desolate Beast Demon Emperor level. The giant python opened its mouth and prepared to devour Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu used his skill, Xing Character Secret. He charged forward and swung his sword. Chu Xiu beheaded the giant python in one swing. The giant python collapsed on the ground. Suddenly, a dark lotus appeared in front of Chu Xiu. The system asked Chu Xiu if they should exchange it for a breakthrough opportunity. Chu Xiu replied that they should exchange it, and the system notified him that the exchange was successful, and he obtained 70,000 breakthrough points. Chu Xiu exclaimed that he finally reached 500,000. The system requested Chu Xiu to choose a breakthrough from the options: Heaven, Killing, Sword, Intent, Way, Scripture, All Things Cease, Xing Character Secret, and Volume of the Alchemy Scripture. Chu Xiu chose Xing Character Secret, and the system notified him that due to the nature of Kai Meng Dai's constitution, his innate talent has improved and his understanding of the Xing Character Secret has deepened. So in the advancement of the Xing Character Secret, he gained preliminary insights. Chu Xiu announced that he succeeded in breaking through the Xing Character Secret, so it was time to harvest the Soul Infant Demon Fruit. A few moments later, Chu Xiu approached the Soul Infant Demon Fruit, and he observed that looking at its color, it seemed that it hadn't ripened yet. The system notified Chu Xiu that his luck is really low as he finally had a fierce battle with the giant python. But unexpectedly, the infant Soul Demon Fruit was still unripe, which was unfortunate. Chu Xiu asked the system if it meant that there was no way for him to handle it, and the system cursed as it asked if he wouldn't happen to be planning something. It commented that he was ruthless and was truly an old devil. A few moments later, Chu Xiu gathered herbs in the forest. A group of cultivators found him, and one of them, Chen Mufan, asked if he was there too. Chen Mufan asked Chu Xiu if he was there all alone. Chu Xiu asked them if they were all there to kill him too. And Chen Mufan quickly used the sound transmission talisman to talk to his group and instructed that they should suppress their killing intent and not let Chu Xiu notice. Everyone agreed with Chen Mufan and affirmed that they understood. Chen Mufan asked Chu Xiu what the meaning of that was, and as he remarked that it was a grave offense to recklessly kill fellow disciples, the lady behind him asked Chu Xiu if someone was chasing after him. She asked Chu Xiu who it was, and as she questioned them for daring to pursue a true transmission disciple, she suggested that Chu Xiu should tell them who was chasing him because maybe they could help him. Chu Xiu explained that he didn't know the specific identity, but there were quite a few people chasing after him. The lady suggested that Chu Xiu join them, and she added that if he encountered pursuers, they could help him, to which another cultivator agreed and stated that with them around, no one would dare to lay a hand on him. The group declared that they were all experts there. The men noted that, speaking of which, their junior sister seemed quite capable. Still using the sound transmission talisman, the lady advised that everyone shouldn't panic because Chu Xiu is just a lecherous but good-hearted person. And Chen Mufan remarked it was really funny that Chu Xiu was still worried about their safety, as little does he know that they were the ones chasing after him. But they couldn't blame him because they all acted too convincingly after all. Chen Mufan expressed that Chu Xiu is a genius who breaks ancient limits, and he will undoubtedly be the cornerstone of their Tesu Holy Land in the future, and they might all die, but Chu Xiu must be safe. Otherwise, the losses to the Holy Land would be too great, and as the lady requested that Chu Xiu let them stay and help him, Chu Xiu acknowledged that he was deeply moved by everyone's righteousness, and since that was the case, he agrees. The lady responded that there was no need for Chu Xiu to say that because they were all one family in the Holy Land. She pressed her bosoms against Chu Xiu's arm while Chu Xiu requested that everyone follow him. A few moments later, Chu Xiu mentioned that it was a roasted whole lamb prepared by Chu Xiorn specifically for him before entering the secret realm, and he was just eating it all by himself and couldn't finish it, so it was fortunate to meet all of them there as he could already take it out of his storage bag. Everyone was taken aback by what Chu Xiu shared. Chu Xiu remarked that meeting each other is fate, so he requested that everyone enjoy, eat, and drink to their heart's content, and Chen Mufan responded that Chu Xiu doesn't have to be so polite. Chu Xiu drank from his cup. The lady noted that it seemed that there was no poison in the wine. Chen Mufan commented that it was good wine, and Chu Xiu replied that it was the fine wine from Kai Meng Dai's wine cellar, which he secretly took out. He suggested that Chen Mufan should eat it with the roasted lamb leg because eating meat and drinking alcohol in big bites is what a real man does. Chen Mufan remarked that the meat was delicious too, and Chu Xiu encouraged that if it was tasty, he should have some more because if there was not enough, he still had more. A few moments later, the fire was out and only bones were left of the lamb. Chu Xiu called everyone's attention, and Chen Mufan requested that Chu Xiu speak. He asked them if Xiao Yifeng and Jian Lingyun had given them so many benefits that they were willing to resort to any means to try to kill him. The group was alarmed when they heard Chu Xiu's question. Chen Mufan asked Chu Xiu when he realized it. Chu Xiu revealed that, of course, it was when they appeared. He used his skill, Xing Character Secret. Chu Xiu managed to dodge Chen Mufan's hammer. He advised that they might as well take a look inside their own Purple Mansion Divine Bridge. The lady asked Chu Xiu if he poisoned the wine. Chu Xiu responded that his poison doesn't include any wine, And the system laughed and added that it was laughing to death because their poison is absolutely authentic and doesn't contain any trace of wine. He asked the group if they all wanted to stay alive, and as he mentioned that he could give them a chance, Chen Mufan asked him what he wanted them to do. Chu Xiu tossed a scroll towards the lady. He instructed that they should just follow the instructions given above, and there are 10 antidote pills in the medicine bottle that will keep them safe for 3 days, and after the task is completed, he will detoxify them, and the lady asked him how they could be sure that he will indeed detoxify them afterwards. Chu Xiu vowed that he swore in the name of his master that if he goes back on his word, may the heavenly principles curse his master's cultivation and prevent any progress. On the other hand, Kai Meng Dai sneezed and she wondered who was mentioning her name. Back at the secret realm, the lady declared that they will do it, and she hopes that Chu Xiu keeps his word. Chu Xiu acknowledged that he would be waiting for good news from the 5 of them. Multiple groups of cultivators have gathered at the foot of the mountain. One of them was Ping Xiao, a Tianjin Peak true disciple who was at the peak of the 9th layer of Divine Plum Blossom. Chen Mufan stated that everyone should calm down and let him explain because just an hour ago, they encountered Chu Xiu there, but as soon as he saw them, he ran away at an extremely fast speed that they couldn't catch up with him at all, and Ping Xiao inquired Chen Mufan why he called them to come there. Chen Mufan explained that when Chu Xiu escaped, he dropped an item, and Ping Xiao queried what it was. Chen Mufan revealed that it contains information about the location where the rare soul infant demon fruit grows in the world, and it was at the peak of that mountain, and Ping Xiao remarked that the spiritual essence of the immortal item, the demon fruit, was actually there. Ping Xiao questioned Chen Mufan why they didn't go and exchange the soul infant demon fruit themselves, and as he declared that he didn't believe that they had such good intentions, he demanded what they were really up to. Chen Mufan responded that the environment for the growth of the soul infant demon fruit was extremely dangerous, and if all 5 of them went, it would be like going to their deaths, so they needed their help, and if they obtained the demon fruit, it would be great if they could give each of them a share of the achievement. Ping Xiao agreed and conceded that it was a deal. He mentioned that the map was obtained from Chu Xiu, so it wouldn't be good if he got there ahead of them, so he would take people to collect the demon fruit. Ping Xiao observed that Chen Mufan was still as childish as ever, being delusional for wanting them to exert effort and also wanting an extra share. A few moments later, Chu Xiu spotted the group of cultivators, and he noted that they were quite a few people indeed. On the other hand, Ping Xiao cautioned that the mist blocks divine consciousness, so they should not spread out too much. One of the ladies in Ping Xiao's group reassured that he shouldn't worry. Suddenly, the soul infant demon fruit opened its eyes, and the dark mist intensified. One of the cultivators inquired who wanted the demon fruit and exclaimed that it was indeed the soul infant demon fruit. Another laughed and remarked that it was great because if they consumed the demon fruit, they could directly reach the divine transcendence realm. And another mentioned that if they sold it, they could fetch tens of thousands of divine yuan stones. Another cultivator repeatedly proclaimed that they were going to get rich. Ping Xiao urged that everyone should hold on a moment because the color of the demon fruit was not right, and it seemed that it hadn't fully ripened yet, as he had seen illustrations of mature or infant demon fruits in ancient texts. He explained that the mature demon fruit appears blood red and emits a sacred aura, and if they consume an immature demon fruit, it will be overwhelmed by yin energy and lead to death. One of the ladies wondered what they should do in that situation, and as she noted that their time in the desolate beast's secret realm was limited and they couldn't wait for it to naturally ripen, she suggested that they take it away first and figure out the rest later. Suddenly, a red mist crept towards the group. Ping Xiao was puzzled when he saw the different mist. One of the ladies exclaimed that it was an illusion array, and she questioned how that could happen. Suddenly, the cultivator behind her lost his mind. He shouted that she was a beast and he would kill her because she was the one who caused his mother's death, so she should die. The other cultivators began attacking each other. One of them yelled that they treated the other cultivator like a brother, yet he dared to steal his woman so he should die, and another declared that it was his rare treasure of the world, so the other cultivator was unworthy of possessing it. Ping Xiao commanded that everyone should stop because it was not right. But blood was already spilled on the ground, and the branches of the soul infant demon fruit were attracted to it. The soul infant demon fruit began to absorb the blood around it. Chu Xiu went down to the area where the dead bodies lay on the ground. He mused that he did not expect the demon fruit to mature by absorbing the life force of human beings. Chu Xiu noted that it still needed some life force to fully mature. He decided that he should just forget it because a few days wouldn't make a difference and it was too dangerous there, so he should leave that place first and decide. After 2 days, the lady inquired of Chen Mufan if something happened on the mountain as it suddenly became so quiet, and if something happened to Ping Xiao and the others, and Chen Mufan admitted that the soul infant demon fruit was truly not something an ordinary person could obtain. Fortunately, they didn't follow them up the mountain, and the lady queried Chen Mufan if Chu Xiu could help them detoxify since they didn't get the demon fruit. Chu Xiu arrived and observed that a few of them didn't go up the mountain. Chen Mufan explained that they had already sent people up the mountain to collect the demon fruit as per Chu Xiu's instructions, and although they didn't manage to pick the demon fruit, they did their best, so they hoped that Chu Xiu could help them detoxify. Chu Xiu criticized that those cowardly individuals not only failed to collect the demon fruit but also sacrificed their own senior brothers and sisters in those desolate mountains, and now they have the audacity to seek credit. Suddenly, a powerful aura rushed towards the area. Chu Xiu wondered if it was a demonic aura. He interrogated Chen Mufan if he brought that demonic aura there, and Chen Mufan denied and stated that they didn't have any connection with the demon clan. A huge group of demons that were riding on demonic beasts charged towards the area. One of the demons proclaimed that they had found humans again, so they should kill them for the tribe and for freedom. Chu Xiu observed that it had been nearly 10 days since they entered the secret realm, and it was only the third time they had encountered the demon clan, and judging from the situation, it seemed like those beings from other races were specifically hunting them. He used his skill, Secret Formation. Chu Xiu jumped in the air, and Chen Mufan exclaimed that he was fast. He swung his sword into the head of the demonic beast, which one of the demons was riding. The demons admitted that Chu Xiu's combat strength was a bit overwhelming for just a few of them. Chu Xiu demanded that the demon should speak up as to why their group of demons suddenly appeared there, but the demon refused and replied that he wouldn't. Chu Xiu questioned the demon if he wouldn't speak and threatened that he would slowly torture him so that he wouldn't be able to resist, and would eventually talk, to which the demon immediately conceded and confessed that he would talk and that they were originally suppressed in the desolate beast's secret realm by the Tesu Emperor's Dao, and they received orders from a transcendent realm demon to ambush Chu Xiu there. When Chu Xiu heard about the transcendent realm demon, he remarked that it seemed that the depths of that desolate demon realm were quite treacherous. Chu Xiu swung his sword to cut the demon's throat. The demon fell on the ground, and the other demons were stunned. One of the demons asked if their brother Niu was really gone like that. Chu Xiu declared that the rest of the small demons are entrusted to Chen Mufan, and as he asked Chen Mufan if dealing with the demons shouldn't be a problem with their abilities, the lady asked Chu Xiu if he could help them detoxify first. He acknowledged that the lady reminded him, and he never goes back on his word, so he will take care of it. Chu Xiu announced that he will take his leave first, so good luck to all of them, and one of the demons asked if the strongest combatant had left and the remaining ones were poisoned. The demons proclaimed that it was favorable for them, so they should kill the humans for their tribe and for their freedom. One of the demons quickly subdued the lady, and he commented that the human woman looked beautiful, so he shouldn't be afraid because he won't hurt her. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu stood on his flying boat, and he noted that the soul infant demon fruit still needs 2 more days to mature, and he wondered what he should do during those 2 days. On the other hand, Yifan laughed and exclaimed that it was the place. Chu Xiu heard Yifan and recognized his voice. Yifan stood outside the melting cave, and he proclaimed that he found it, and he finally arrived at the treasure trove of the quasi-demon emperor. He announced that he had arrived at the treasure. Chu Xiu mused that he had to say that having the protagonist's luck with him is truly incredible, but unfortunately for Yifan, he has encountered him. He moved quickly, and in his mind, he thanked Yifan, and he resolved that he would go ahead and scout the path for him. Yifan remained unaware, and he asked what was happening. A few moments later, Chu Xiu arrived inside the melting cave. Chu Xiu observed that the versatile stone milk is a sky-high price, and collecting it could earn them a small fortune. He decided that he must not let those top-grade immortal herbs go to waste. The system notified Chu Xiu that his luck had increased up to 15. 1 minute later, Chu Xiu remarked that he was done and that his luck was increasing rapidly, and as he asked if it could be because he intercepted the opportunity of the protagonist's destiny from Yifan, the system confirmed that he was right. It added that he absorbed luck from the other party, and if it weren't for him intercepting, Yifan would have obtained those treasures and surely soared to the sky. Chu Xiu exclaimed that he got thousands of plants of earth-grade spirit herbs, over 100 plants of heaven-grade spirit herbs, 11 plants of immortal-grade spirit herbs, and 3 jade bottles of 1,000-year stone milk, so even a pig could take off after selling those items. Suddenly, Chu Xiu noticed another item. Chu Xiu wondered what they were. He surmised that it was surely the most essential part of that treasure hiding place. Chu Xiu noticed the white snake sleeping behind the items. He couldn't believe that there was actually a white snake at the peak stage of the otherworldly realm hidden there, and he concluded that it seemed that it was responsible for guarding the treasure, but he must never trigger the mechanism. Chu Xiu went to grab one of the items when a mechanism suddenly got triggered. It was Yifan who triggered it. Yifan exclaimed that it was a coincidence to meet Chu Xiu again and that he happened to have discovered some treasures there too. Chu Xiu realized that Yifan actually triggered the mechanism of the giant snake. The giant snake woke up, and it towered over Chu Xiu and Yifan. It screeched loudly. Chu Xiu decided that he should hurry up and perform because he shouldn't stay there for long and he needs to leave quickly. He quickly ran away while Yi Fan cursed and exclaimed that things have taken a turn for the worse. Meanwhile, Tai Su Zai and the other masters meditated. An elder suddenly announced that something terrible has happened as the disciple tokens of those who entered the desolate beast's secret realm have shattered in large numbers. Kai Mengdai asked how many have shattered, and the elder replied that 775 of them shattered. She asked about the token of Chu Xiu, and the elder confirmed that his token has not shattered yet. Kai Mengdai noted that there must have been a major incident in the secret realm if so many disciples are dying, as it has never happened in previous years, while she pondered that it was strange and wondered why she was worried about the rebel when it would be better if he was dead. Tai Su Zai advised that everyone shouldn't worry and that they should let her use the illusory eye to take a look. She quickly activated a formation. Tai Su Zai's illusory eye immediately materialized at the desolate beast's secret realm and scoured the area. One of the cultivators asked if there was anyone observing the secret realm from the outside. One of the demons asked if the human race was going to attack them and exclaimed that he didn't want to die. Tai Su Zai's illusory eye reached the demon race's main stronghold, where the demons gathered. Magic Shark, who reached the peak of the otherworldly realm, assured that they shouldn't worry because no one could attack them through the desolate beast's secret realm, not even a Saint King, so the human race could only watch them from the outside and they couldn't do anything. He declared that if the humans wanted to watch, they should let them witness them slaughtering the human race. Magic Shark commanded that they should kill all the humans. He proclaimed that for the sake of leaving that realm and for the sake of reclaiming their freedom, they should charge forward. Magic Shark was surprised that the precious mirror could actually sense something, and as he asked if the other half of the mirror had appeared, he speculated that if he obtained the other half and merged them together, he would be able to break through to the realm of Dao Palace. The cultivators inquired if the demon clan had actually rebelled. One of them queried how the big demon already reached the pinnacle of the Bardo realm and if there wasn't a boundary constraint in the secret realm. Kai Mengdai questioned Tai Su Zai if they should prematurely activate the teleportation portal in the secret realm to let the disciples return early under the Holy Lord's crown. Tai Su Zai demanded Kai Mengdai what was wrong and if she was worried about her own disciple. Kai Mengdai clicked her tongue on her mind as she considered that she was not worried about the traitor. She was just worried about the other disciples. Tai Su Zai remarked that Kai Mengdai shouldn't worry because she had already made arrangements, and within 2 days at most, the teleportation portal would be able to connect to the secret realm passage, and Mu Yan stated that if they couldn't hold on for even 2 days, it would be truly disappointing. Kai Mengdai commented that she was wondering where the traitor was. She believed that it would be best if Chu Xiu got swallowed whole by a demonic beast. Meanwhile, at the desolate demon's secret realm, Su Ruxu got chased by demonic beasts. Su Ruxu ran away with all her might while she carried someone in her back. Chu Xiu watched Su Ruxu and wondered if his plan as the Holy Sun wouldn't be ruined if he let someone die without saving them under the gaze of the heavenly eye. He reflected that Su Ruxu should consider herself lucky. Chu Xiu jumped to the ground and blocked the demonic beast from chasing after Su Ruxu. Su Ruxu recognized Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu announced that he would help Su Ruxu resolve the situation, while Su Ruxu assumed that he was Chu Xiu, the one rumored to have reached the top of the Taesu Divine Tower. But he was only at the peak of the Wheel Sea realm, while even the weakest among the demon clans behind him were the Divine Bridge realm. Su Ruxu surmised that Chu Xiu could not defeat that group of demons, and going up there would be walking into death. She yelled and voiced no, but Su Ruxu was astonished when she witnessed what Chu Xiu did. In an instant, the demonic beasts were annihilated. Chu Xiu swung his fiery sword at the demonic beasts and eliminated them. He stood there confidently while the dead demonic beasts lay on the ground around him. Su Ruxu pondered that Chu Xiu's combat power is incredibly strong, so even if they say that he is the reincarnation of a demon god, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Chu Xiu interrogated Su Ruxu if she was okay, and Su Ruxu thanked him for coming to the rescue, and she declared that she is deeply grateful. He gave an earth essence, Divine Raisi, to Su Ruxu. Chu Xiu noted that Su Ruxu is heavily injured, so she should quickly take the medicine to heal, but Su Ruxu mentioned that Chu Xiu can't say that because that precious medicine is too valuable and she can't accept it. Chu Xiu requested for Su Ruxu not to be polite because the situation with the rebellious demon clan is critical at the moment, and if she doesn't heal her injuries quickly, there may be greater danger. He conveyed that if she doesn't think about herself, at least she should think about her junior sister, and if anything, after they leave that place, she could return the medicine to him. Su Ruxu thanked Chu Xiu and insisted that she will definitely repay that favor. Chu Xiu asserted that the outside world will notice the turmoil in the secret realm and will surely restart the teleportation portal to let everyone leave. And even if Su Ruxu takes the medicine immediately, it will still take some time to fully recover. So it would be better to go to the teleportation square and wait for the portal to restart. And as Su Ruxu probed Chu Xiu if he was not coming with them, Chu Xiu responded no because he has another important matter to attend to, so they should part ways there. Chu Xiu figured that the half-piece of stone mirror in his embrace was resonating even more intensely, so to be safe, it is advisable to remove the soul infant demon fruit and wait for the opportunity to enhance their cultivation as soon as possible. On the other hand, at Tesu Square, one of the cultivators observed that Chu Xiu was amazing as he effortlessly slaughtered that group of demons, and another affirmed that with just a wave of his hand, Chu Xiu bestowed Earth Essence Divine Medicine, which was truly enviable. One of the female cultivators inquired another if she deemed that Chu Xiu and Su Ruxu were a good match. Meanwhile, Tai Suzai expressed that Chu Xiu is kind-hearted and exceptionally talented, and his performance in the secret realm has been quite impressive. On the other hand, Kai Mengdai was wondering what exactly Chu Xiu was thinking and concluded that he had caused her so much worry. There were 2 cultivators at the Yinmo Mountain of the Desolate Demon Secret Realm, and one of them related that if they obtain the Soul Infant Demon Fruit, their cultivation will advance to the Divine Manifestation Realm in no time. Suddenly, the senior cultivator revealed that there are footsteps behind them. The 2 cultivators recognized Chu Xiu, and as Chu Xiu shared that they both actually recognized him and that he was indeed Chu Xiu, he pressed them what the 2 of them did there. Using sound transmission, one of the cultivators called their senior brother and indicated that the demonic aura in that place is heavy, and it might be dangerous to approach the demon fruit rashly, so it would be better to let Chu Xiu help them pick the fruit, to which the senior brother replied and pointed out that it was a good idea, and if Chu Xiu picks the fruit, they will split it evenly between the 2 of them. He maintained that they can't defeat Chu Xiu one-on-one, but with 2 against 1, victory is assured. The junior cultivator called Chu Xiu and pronounced that he was sure that he also noticed the soul infant demon fruit, as the fruit is incredibly valuable and precious, so if he goes in and brings it out, he suggests that they split it 3 ways. Chu Xiu contended that there was no chance. The senior brother cautioned that Chu Xiu shouldn't force them to take action against him and just obediently help them pick it up, and maybe they could spare his life. But the junior brother reiterated that he shouldn't waste time talking to Chu Xiu as he would use the 3-star, 4 symbols formation to trap Chu Xiu first, and he wouldn't dare to defy them anymore. The senior brother proclaimed that Chu Xiu was just at the mere Wheel Sea realm and demanded him what he could even do against them. The junior brother used his 4 symbols imprisonment formation on Chu Xiu just like he reported. The senior brother charged at Chu Xiu and demanded that he should take his attack. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu summoned his sword. Chu Xiu effortlessly moved past the senior brother while slashing his body. The junior brother was enraged with what Chu Xiu did. Chu Xiu was unfazed and immediately charged at the junior brother. He mercilessly plunged his sword onto the junior brother's chest. Chu Xiu concluded that if there is a next life, the junior brother shouldn't become a hypocritical villain again. The 2 cultivators quickly dropped towards the ground like flies. As soon as they landed on the ground, the soul infant demon fruit began devouring them. The soul infant demon fruit became ripe, and Chu Xiu picked it. Chu Xiu reflected that those demon fruits are truly hard to come by, and as he wondered how long it will take for another soul infant demon fruit to grow, the system laughed and declared that it would inform Chu Xiu. The system stated that unfortunately, there will be no more soul demon fruit appearances in that secret place in the future, so Chu Xiu truly deserves to be a natural antagonist as he has managed to sever the roots and received a reward of 500 breakthrough points. The system inquired Chu Xiu if he was ready to break through the 10th level of the Wheel Sea, and as Chu Xiu agreed, the system remarked that it has some good and bad news to remind Chu Xiu, to which Chu Xiu noted that the system should go ahead and tell him. The system announced that during Chu Xiu's second breakthrough into the extreme realm, he will face Thunder Tribulation. Chu Xiu queried if there was no mistake because normally, Thunder Tribulation was only for the little Holy Empress and how it came earlier for him. The system proclaimed that it could be confirmed that it has analyzed it a total of 3 trillion times and the probability of Chu Xiu facing Thunder Tribulation was 99.99999%, and as it speculated that it was perhaps because Chu Xiu's realm was too powerful, it requested that in any case, Chu Xiu should pay attention and added that if he could withstand it, he will become even stronger, but if he can't, he will be dead for sure. A few moments later, Chu Xiu went to the ancient tree forest, and he pondered that he was right that the closer he got, the stronger the fluctuations of the stone mirror, so the other half of it should be about to appear. Chu Xiu was startled when he noticed the commotion behind him. The demonic beasts fiercely voiced that they would attack and kill. Meanwhile, Magic Shark was intrigued, and as he commented that the reaction of the stone mirror had intensified, he questioned if the person holding the other half of it came willingly. On the other hand, Chu Xiu cursed, and as he demanded if the front was the stronghold of the demon clan, he wondered if it could be that the person holding the other half of the stone mirror was the rumored leader of the demon clan because the stone mirror's reaction was strong. Chu Xiu uttered that he will ask the system again if it is certain that he will face Thunder Tribulation, and the system affirmed that it is absolutely and definitely certain. He murmured all right with a sinister smile on his face. A few moments later, Chu Xiu went to the transmission plaza. One of the cultivators in the plaza begged everyone to save his senior brother, and as another cultivator probed who has the hemostatic medicine, another cultivator pressed when they could go back. Chu Xiu considered that so many people were injured, so the demon clan was determined to wipe them out, and he didn't expect them to be even more ruthless than him, to which the system pronounced that it could only mean that Chu Xiu still had room for improvement. But it was not the time to think about that, as he was currently pursued by the Demon King and was about to face thunder tribulation, and as it requested Chu Xiu if he had contemplated how to deal with it. Chu Xiu stressed that he was well aware, and there was no need for it to worry. Suddenly, the Demon Clan approached the transmission plaza. One of the cultivators observed that the Demon Clan came after them, and their numbers were overwhelming. Magic Shark waved the stone mirror around. One of the cultivators mentioned that the aura of those demons was at least in the late stage of the other shore realm, so they are no match for them. While another cultivator pointed out that Magic Shark was capable of cutting through the Emperor's formation, and wondered if it could be that the mirror in his hand was an imperial artifact. Magic Shark posed the cultivators if they wanted to live or die, and warned that if they wanted to live, they should hand over the person who possesses the fragment of the mirror. Chu Xiu addressed Magic Shark if he was looking for the fragment in his hand. Meanwhile, everyone back at Taesu Square saw what Chu Xiu did. One of the female cultivators indicated that the Demon Clan was looking for Chu Xiu, and another reported that Chu Xiu attracted the Demon Clan and put all the disciples in danger. Kai Mengdai wondered why would Chu Xiu do such a thing, and she believed that the situation has escalated to that point, and there are only two possibilities. Either Chu Xiu was pushed out by other disciples, or he sacrificed himself and took the initiative to stand out. But no matter which scenario it was, it won't change the outcome, and with Chu Xiu's current strength, he is unable to defeat the leader of the Demon Clan. She wondered if they had to use the contingency plan left behind by Tai Su Zai, and reckoned that if that was the case, the desolate demon's secret realm would surely collapse. Back at the transmission plaza, Chu Xiu still showed the stone mirror to Magic Shark. One of the cultivators called Chu Xiu, and as he expressed that he was indeed a true senior disciple of the authentic lineage, he interrogated Chu Xiu if no one was willing to sacrifice for them junior disciples at that point. Su Ruxu challenged the cultivator if he really wanted to sacrifice Chu Xiu, but the cultivator responded that Su Ruxu was being unfair with her words because Chu Xiu willingly sacrificed himself for the greater cause, and he inquired Chu Xiu if that was right. But Su Ruxu prodded them if they thought that those demons would spare them if they sacrificed Chu Xiu, and she articulated that when facing a crisis, instead of wanting to resist together, they only wanted to push their fellow disciples out, which is such an ugly behavior that will only make the Demon Clan look down upon them, human cultivators. Magic Shark hinted that he will give the cultivators 50 breaths of time, and if Chu Xiu doesn't come out by then, they will go in. One of the cultivators admitted that he doesn't want to die. Another catechized who will come and save them. Another pleaded for Chu Xiu to save them and spoke that he can't be so heartless because as long as he goes out, the Demon Clan won't harm them. Su Ruxu was stunned when she heard what the other cultivators conveyed, and Chu Xiu tapped her on the shoulder. Chu Xiu thanked Su Ruxu and professed that he was deeply grateful that she was speaking up for him in that situation, so she should leave the rest to him. He stepped out of the Emperor's formation and walked towards Magic Shark. Back at Taesu Square, Kai Mengdai implored if Chu Xiu was really going to face the Demon Clan alone. Kai Mengdai wondered if that was Chu Xiu's choice. Back at the secret realm, Chu Xiu continued to walk forward. Magic Shark opined that Chu Xiu was not bad and he was braver than the others. Chu Xiu opened a box that contained the Soul Infant Demon Fruit, and Magic Shark was surprised. Magic Shark besought if the Soul Infant Demon Fruit had actually ripened. He urged that the demonic beast should be quick and snatch the Soul Infant Demon Fruit from Chu Xiu's hands. Magic Shark commanded that they should kill and that those who snatch will be rewarded. Chu Xiu imparted that the fruit tastes good and that the system should break through the Tao scripture. The system notified Chu Xiu that it has detected that he possesses the primordial holy body, and is cultivating the Tao scripture, and the estimated consumption was 10,000 breakthrough points. The system notified Chu Xiu that the breakthrough was successful, so 10,000 breakthrough points have been consumed in that process, and his primordial holy body has undergone a transformation. The system notified Chu Xiu that his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea realm, ascending to the 9th level of the Divine Bridge, and he was about to face the baptism of thunder tribulation that will descend in 10 breaths, so he should prepare himself. Chu Xiu used his skill and summoned a huge golden figure over his head. He insisted that the demonic beast should taste the thunder tribulation combo. A powerful golden lightning came down from the sky, and it sent the demonic beasts flying. Magic Shark swung his sword at Chu Xiu from behind, and Chu Xiu inquired if it was a sneak attack. Chu Xiu quickly summoned and grabbed his sword. He swung his sword at Magic Shark and broke his sword. The chick on Chu Xiu's hand stated that he was quite strong. Meanwhile, Magic Shark was enraged by what happened. But before Magic Shark could attack again, Chu Xiu slashed him with his sword. Chu Xiu swiftly eliminated Magic Shark. One of the cultivators remarked that Chu Xiu was really amazing. Another queried if Chu Xiu actually defeated the demon all by himself, and another noted that he remembered that the demon was at the peak of the other shore stage, but it couldn't even fight back against Chu Xiu. Back at Teisu Square, one of the cultivators questioned if Chu Xiu borrowed the lightning tribulation to kill the demon. One of the female cultivators commented that she had never seen such terrifying lightning, and as she probed how Chu Xiu did it, another cultivator wondered how Chu Xiu managed to move the lightning when he was only in the Sea of Consciousness stage. On the other hand, Tai Suzai queried Kai Meng Dai if she saw that, and Kai Meng Dai observed that it was a golden aura mixed with lotus illusions, so Chu Xiu has the remote antiquity holy body from the legends. Kai Meng Dai mentioned that it was no wonder Chu Xiu's cultivation speed was quite slow in the beginning. Tai Suzai declared that it was truly surprising that Chu Xiu could overcome the curse of holy bodies not being able to cultivate. And as of that day, the holy ground has yet to select a holy child, so once Chu Xiu returns, they will make him Teisu's holy child. She requested Kai Meng Dai if she would object, and Kai Meng Dai reluctantly responded no. Kai Meng Dai indicated that it was just that matters regarding the holy child should be discussed with all the peak masters first, and furthermore, Chu Xiu's cultivation is too low at the moment, so there would definitely be dissatisfaction, but in her mind, she was questioning what kind of logic it was that a traitorous disciple has a chance to become a holy child. Tai Suzai explained that she understands Kai Meng Dai's worries, but with Chu Xiu's performance that day, she believes that the other masters will not be against her suggestion, and what was more, Chu Xiu has a good personality and is a very kind child. Kai Meng Dai scoffed in her mind when she heard about Chu Xiu being kind, and she reflected that Tai Suzai just hadn't seen what he was like towards her. Back at the teleportation plaza, the cultivators remained inside the Emperor's formation while Chu Xiu was still outside. Chu Xiu let out a sigh of relief when Su Ruxu ran up to him and queried if he was all right. He thanked Su Ruxu for worrying and remarked that he was not injured. Meanwhile, Yifan considered that Chu Xiu really was strong and he had once again become an onlooker. The other cultivators notified that the demon was killed by Chu Xiu, and were celebrating when Chu Xiu probed Yifan about what was on his shoulder. Yifan stated that it was the spiritual beast he just tamed, and as Chu Xiu wondered if Yifan defeated the giant serpent in the treasure lamp. He added that, as expected of the protagonist, Yifan managed to get a spiritual beast even though he absorbed most of his fate. Yifan inquired what was on Chu Xiu's shoulder, and Chu Xiu revealed that it was Jai Tame, and as Yifan could see, it was just a chicken and at most could be considered a pet. But Jai Tame cursed and voiced that Chu Xiu had better show him some respect. He pressed Chu Xiu, demanding who gave him permission to name him, and commented that he was the one who was a chicken, and his whole family were chickens. Chu Xiu excused himself from Yifan, and as Yifan observed that Jai Tame was a very interesting beast, Chu Xiu mentioned that the teleportation formation would activate in a while, so they should rest up first and get ready to return to the holy ground. 3 days later, at Teishu Holy Ground, in Chu Xiu's room, Chu Xiu called the system and remarked that he still hadn't received his rewards for breaking through a realm. The system replied and reported that it had been detected that Chu Xiu had broken through a realm, and he had obtained special rewards, the Remote Antiquity Holy Body Cultivation Law Part 1. The system queried Chu Xiu if he wished to use the cultivation law immediately, and if he wished to continue breaking through because it had detected that his remote antiquity holy body could be improved further, to which Chu Xiu answered yes. A few moments later, Chu Xiu mentioned that breaking through the holy body and breaking through a realm was really different, and the feeling of being completely drained was quite terrible, so he would stop for that day. The system notified Chu Xiu that his cultivation had stopped and 100 breakthrough points were used for the cultivation of the holy body, and Chu Xiu noted that it looked like he would have to prepare more elixirs next time when he broke through his holy body. Chu Xiu indicated that it looked like the stone mirror was ready as well, and as he queried the system if it knew how to use it, the system revealed that Chu Xiu had found a treasure that was at least a Saint Lord's artifact or even a pseudo-emperor's artifact. However, it was not yet complete. The system explained that there were two types of functions. First was the blue light suppression domain, which could slow down the enemy's movement speed or even directly immobilize them when facing them. Second was communication, and Chu Xiu could take out a high-quality elemental stone for experimentation. The stone mirror activated, and as it welcomed Chu Xiu and showed all its functions, Chu Xiu mused that he seemed to have really got something amazing. Chu Xiu went ahead and chose the chat channel. The stone mirror welcomed Chu Xiu to chat room number 17, which had 6 online users that were meeting up and trading with each other, and Chu Xiu pondered that he had never heard of those clans before. He wondered what the taming Great Plains and the Primordial were because there were no such places in the Tianqiang continent when Tao Yao suddenly inquired if Jai Tame was the little beast that he had recently tamed. Chu Xiu and Jai Tame glanced behind them and saw Tao Yao standing by the door. A few moments later, they went to Chu Xiu's backyard. Tao Yao remarked that Jai Tame was a cute little chick. Jai Tame cursed at Tao Yao as he clicked his tongue and voiced that she should be more respectful or he, an elder, would eat her. Tao Yao queried Jai Tame if a little one like him wanted to eat her, which made Jai Tame yell, and she stated that after he enlightened himself, he would definitely take her as a slave and use Chu Xiu as a mount. Ignoring Jai Tame, Tao Yao questioned Chu Xiu if he had finished his seclusion. She noted that she heard Chu Xiu managed to get a spiritual pet and specifically came to take a look, but she didn't expect it to be so interesting. And as she pressed Chu Xiu about where he got that second-rate spiritual pet, Jai Tame uttered that both of them were going overboard because he wasn't a spiritual pet. Chu Xiu mentioned that Tao Yao shouldn't mind the stinky chicken, and he inquired if there was something else she wanted to discuss with him. Tao Yao started opening up to Chu Xiu, and time quickly passed. A few moments later, Tao Yao thanked Chu Xiu for his hospitality and stated that she had a heartless request. She asked Chu Xiu if he could tell her junior sisters what he had seen in the secret realm when he was free because everyone really wanted to know, and Chu Xiu agreed. Tao Yao gently pushed a handkerchief against Chu Xiu's chest. She conveyed that it was a token of her regard and requested Chu Xiu to accept it. While Chu Xiu was still taken aback, Chu Xiu shyly walked away and mentioned that it was getting late so he should go get some rest. Chu Xiu took a whiff of the handkerchief and wondered if it was the scent of peach blossoms. He reflected that it was a gift, but it was nothing compared to Kai Meng Dai's scent. Suddenly, Chu Xiu notified that he almost forgot, and as Jai Tame queried him about what he wanted, Chu Xiu pointed out that Jai Tame hadn't told him what he was yet and what the connection was between the egg that gave birth to him and the stone mirror. Jai Tame related that according to inheritance memory, he seemed to be a member of the Divine Crow clan, and as for whether it had anything to do with the stone mirror, he didn't know either. Chu Xiu commented that he guessed right from the beginning that Jai Tame was indeed a member of the Divine Crow clan, and as Jai Tame mentioned that the Divine Crow clan is one of the Emperor clans, so Chu Xiu should immediately bow before him. Chu Xiu noted that he left some rabbit meat for him to eat. Jai Tame informed that someone came to see Chu Xiu earlier, and she left when she saw that he was in seclusion, which made Chu Xiu wonder if someone was looking for him and who it was. Jai Tame added that he thought her name was Hua Luofei, and she indicated that she would see Chu Xiu in the same place in 3 days, which intrigued Chu Xiu. Jai Tame remarked that it was so late and inquired where he was going. Chu Xiu noted that curiosity killed the chicken, so Jai Tame shouldn't ask so much. He believed that he had spent a lot of energy to break through his holy constitution, so it was time to find his master and replenish himself. On the other hand, Kai Meng Dai was in her chamber, and she slept while she sat on her throne. Kai Meng Dai woke up when she noticed Chu Xiu's presence, and she wondered why the rebel came again. As Kai Meng Dai mentioned that it was late, she queried why he did not rest in his own room and what he wanted from her. Chu Xiu declared that he was afraid that Kai Meng Dai might miss him after not seeing him for a few days, and he is untalented, so he would request her to impart her lessons. He considered that as expected of the heavenly fragrance body, Kai Meng Dai naturally emits a tempting orchid fragrance just by sitting there. As Chu Xiu leaned towards Kai Meng Dai, she asserted that he was a rebel and he should watch his manners. Chu Xiu stated that he was there anyway, so they should not waste the beautiful scenery, and Kai Meng Dai should follow him to his bedroom. 6 hours later, the system notified Chu Xiu multiple times that it had detected that he and the heavenly fragrance body master had no seal, so his cultivation talent was increased by a total of 800. The system notified Chu Xiu that his talent had reached 2,214. Kai Meng Dai lay on the bed, trembling in exhaustion while Chu Xiu dressed himself and prepared to leave. Chu Xiu left without saying anything and closed the door behind him. Even though she was out of breath and completely exhausted, Kai Meng Dai smiled as soon as Chu Xiu left the room. Meanwhile, behind the doors, Chu Xiu hissed and added that Kai Meng Dai was a terrifying woman, and as he reflected that he should have sealed Kai Meng Dai's cultivation, the system clicked its tongue and observed that it didn't expect that Chu Xiu's primordial sacred constitution couldn't stand it. The system commented that Chu Xiu is disappointing because even though he is the demon with unparalleled talent, he still needed to leave by leaning on the wall, and it snickered. Chu Xiu wondered what was wrong with Kai Meng Dai that day, and he reasoned that he didn't seal her cultivation, yet she was so cooperative. 3 days later, Chu Xiu was roasting a chicken in the forest late in the evening. He figured that he received a lot of cultivation talent from Kai Meng Dai the past 3 days, so his cultivation breakthrough will be soon. Chu Xiu wondered what Hua Luofei interrogated out for that day and supposed that he could still try to test her when they meet later, as he can't always force himself on someone. Suddenly, a drooling spirit mouse squeaked as it approached the roasted chicken, and it couldn't take its eyes off the food. Chu Xiu noticed the spirit mouse, and the spirit mouse was terrified when it saw that Chu Xiu was glaring at it. Hua Luofei opined that Chu Xiu was so vicious that the little thing was scared of him. Chu Xiu claimed that Hua Luofei misunderstood because the spirit mouse was too timid, and he just gave it a glance. Hua Luofei sat beside Chu Xiu. She inquired why he was looking at her like that. Instead of answering her question, Chu Xiu probed if there was anyone pursuing her, which caught her by surprise. Hua Luofei replied that female cultivators become more beautiful as they improve their realm, as their appearance will be closer to the natural way of heaven, and her appearance is not outstanding in the cultivation world, so naturally there is no one who pursues her. Chu Xiu clicked his tongue and murmured that it was because the others are blind because, in his eyes, Hua Luofei is really beautiful, and she reminded him of a poem, which made Hua Luofei inquire what the poem was. He started reciting the poem and exclaimed that clouds think of clothes, flowers think of beauty, spring breeze brushes in the sill, dew is thick, and if not for seeing the beautiful clouds on the mountaintop, he would meet her under the plain moon. Hua Luofei affirmed that he didn't expect Chu Xiu to be able to write poetry, and it was a good poem, but she is not as beautiful as the poem described. Chu Xiu snickered in his mind as he deemed that he didn't memorize the language class textbook for nothing. He mentioned that he had something to talk about. Chu Xiu pressed what she would do if he pursued her and avowed that he really likes a big sister like her. Hua Luofei declared that Chu Xiu is so young, and he asserted that he wanted to pursue her, and as she challenged if he knew how big her age is, Chu Xiu maintained that Hua Luofei is indeed quite big. Hua Luofei quickly examined Chu Xiu for daring to do such a thing, and she noted that she didn't expect him to be a playboy. Chu Xiu conveyed that appreciating the beauty of women is the right of men, and Hua Luofei can't erase his right as a man. And besides, age is not a problem because, as the saying goes, women who are 3 years older than men are like gold bricks, but Hua Luofei implored if she was right that she should be 3,000 years older than Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu voiced that women who are 3,000 years older are among the immortals, so if he marries Hua Luofei, eternal life is in sight, and he is really serious, more real than the best pearls of the South Sea Snow Clam King. Hua Luofei investigated if the little guy was trying to seduce her, but Chu Xiu averred that it was not seduction. He maintained that he just couldn't help himself, and besides, he is not small. Chu Xiu suggested that Hua Luofei taste his skill. Hua Luofei expressed that it was not bad, and Chu Xiu insisted that the spirit beast's cultivation is too low, so the taste is average, and it was indicated that the meat of the great saint wild beast is very delicious and more nourishing than the ancient medicine king. So when his cultivation is higher in the future, he will hunt a great saint wild beast and roast it for Hua Luofei. Chu Xiu brought out a wine bottle. He prodded if she would accompany him for a drink, and Hua Luofei acknowledged that she is not good at drinking. Chu Xiu proclaimed that Hua Luofei should just accompany him for a drink, as the wine is from his hometown, called Together Not, and Hua Luofei confirmed that he has heard of it, as the wine is very famous in the Tianqi dynasty. Hua Luofei uttered that Together Not, yellow sand rises, a thin horse on the west wind old path, siding together with shirts full of tears. Together Not, under the sunset, outside the village mountain road rolls yellow dust, reluctant to leave, look back again. And Chu Xiu professed that Together Not, heart don't give up. Distant stars look at each other for countless smiles, better to turn around and often leave. Hua Luofei inquired if she was right that he missed his hometown, and as she informed that she remembered that the poem had no sentence about distant stars, she investigated if he was not someone from their world, to which Chu Xiu answered that it was impossible, and it was avowed that the senior who brewed Together Not came from an ancient star of life outside the domain, so he just borrowed that illusion and made up a sentence. Hua Luofei indicated that she understood. Chu Xiu pointed out that Hua Luofei really can't drink, and as he queried if she was drunk, Hua Luofei admitted that she was a little, and he remembered and remarked that she heard that Chu Xiu was about to become a saint's son, so she congratulated him. Chu Xiu interrogated if the saint's son's power is big, and Hua Luofei opined that it is quite big, bigger than her anyway, the Daeyun Peak Elder. Suddenly, Chu Xiu gently grabbed Hua Luofei by the waist. He queried what would happen if he begged the Saint Master and had her marry Hua Luofei to him, and Hua Luofei intimated that she thinks the Saint Master won't agree. Chu Xiu pressed how she knows it won't work if she doesn't try, and Hua Luofei advised that Chu Xiu should stop with that nonsense because the Saint Master stirs up the wind and clouds, and at the time of the Saint Sun ceremony, there will be people who would challenge him, so he should prepare well. At the Taisu holy ground, a lot of disciples have gathered at the square. One of the disciples stated that his senior brother Changlong heard from Tianjiang Peak's second elder that Chu Xiu will become the Holy Sun, and the disciple they talked to remarked that he remembered that Chu Xiu just reached the Divine Bridge stage recently, and there are a lot of disciples with higher cultivation than him, so he inquired why they chose Chu Xiu to be the Holy Sun. In another group, a disciple mentioned that apparently Chu Xiu will be the Holy Sun, to which the disciple he talked to was amazed and observed that it was as expected of Chu Xiu. Another group was also talking about the same thing, and as a disciple noted that Chu Xiu is actually going to be the Holy Sun, the disciple he talked to sighed and queried why something like that can't happen to them. On the other hand, at Xiaoyi Peak Court, Xiaoyi Feng asserted that Chu Xiu was a bastard and probed how he could be the Holy Sun. Xiaoyi Feng declared that he is fighting shadow wars just to become a direct disciple at Yunxia Peak, and Chu Xiu just silently went on to become the Holy Sun. He interrogated why the heavens were so unfair and commented that Chu Xiu should just wait because he will definitely show him. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu walked in the mountains when he came across two female disciples. The two female disciples bashfully greeted Chu Xiu. In a pavilion, Chu Xiu heard a female disciple in white say that the fourth swordmaster of the Unlimited Blade Realms brought his favorite two disciples to visit, claiming that they will defeat the Holy Sun on the heaven-stepping stairway and spread their way. And she heard that of those two, Long King Feng and Long Zuyu, a pair of boy-girl twins, both of them are sword constitutions, and with two swords combined, they are to claim honor among the younger generation. The female disciple in white added that it was not just Unlimited Blade Realms. There is a youth with a Divine Emperor constitution coming from the Zhang family, trying to stop the Holy Sun from stepping on the staircase too. And the female disciple in red voiced that there is also a special constitution coming out from Taiyi Holy Grounds. The female disciple in white was surprised that the Taiyi Wei constitution, which is such an invincible constitution, has appeared again, and she expressed that elites are cropping up, so the grand era was arriving. The female disciple in red sighed and conveyed that she doesn't know if the Holy Sun, Chu Xiu, could defeat those elites, to which the female disciple in white averred that she is afraid that Chu Xiu will be easily defeated at the ceremony and taint their holy ground's honor. Chu Xiu reflected that just like Hua Luofei mentioned, the Holy Sun ceremony will be full of strife. A few moments later, Chu Xiu stood on top of a huge rock and looked at the distance. Chu Xiu avowed that now that he mused about things, he had a strong bond with Unlimited Blade Realms because he remembered that 20 years ago, the Unlimited Blade Realms' holy son and daughter were also a pair of siblings, and the brother was called Fang Tingyang, a fool who looked down on everything and believed he was invincible. He informed that Fang Tingyang looked down on someone without a sect like him, scolded that he is someone of demonic ways, and blocked his entry from the Yu Huang Tower. Chu Xiu conveyed that Fang Tingyang was killed by him at the Middle States Westlake in the end. He admitted that the sister was called Feng Xiaoyi, a beautiful woman, and to take revenge, she chased him to the East State. Chu Xiu confided that he still remembers the hatred and regret in Feng Xiaoyi's eyes before he beheaded her. He indicated that afterwards, it was also the maniacs from Unlimited Blade Realms that chased him the fiercest. He maintained that the pair of siblings coming for him from Unlimited Blade Realms at that time might be that generation's holy son and daughter, and the system snickered and murmured that he was a holy child killer. A few moments later, Chu Xiu went to the archives court, and a powerful formation protected the entire building. He explained that the light is the 5-element combination formation that is the peak of the 7th class, and the 5 7th class formations were prevent, trap, illusion, kill, and life, which is why as long as the victim trapped inside the formation is alive, the formation will be unending, continuously recovering, so even a high saint stage will die if they barge into that formation, while a saint king will need quite a lot of work to leave it unharmed if they were trapped. But Su Jin suddenly chimed in and insisted that Chu Xiu is wrong because the formation was taught to emperors, so even saint kings will get injured inside. She was the archives court guardian elder, and she stood there elegantly. Chu Xiu immediately introduced himself as the direct disciple of Yunxia Peak, and as he sought to know who she was, Su Jin introduced herself and replied that she is the guardian of the archive court. Chu Xiu exclaimed that he would like to trouble Su Jin to open the archive court's doors for him. He considered that one could find beauties everywhere at Taisu Holy Ground. A few moments later, Su Jin led Chu Xiu to the archive court interior. Chu Xiu stood in front of a sign and started reading it. The sign says that outer court disciples could only enter 1-2 floors. Inner court disciples could only enter 1-4 floors. The administrative of each peak could enter 1-5 floors. The elders of each peak could enter 1-7 floors. The peak elders and holy children could enter 1-8 floors. And only the holy mater and previous holy masters could enter the 9th floor. A few moments later, Chu Xiu went to the archive court's 7th floor. Chu Xiu noticed Yifan when Yifan queried if the Three Kings cultivation technique could be cheaper because he didn't have enough contributions. The manager opined that if Yifan doesn't have enough contributions, he should go get them and come again when he has enough, but Yifan queried if she couldn't be a little more kind, and the manager retorted no. Yifan just acknowledged alright. As Yifan walked away dejected, he came across Chu Xiu, who uttered that he was there too. Yifan responded yes and that he saw a body cultivation technique that he wanted, but he doesn't have enough contributions and is unable to borrow it, which is frustrating, so if Chu Xiu has excess contribution points, he would ask him to lend him some, and he will return them a few days later. Chu Xiu stated that he needed to exchange some scrolls as well with just enough contributions, and as he apologized to Yifan, Yifan accepted that it was alright. He added that he would borrow some from other disciples and apologized to Chu Xiu for bothering him. Chu Xiu wondered if Yifan wanted that body cultivation so much and if he found some good stuff again. Yifan left while Chu Xiu walked towards the manager. Chu Xiu inquired how much contribution he needed to read the Three King body cultivation technique. The manager quickly recognized Chu Xiu, and she advised that the scroll requires 50,000 contributions to exchange, but she will make it free if Chu Xiu wants to read, but he shouldn't take it out of the archive. Chu Xiu thanked the manager for her kindness, but he remarked that it is not good to break the Holy Ground's rules while in her mind. He pondered that he had such fame already that he could do stuff with just his face alone in Taisu Holy Ground. The manager picked up the book that Yifan placed on the table beside her. She proclaimed that rules are dead but people are alive, so Chu Xiu should keep it and find somewhere to read it, and Chu Xiu thanked her. A few moments later, Chu Xiu went inside the cultivation court. Chu Xiu wondered why Yifan was in such a hurry to borrow the book. As he flipped through the pages, Chu Xiu noticed a page that was thicker than the others. Chu Xiu deemed that the problem was Yifan never flipped the book, so he wondered how Yifan noticed the irregularities and if it could be that Yifan had the golden eye. He pried the thick page open with his aura, and golden threads peeked out of the pages. Chu Xiu confirmed that it was heaven silk. He assumed that legend has it that the heaven silk is extremely strong and nearly invaluable, as it remains undegraded for millions of years, and it is impossible to see them in the current era. So it was too bad that there was too little of it, but information that requires being recorded in heaven silk must be extraordinary, so it was nice as he hit the jackpot at that time. Chu Xiu started to meditate with the heaven silk in his hand. Figures of martial artists suddenly appeared in thin air, and they showed different martial arts stances and moves. As Chu Xiu continued to meditate while the heaven silk floated in front of him, the system notified Chu Xiu and remarked that he had understood the true intention behind Human Emperor Punch, so he could spend breakthrough points to keep experiencing an epiphany to break through. The system notified Chu Xiu that an Emperor-level cultivator wrote the ultimate move of the Human Emperor mantra within the heaven silk, waiting for someone lucky to find them. And the physical requirement for cultivating that first technique is high because one punch could unleash the royal ferocity to break any formation. Chu Xiu considered that it was a powerful fist technique as it could break any formation, and once his cultivation is enough, he will merge it with the everything ends sword technique, and he will be invincible. He snickered in his mind as he reckoned that he remembered that Yifan seemed to be friendly with Jian Lingyun, so he should send them a huge gift with that chance. Chu Xiu edited the content of the heaven silk. He replaced it with a map and a warning that says that the location is very dangerous, so it is best not to venture alone. He believed that Yifan carried great luck, so he wouldn't die so easily, but that is a different case for Jian Lingyun. A few moments later, Chu Xiu figured that he was in a great mood that day, so he should seek some lessons from his master. While Kai Mengdai repeatedly asserted that Chu Xiu was a traitorous disciple, Chu Xiu peeked through her window. Chu Xiu deemed that Kai Mengdai was a crazy woman, and it seemed that he needed to give her a reminder. When Chu Xiu barged in through the door, Kai Mengdai wondered why the traitorous disciple arrived at that time. Chu Xiu inquired what she was doing earlier. He queried if she shouldn't welcome him with open arms when she sees a direct disciple like him. On the other hand, Yifan went inside the cultivation room with the book. Yifan assumed that the book did have hidden treasure. He read the warning that Chu Xiu wrote on the heaven silk. Yifan was intrigued when he read that it was best not to venture alone. A few moments later, Yifan went to the Million Mountains. He was with Jian Lingyun, and he mentioned that they had arrived and the treasure was there. Yifan concluded that he just had a breakthrough to reach the other shore stage, but it was still lacking, so he invited Jian Lingyun, who is pretty strong, so they must be able to retrieve the treasure, and besides, Jian Lingyun will be grateful to him when he receives the treasure, so he will use it to put Jian Lingyun in his debt. Jian Lingyun observed that it was not bad, and he wouldn't forget Yifan's contributions. He presumed that it didn't matter if Chu Xiu would become the Holy Son because once he retrieved the treasure and raised his cultivation, he would stomp Chu Xiu under his shoes again. Jian Lingyun and Yifan ventured inside the cave. Yifan suddenly probed why he felt like there was something wrong with the place, to which Jian Lingyun agreed, and as he interrogated if he was sure that the treasure was there, he wondered if it could be that opportunities are hidden in dangers. The whole to the cave was eerily quiet. Suddenly, horrifying screams echoed through the area. Yifan's injured hand suddenly emerged from the hole. He cursed and opined that there was no treasure there. It was all just traps. Yifan supposed that it was a good thing that he had a high-grade teleportation item. Otherwise, he would have been dead, and he reflected that Jian Lingyun should rest in peace and apologized that he couldn't save him. He threw the heaven silk on the ground. Yifan declared that it was a stupid thing, and it should go to hell. On the other hand, at Yunzia Peak, Xiao Yifeng was surprised when he heard that Jian Lingyun was dead. Wu Hongying noted that apparently, Jian Lingyun went adventuring with Tian Jianfeng's direct disciple, Yifan, added to a great formation, which made Xiao Yifeng sigh. Wu Hongying commented that she could see that Xiao Yifeng was feeling unwell recently, so she suggested that they seek their master because maybe he could remedy it for him. But Xiao Yifeng yelled and maintained that he is absolutely fine. Chu Xiu suddenly chimed in and challenged if Wu Hongying and Xiao Yifeng were chatting. Xiao Yifeng immediately stated that someone going to the Holy Sun ceremony is different after all, and Chu Xiu was really lucky recently, so he will tell him some good news that Jian Lingyun is dead. Chu Xiu demanded how he could call that good news and uttered that Jian Lingyun is someone from their holy ground, so they should feel sadness for his passing. But Xiao Yifeng laughed and exclaimed that Chu Xiu was fake. Suddenly, Jai Teimei averred that Xiao Yifeng might be weak in the guts because he perceived he looked rather sissy from the beginning. Xiao Yifeng pressed where the chicken came from to dare insult him to his face. He secretly flicked a needle towards Jai Teimei. Jai Teimei was alarmed when he noticed the needle coming at him. Chu Xiu suddenly slapped the needle and sent it back to Xiao Yifeng. Xiao Yifeng pondered that he wanted to kill the chicken to embarrass Chu Xiu, but he didn't expect that Chu Xiu could catch his needle, so he wondered when the trash got so strong and if he practiced some sort of secret technique. Chu Xiu surmised if he imagined that he was easy pickings for him to try and kill his pet right in front of him. Xiao Yifeng quizzed what it mattered and if he wanted to fight him, while Wu Hongying expressed that Chu Xiu shouldn't misunderstand. And as she scrutinized if he wasn't going to attend the Holy Sun ceremony, she stated that he shouldn't waste his time. Jian Lingyun scoffed and muttered whatever. He claimed that he is a generous man, so he won't argue with a chicken. Suddenly, Kai Mengdai called Chu Xiu and informed him that he should meet her at her palace. Chu Xiu politely addressed Wu Hongying and Jian Lingyun and conveyed that Kai Mengdai was calling him, so he would be on his way. A few moments later, at Kai Mengdai's palace, Chu Xiu inquired what matters she had for seeking him at that time. Kai Mengdai intoned that Chu Xiu should wear the garment when he is stepping on the heavenly ladder. Chu Xiu queried if Kai Mengdai was worried about him. Kai Mengdai contended that Chu Xiu shouldn't be so shameless because she is just worried that he will embarrass her with his death. Suddenly, Chu Xiu went in and grabbed Kai Mengdai by the waist. He commented that he would thank Kai Mengdai for giving him a gift, and he would definitely repay her, and Kai Mengdai queried what he was doing. Kai Mengdai remarked alright and that Chu Xiu should quit the chit-chat because it was almost time, so he should follow her to the Holy Sun ceremony, and he responded yes. Jai Teimei wondered why she was so angry. She stated that Chu Xiu should take a look at it. He caught the scroll. It was a list of cultivators, their constitution, their rank, and the family or sect they were affiliated with. Chu Xiu inquired who they were, and she declared that they were his challengers when he would climb the heaven-stepping ladder and she could only help him so much. He thanked her for reminding him and added that he knew she loved him. But she explained that he was acting so smug so he should just leave. A few moments later, the cultivators gathered for the Taisu Peak Holy Sun ceremony. They acknowledged that Chu Xiu was there. The Yunzia Peak Master was as beautiful as the rumors, and it was as expected of the heavenly fragrance constitution. The Jiang family's great saint ancestor observed that it was Chu Xiu, the subject of his disciples' challenge that day, and Jiang Zhu commented that he knows and he is sure to win. Kuai Daozai noted he observed Chu Xiu's face and saw the fate of an early death, but he is somehow still alive. And Zhuyi interrogated if he was not afraid of Kai Mengdai slapping him by saying that when that day was Taisu Holy Ground's Holy Sun ceremony. The Unlimited Blade Realm's fourth Blade Master affirmed that Chu Xiu looked so similar to that demon Chu and his appearance might change, but his face looked 50% similar, and Long King Feng replied that he shouldn't worry because even if Chu Xiu really is that demon Chu, he will cut him down that day. Shangong Hao called his grandpa and asserted that he must climb the heaven-stepping stairway that day, and the grandpa reflected that he was just like his father when he was young, with some extra sharpness too. Tianjin mentioned that the hour has arrived and the ceremony shall begin. The Holy Sun will cross the self-inspection bridge and climb the heaven stairway. Tai Suzai summoned an array. She released a red aura that flows like silk. It traveled over the forests. It straightened out and settled. It was the self-inspection bridge. The self-inspection bridge questions oneself of remorse straight to their heart. If the Holy Sun carries any evil thoughts to the holy ground, he will fall from the bridge. If the Holy Sun's heart is unstable and confused by the mortal world, he will struggle to take steps. Chu Xiu walked on the self-inspection bridge. It would test his mind, and he will struggle to walk if his mind is weak. He recalled when Liu Hongyi insisted that he should run because the men were there to catch him. Men who were bearing torches were chasing after them. The two of them ran through the darkness of the forest. A few moments later, they rested to catch their breath. Chu Xiu confirmed that he will become the strongest, stronger than anyone else, as he doesn't want them to be humiliated anymore. Liu Hongyi reached out to caress his face. She uttered that she will be with him. Back to the present, Chu Xiu recalled how Liu Hongyi voiced that he was becoming different and he was getting more heartless and cold. Why must she leave and she doesn't want to join some mortality sword sect because they could just die together? One of the disciples watching him queried why he wasn't moving, and another pressed if it could be that he couldn't even cross the bridge. On the other hand, Kai Mengdai was also wondering why he wasn't moving. Meanwhile, Liu Hongyi answered that he must come and fetch her and she will be waiting for him. He never pondered that it had been 50 years since the farewell. Suddenly, they grumbled that he was moving, and the speed was ridiculous. How powerful must his mind be to walk so fast on the bridge, and with how strong his mind is? What forced him to stop in the middle of the bridge and not take a single step for half an hour? Kai Mengdai realized that with his rebellious style, he shouldn't be tied down by mortal ties, so he must have remembered his parents that died to monsters when he took his first step. Suddenly, Tao Yao muttered that he should do his best. Kai Mengdai challenged if she likes Chu Xiu. Tao Yao froze. She whispered yes and that she would like to be a couple with him. Kai Mengdai murmured that she does not agree to that marriage. Tao Yao probed why she won't agree to it when both she and Chu Xiu are unmarried. But Kai Mengdai just shouted that no is no and demanded if she couldn't just listen to her master. Kai Mengdai used her skill to telepathically communicate with Tao Yao. She exclaimed that Chu Xiu isn't some nice guy. Tao Yao admitted that Kai Mengdai was someone like that. She is someone who will defame Chu Xiu to stop her marriage with him, and she has gone too far. Kai Mengdai inquired if she didn't believe her master, and Tao Yao remarked that she still believed her, just not as much as Chu Xiu. Kai Mengdai declared that Tao Yao and her senior brother are both traitorous disciples while thinking that she is so pissed, and she wondered why nobody believes her when she tells the truth and what happened to the world. Tao Yao explained that she must have some misunderstanding about Chu Xiu because there are no elders, executives, or disciples that don't praise him, and he has always been kind and fair to all, even to outer court disciples. Nobody doesn't raise their thumb when mentioning him, and no one doesn't agree that he is right and just. But Kai Mengdai contended that she shouldn't believe those because he is just acting, and his heart is really vicious. She shouldn't think of arguing with her, as she cannot be a couple with him no matter how much she tries to defend him, and she will never agree to her marriage. Tao Yao queried how she could do something like destroying a couple when she is the peak master of Yunzia Peak. On the other hand, the disciple noted that the Holy Sun had walked across the self-inspection bridge and he finished walking it within an hour. One of them speculated if he must have broken the past records, while Tianjin called Kai Mengdai and observed that her disciple isn't bad because his heart is as stable as stone. He wondered how she usually teaches him. She responded that she just gave him a few guidance when she was free, and she guessed it was mainly his own understanding. Tianjin stated that for the main event, Chu Xiu is going to climb the heavens staircase. Chu Xiu looked up at the hurdle in front of him. Tianjin requested for the Holy Sun's challenger to show themselves. King Feng and Zhu Yu volunteered that they will go. Zhu Yu mentioned that his master shouldn't blame him if he lost, and Kuai Daozai urged that he should go no matter if he wins or loses. On the other hand, Jiangzu's cousin boasted that it was all on him and he is invincible. Shang Gonghao also stepped forward. A female cultivator exclaimed that he was so handsome and inquired if she knew who he was, and she identified that it was Shang Gonghao, the Kai family's fiancé. Wanted to obtain favors from the Kai family by stepping on Tai Su's face. All the challengers stood behind Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu was amused and commented that he had plenty of challengers. Those two should be the Long Twins from Unlimited Blade Realms. That should be the legendary Divine Constitution Jiangzu, and he looks quiet, which is uninteresting. Zhu called him and complained that it was offensive, but he was actually there for participation, so he wouldn't mind him, and Chu Xiu reflected that he wasn't so bad. He was polite, so he could be lighter on him. Shang Gonghao suddenly called him the Holy Sun. He surmised that he was obviously a show-off, so there was nothing to fear. Suddenly, King Feng ran forward. He insisted that they should begin because he can't wait anymore, while Zhu Yu advised that he should wait for her. Everyone started climbing up the heaven staircase. King Feng led, and Zhu Yu was right behind him. Jiangzu also followed, and Zhu Yu as well. Chu Xiu acknowledged that they were all showing off their skills, so he cannot underestimate them all. Shang Gonghao apologized to him and expressed that he was in a hurry, so they should end it quickly. He will let him have a few moves, and Chu Xiu agreed and added that they should end it quickly. One of the cultivators pondered if the Shanggong family grew arrogant after coming in touch with the Kai family. Another opined that if Chu Xiu were to be defeated by Shang Gonghao on the first step, that would be so humiliating to Tai Su holy ground. And another argued that Shang Gonghao is looking down on their holy son in their territory, so they should kill him. Back to the fight, Shang Gonghao uttered that his weapon is a fan and Chu Xiu should bring out his weapon. Chu Xiu grinned sinisterly. He charged towards Shang Gonghao without any warning. One of the cultivators cursed and shouted that Chu Xiu is fast. Chu Xiu demanded if he wanted to climb by stepping on him and letting him have a few moves. He challenged him for daring to show off in front of him, and Shang Gonghao pleaded that he should not attack his face. But Chu Xiu slapped him across the face and he screamed in pain. The cultivators all looked satisfied and laughed. Meanwhile, Tai Su Zai prepared her skill. Shang Gonghao suddenly cried that something tied him, and he called his grandpa to save him. Tai Su Zai ordered, "Keep." Shang Gonghao was transported back to his grandpa, and he fell on the floor. Tai Su Zai proclaimed that the dignity of Tai Su cannot be humiliated, and anyone who does will be banished. King Hong mused if the Kai family found a pretty good in-law to dare act against the Holy Sun at Tai Su's Holy Sun ceremony, and if they had divine guts. But Kai Chang Shu warned that he shouldn't fan the flames there because that had nothing to do with the Kai family. Tai Su Zai affirmed that the Holy Sun will continue to climb the heavens staircase. Chu Xiu realized that the Shanggong family nearly rode Tai Su Zai's face, so he must have taken it out for her, and he never concluded that the wimp Shang Gonghao was so fragile. The audience predicted that it was coming. The twin sword constitution is going to battle Tai Su Holy Sun. Unlike the kid from the Shanggong family, they rank first place on the Hidden Dragon rank, so they wonder if he could defeat that pair of siblings. Chu Xiu remarked that King Feng and Zhu Yu truly have wonderful names, but they threatened to kill him before they even stepped onto the Tai Su holy ground, so he really doesn't understand how he has offended them. King Feng queried if they needed a reason to want to kill him, and Zhu Yu added that if he needed a reason, he should blame his parents for giving him the wrong name, the same as the old demon Chu. Chu Xiu realized that it was their reason for timing to kill him. He wondered in what age they were in to have that way of thinking. King Feng stated that talking is useless because it was time to kill him. It was the legendary moon-chasing snow sword, and on its own, it looks like a heavenly sword. But when the two are combined, it reaches the power at the level of an immortal. With his current body, he can't defend himself against those two swords, and if he forces himself to fight with his fist, he will get hurt. King Feng called Zhu Yu and urged that they should kill him. Chu Xiu used his secret skill. He charged toward the twins with his greatsword. He swung it at them, and the twins prepared to block it. Zhu Yu couldn't follow his sword at all. She was blown away, and King Feng got worried for her. She managed to land upright on the ground. She got worried for King Feng. King Feng quickly took a step back and dodged Chu Xiu's sword. He declared that Chu Xiu should come at them again, as he will definitely kill him with their sword. Chu Xiu commented that Zhu Yu is truly menacing, and she retorted that he should shut up. He used the hilt of his sword to hit her. She screamed as she was sent flying. King Feng caught her and insisted that she should take the medicine, as it would stop the bleeding quickly. Chu Xiu wondered if they still had time to take medicine to heal. The twins suddenly fused their energy and proclaimed that he should die. A huge scroll was summoned, and multiple swords surrounded them. Chu Xiu was taken by surprise by the swords. Zhu Yi explained that it was the twin sword skill, Clear Wave Sword Song. Meanwhile, the cultivators pondered if they could actually do such a thing and observed that in the face of such a strong attack, there is no way Chu Xiu won't be defeated. As the twins used the Clear Wave Sword Song, Chu Xiu reflected if they had decided to use that to pressure him. But when it comes to fighting against him, there is no way he will lose to that, as that ancient holy body of his specializes in such skills. He used his skill, Chaos Branch Purple Lotus. Once the Purple Lotus appears, all is defeated. A huge explosion occurred. Zhu Yu called King Feng as she got blown away, and he got worried for her. On the other hand, one of the cultivators noted that Chu Xiu actually suppressed the twins, while Wu Hongying inquired what it was. A golden aura and an image of a purple lotus. The twins' master doubted if Chu Xiu had an ancient holy body. He asserted that there was no way and wondered how one could even achieve such a thing. Back into the fight, King Feng created a shield to protect them from Chu Xiu's terrifying aura. He pressed that Zhu Yu should hurry up because the sheepskin drum could resist only temporarily. But she responded that she can't leave. Chu Xiu affirmed that no one could leave. He charged at the twins. He reasoned that King Feng was difficult to deal with, so he should go for Zhu Yu first. King Feng shouted no and that she should run quickly. Chu Xiu asserted that it was the Emperor Fist, the punch that breaks through all spells in full power. Zhu Yu coughed up blood as she was sent flying by his punch. King Feng screamed for Zhu Yu and demanded that Chu Xiu fight with him. Chu Xiu quickly kicked him in the stomach. He turned pale and coughed up blood. The kick was so powerful that the stones shattered as King Feng crashed onto them. One of the cultivators noted that Chu Xiu was so strong, and another speculated if the twins were even strong and commented that they were to be destroyed if they were against their holy son. Yifan stated that Chu Xiu's punch is so strong, but he wondered why his chest feels so tight as if something very important was lost. On the other hand, the twins' master called Kai Meng Dai and challenged how she could let her disciple do whatever he wanted like that if she was so righteous. Kai Meng Dai replied, "Of course she is." She continued that his disciples kept on saying that they wanted to kill Chu Xiu, and inquired why he wasn't happy when Chu Xiu only destroyed their cultivation. Tao Yao pondered if he wasn't a bit too overbearing and why he would bully them for being cruel. Chu Xiu commented that his two disciples were very talented and their cultivation had been destroyed, but if they worked for a while, they would be able to recover more than half of it. Kai Meng Dai suggested that if he has nothing else to say, he could just sit back and continue watching the ceremony. Chu Xiu observed that Tao Yao's senior brother is amazing. She really likes strong men, and Tao Yao snapped that she should get out of her way and stop trying her tricks with her senior brother, but she argued that an outstanding and strong man like him is destined to have many women. For example, her. Kai Meng Dai wondered when Chu Xiu got so many admirers. Tao Yao challenged what she was saying and if she wanted to die, but Kai Meng Dai remarked that she should watch herself. Tao Yao was disappointed. Kai Meng Dai pondered that the traitorous disciple brought it upon himself, and yet he still needed his master to solve it for him, and she repeatedly cursed. On the other hand, on Heaven's staircase, Chu Xiu stated that his nose was itchy and inquired who was scolding him. It was whatever. He should just continue, and as he wondered who he should challenge next, the system snickered and commented that as an old demon, he should drink divine blood. It suggested that he kill the blockhead from the Jiang family first, as he has the divine constitution. He considered that it depends on if Jiangzu is willing to fight him. Jiangzu nervously looked over his shoulder. He gestured for Chu Xiu to move on ahead. He reflected that Chu Xiu was too dangerous, so he couldn't fight him without absolute certainty that he would win. It looks like Jiangzu doesn't want to fight him, and there are people watching at the bottom of the ladder, so he can't be picky. Zhui quickly felt Chu Xiu's gaze on him. Using voice transfer, he replied that he is not his opponent and requested that he let him go. Chu Xiu responded that he misunderstood because he has never been a fan of violence. Peace is where his heart is at. Zhui noted that he is truly a kind person and he is ashamed of himself. Among the five, the casual-looking Zhui is the strongest, followed by the Jiang family's divine constitution. Both of them are no easy opponents, so it is fine if they don't want to fight him, as the most important thing at the moment is to climb the heaven's staircase. On the other hand, Tai Suzai noticed the golden ape. She declared that there is a guest at the Holy Sun's palace. She was by the viewing platform, and as she called the golden ape, she pressed why he came there uninvited. The golden ape observed that Tai Suzai is still as observant as ever. She interrogated if he was not afraid that he won't be able to leave after entering human territory as the monster lord of Tianyao realm, and he added that of course he is not because he dared to come after all. He asserted that she spent quite a lot of effort to plan that Holy Sun ceremony, so he doesn't believe that she doesn't have ulterior motives. She probed, what does it matter if she does, and what does it have to do with them, the monsters? He suggested that they should make a bet. He will have his youngster climb the heaven's staircase, and if she defeats her holy son, she must tell him her true goal, and if the opposite happens, she gets to propose the conditions. She demanded for the godly Bodhi flower, sacred monk fruit, and another heavenly treasure. Kai Meng Dai realized that those treasures were what Chu Xiu needed. The golden ape explained that Tai Suzai has a big appetite and that the butterfly empress should go. She should kick the holy sun's ass, and he will treat her to a feast of sacred beasts for 3 nights and days, and she agreed. He was so excited. Meanwhile, after 3,000 steps, Chu Xiu could feel the pressure of heaven's staircase clearly. He wondered what would happen if he climbed 9,999 steps and used the system to break through his primordial sacred constitution. But the system advised him not to take such a huge risk, as he would die, and he consented. The butterfly empress suddenly flew behind the men that were climbing. She queried who Tai Su's holy son was. Zhui called Chu Xiu, and as he mentioned that he believed she was there for him, he doubted if he did something to her. He was in a daze as he started imagining things, and Chu Xiu was repulsed. Chu Xiu prepared to fight, and Zhui warned that he should be careful not to hurt the innocent. The butterfly empress vowed that she will defeat Chu Xiu. She will defeat him and return to a feast. Chu Xiu acknowledged that her body is so strong. He realized that he knew her. She is the butterfly empress of the Tianyao realm, and rumor has it that her father is a barbarian lord and her mother a butterfly lord. She was born extraordinary, possessing the Tianyao divine barbarian constitution as well as unparalleled strength and invincible flesh. Additionally, she feels no pain in combat, and she is a supreme class character in her generation. He He quickly took the opening to grab her foot. He slammed him on the rocks. She exclaimed that the primordial sacred constitution doesn't disappoint. She used her skill, Shadow, and as Chu Xiu wondered if she wanted to trap him with illusions, he countered that she was too young for that. He was taken by surprise when her huge bosom suddenly appeared in front of him. His face was slammed into her chest. She expressed that he was a bean sprout and grilled him for daring to humiliate her, and he apologized and clarified that he went too fast and couldn't step on the brakes. He insisted that it wasn't intentional, but he was still slapped. He crashed and skidded on the ground. He fell right underneath the butterfly empress skirt. She ordered that he should shut up. She repeatedly remarked that he should die. One of the cultivators wondered if Chu Xiu was going to fall into that monster lady's hands. Another stated that they can't piss off women after looking at the chaos she started. On the other hand, Tao Yao and Chu Xiao Ran were worried for Chu Xiu. Meanwhile, Kai Meng Dai was worried about a different scenario. Suddenly, the butterfly empress let out a moan. Tao Yao declared that she was a pervert, while Chu Xiao Ran observed that Chu Xiu was so strong, and Kai Meng Dai noted that he was a traitorous disciple. Back at the fight, Chu Xiu commented that he had had enough of the butterfly empress and he didn't do anything earlier because he was tolerating her, but she had gone too far. She let out another moan. She felt pleasure from his punch. Jui queried if the butterfly empress was alright and uttered that the Tianyao divine barbarian constitution was actually defeated by the primordial sacred constitution. The butterfly empress added that Chu Xiu was an amazing human. She has decided to take him as her concubine, so he should follow her back to the Tianyao realm. Chu Xiao Ran was surprised, while Tao Yao responded that the monster lady was quite arrogant, as she wanted their holy son to follow her back to the monster realm. On the other hand, Kai Meng Dai was thinking that Chu Xiu's luck with ladies is strong, so she will teach him a lesson later. Back at the Heaven's Staircase, the Butterfly Empress claimed that Chu Xiu should follow her back to the Tianyao realm, as she would treat him nicely. She has even decided the names of their children. Jui replied that he could tell she is a good girl. But Chu Xiu affirmed that he doesn't desire that, and he is going to keep climbing the Heaven's Staircase. The Butterfly Empress quickly flew away. She requested Tai Suzai to grant them their marriage. Tai Suzai wondered if the Butterfly Empress came to her to ask permission for her marriage. She called the Golden Ape and whispered that his junior was quite ambitious to desire taking the Tai Su holy son home. He exclaimed that it was all a misunderstanding and the Butterfly Empress must have hurt her head, so he will bring her back immediately. He asserted that he should follow him immediately. She voiced that he should wait because she hadn't probed what gift she needed to present to ask for marriage, but he maintained that she is a silly girl and pressed her for being so embarrassing. She insisted that they were all bean sprouts, but she likes Chu Xiu. A few moments later, the bell rang. Tianjin explained that the holy son Chu Xiu climbed the Heaven's Staircase and broke the previous records, so he passed the test, and the ceremony shall begin. It was incredible, and conditioning his body on Heaven's Staircase is faster than having breakthroughs with the system. They mentioned that Chu Xiu broke the records and climbed higher than any other previous holy son, and the primordial sacred constitution is invincible, so there might be no one stronger than him in the same cultivation realm. He came back, and Tao Yao, Chu Xiao Ran, and Kai Meng Dai went to greet him. Chu Xiao Ran indicated that his physique is incredibly powerful. Kai Meng Dai proclaimed that it was not bad and he should quickly get onto the stage because the Holy Master had prepared the seal of the Holy Sun for him. He averred, all right, and that he would see her later. She wondered what he was planning at that time. A few moments later, Tai Suzai acknowledged that Chu Xiu will become the Holy Sun that day and she will give him two choices. The first choice, the Holy Ground, will provide all cultivation resources, and he will be protected by great cultivators. His future will be smooth and bright. The second choice, the Holy Ground, will not provide any cultivation resources and will let him create his own path to fight and kill. His future is unknown, but there will be no limit for him. One of the cultivators posed what there was to consider and retorted that, of course, he would take the first choice, to which another agreed and revealed that if it were her, she would have taken the first choice too, but another cultivator asserted that it was why they would never be strong. The first choice has a lot of benefits, but he will lose his freedom, and he will have to carry too many secrets, so with a great saint always keeping watch on him, it will be easy to get exposed, and the second choice has no such concerns, but he will lose some support on resources. He expressed a smile. He could take those resources from Kai Meng Dai and Hua Luofei. He disclosed he will take the second choice because he fears no challenge, and whatever he wants, he doesn't need others to give it to him. He will take it himself with the sword in his hand. His path is unstoppable. He will destroy mountains, fill up the sea, and kill people if any of them get in his way. Tai Suzai inquired if he was sure, and he voiced yes. She hinted that he should accept the seal of the Holy Sun and the Holy Sun's card. The cultivators cheered for him as the Holy Sun and opined that he is invincible. Tai Suzai declared that she would announce that the Holy Sun ceremony is over and she would like to invite the representatives of each holy ground, primordial families, and great sects to head to Tai Su Peak for a discussion. But Chu Xiu requested for her to wait a moment, and he alleged that Hua Luofei of Daoyun Peak is still single, so he was wondering if she could grant her the hand of marriage. She interrogated if he wanted her to grant her marriage and with whom. He sheepishly pointed at himself. She challenged if he liked her, and as he hinted, of course, she demanded which part he liked about her. He relayed that she is gentle, kind, thoughtful, mature, and beautiful. She informed that she cannot decide that matter on her own and it all depends on Hua Luofei's decision, and if she accepts, she could grant the two of them marriage, to which he investigated if it was real. Meanwhile, the system snickered and proffered that he was a pretending asshole, and he telepathically suggested that it should piss off and it was not allowed to laugh when he was not laughing. At Kai Meng Dai's room, she inquired what he mentioned to Tai Su Zai earlier. He replied that it was nothing and just some questions about cultivation while he mused why she smelled even more fragrant that day. She wondered why he didn't consult her instead of disturbing Tai Su Zai if he had questions on cultivation. And he responded that he was there. He requested something from her. She remarked that he just became the Holy Son and was already acting like that. She demanded if he truly deserved the position of the Holy Son, and he responded with confusion, claiming he only wanted to seek guidance regarding the fist techniques and asked how that was a bad thing. But she insisted that he shouldn't assume she was unaware of what he was doing. He suddenly pushed her onto the couch. He questioned why she didn't tell him what she believed he was thinking, and she responded that she didn't want to know, so he should leave. He challenged her if she was really willing to let him leave. She covered her mouth to muffle her moans. On the other hand, Tao Yao and Chu Xiu Ran waited at Chu Xiu's room. Jai Teimei observed that Chu Xiu Ran's constitution was unordinary and declared that he would take her as a human pet, which made Tao Yao laugh, and she commented that not only did he look better, even his words sounded pleasant. She supported him and encouraged him to just take Chu Xiu Ran as his human pet. He probed if she fell for Chu Xiu as well and claimed that if she wanted, he, the Great One, could assist her. Tao Yao stated that it was not a good idea, and he demanded how it was not good. She retorted that Chu Xiu Ran shouldn't dare and challenged her for having such dirty thoughts about her senior brother. Chu Xiu Ran countered that Chu Xiu was not hers and questioned if she wanted to control her, while Jai Teimei concurred and suggested that she should drag her hair, claw her face, and poke her nostrils, and Tao Yao should keep digging into her nostrils. Chu Xiu remarked that he was a bad chicken being naughty out there again. Chu Xiu Ran inquired when he arrived, while Tao Yao could only call him. Chu Xiu Ran immediately apologized to Tao Yao. She admitted that it was all her fault and urged Chu Xiu not to blame Tao Yao because she was there to congratulate him on becoming the Holy Son. But she scolded her when she arrived as she really loved him, and Tao Yao insulted her. Chu Xiu Ran accepted it, and as Tao Yao threatened that she would kill her, she confessed that it was all her fault for making her unhappy, so if he didn't mind, she could just leave. Chu Xiu wondered how Chu Xiu Ran could be so bitchy. The next day, at Taisu Peak, Kai Meng Dai summoned Tai Su Zai and informed her that the monster clans had already learned that Chu Xiu possessed the primordial sacred constitution after the Holy Sun ceremony, so she feared that the monsters would act on it. Tai Su Zai stated that for the last 1,000 years, the barbarian and monster forces rose, and it was a time of danger as well as change, and if they removed their great saints at that moment, the Tai Chi ancient star would open early. Kai Meng Dai considered that if she caught that opportunity, she might have the chance to become a saint lord. Tai Su Zai encouraged her to catch it. It was the Pu Tai divine flower Chu Xiu needed, and she entrusted her to hand it to him in her stead, and Kai Meng Dai accepted. She reflected that it was unfortunate to see that traitorous disciple again. A few moments later, in Kai Meng Dai's room, Chu Xiu remarked that the night had yet to come. As he questioned why she called him there, she perceived him as shameless. She stated that Tai Su Zai wanted him to have it, so he should take it and leave and not disturb her any further, and he inquired how he could disturb her there. He mentioned that he was there anyway, so he proposed that they try out the first technique from last night, but she snapped that he should piss off as it was still day, and he shouldn't be reckless. He leaned into her neck. He stated that night would fall soon. He climbed on top of her as he pushed her on the couch. A few moments later, evening arrived. Chu Xiu mentally commanded the system to show him his profile. The system displayed his profile and notified that he was already the Taisu Holy Son, so he would receive some of the Holy Ground's luck. Chu Xiu felt surprised that becoming the Holy Son came with a luck buff and such a benefit. Suddenly, Kai Meng Dai announced that the night had fallen, so he could stay there that night. But he cleared his throat and declined, explaining that he needed to go back and cultivate. He speculated if she wanted him to stay over and how something so nice could happen, and he suspected that she was acting irregularly, so no one knew if she wouldn't just slap him to death when he was sleeping. He advised her to take some rest, and she remarked that he was still as cautious as ever, but he should just wait, as she would kill him one day. The next day, he arrived at the Holy Sun's palace. Kai Meng Dai handed the Putai divine flower to him so he could already break through to the other shore stage. But to have a successful breakthrough, he needed to absorb a huge amount of Kai from the world, so he might as well try it in the Holy Sun Palace. The Holy Sun Palace might be one of the places richest in Kai and Taesu holy ground. Suddenly, the maidservant summoned him. He speculated if it was the Holy Sun Palace's maids and admired that Taesu holy ground was incredible after all because even the maids were so beautiful. He informed them that he would come there to cultivate from time to time, so he would leave it to them to keep it tidy. And they acknowledged that he could go and cultivate and just leave the rest to them. A few moments later, he asked if the Kai density there was so high and remarked that cultivating there might multiply his speed by dozens of times. It was the right place. The system notified that he consumed the heavenly treasure, Putai divine flower, and prompted if he wanted to initiate a limit breakthrough, and he confirmed that he would break through. It notified that the breakthrough was completed and 10,000 breakthrough points were consumed, so 68,000 breakthrough points were left. On the other hand, a coachman summoned his princess and pointed out that it was the legendary Holy Sun Palace. Chu Xiu noticed him and grew curious about the princess. The carriage flew over the Taesu holy ground. Chu Xiu remarked that Taesu holy ground never disappoints, and Qiu Yu commented that it was so huge and prettier than the royal palace. Zhu Ziyu, the great Ming Empire's 7th princess, reminded them that they shouldn't be so shocked because as the absolute dominant force of the southern realm, of course its territory is huge, and there was no way it could be compared with the palace. Chu Xiu assumed that she looked like Zhu Baiyu and wondered if she was one of her descendants. Suddenly, a flower fell from the sky. He caught it. He felt amused and considered whether Hua Luofei was thinking about him. When evening came, he traveled towards a flower field on his floating boat. He called Hua Luofei. He informed that he received her flower and came there. She congratulated him on advancing even further in his cultivation while acknowledging that he actually came, and he responded that the little improvement was nothing and she was becoming more and more beautiful. A while ago, he mentioned their marriage to Tai Suzai, and he urged her to guess what she said. Hua Luofei supposed that of course she didn't agree because they are not suitable. Chu Xiu revealed that Tai Suzai stated that she will grant them marriage as long as she agrees to it. While he noted that her hand was so soft, she inquired if he believed she would agree. He sighed and muttered that it was a shame that he would be leaving the holy ground to train, and if she didn't agree, he didn't know when they would meet again. And she verified if he just reached the other shore realm and if he was going to leave. He picked a flower from the field. He explained that he can't just stay inside the holy ground forever, as he will never be strong that way. And he actually doesn't want to leave the holy ground as well. But she responded that going out is beneficial for him and he is a decisive person, not a person tied down by emotions. He countered who claimed that being decisive has something to do with being emotional. He wished she could feel it, his passionate heartbeat. He leaned in, and their faces got closer. She was surprised when he kissed her. He deepened the kiss between them. When he called her, she was in a daze. Suddenly, she was pissed. She cursed inwardly that her first kiss was gone. As she complained that he was an asshole, he begged her not to be mad and he couldn't help himself, so he requested her to calm down. She warned him not to do that next time, to which he conceded and promised that he will tell her in advance next time he wants to kiss her. She is so gentle even though she is angry, so there was no way he could not love her. And she challenged that he was seeing her as a little girl, and demanded if she looked so easy to him. She explained that the divine grade storage ring was a trophy she received from participating in the Tianyuan City Defense War. It has a lot of space inside, so he should take it, as it is inconvenient to use bags when training outside, and he requested if she could put it on for him. She agreed and asserted that she would put it on for him, and he questioned if she knew the meaning of a woman gifting a man a ring. She dismissed that it was just a storage ring and probed what it could mean, and he repeatedly refused. Legend has it that there is a lifeful star at the other end of the cosmos, and in there, a woman gifting a man a ring meant that the woman liked him a lot and wished to marry him. She doubted that there was such a weird custom and countered that there is no such thing in the Tianqiang continent. He probed when she would accept his proposal, and she confronted if he liked taking advantage of her so much. He confessed that it was because he likes her and she should look because Kai Mengdai is so beautiful as well, but he didn't take advantage of her. She warned that it will be treacherous if he takes advantage of Kai Mengdai as well. He denied and asserted that he is very respectful to Kai Meng Dai and never had such thoughts. She questioned if he was there bullying her. He insisted that he does not dare bully her. He grabbed her waist and touched the exposed skin of her back. She scolded that it was not the time, and he is a little guy who is too shameless, so it looked like she needed to stay away from him. He grabbed her wrist. He declared that he is not a little guy. He is a big guy. In an instant, he managed to lay her down on the rock and climb on top of her. The two of them made love in that flower field just like the cats. A few moments later, he reminded her that a while ago, Tai Suzai invited various forces to Taesu Peak and prompted what they discussed in the meeting. She explained that there is a secret realm star beyond the sky whose natural formation is going to open. That star is called Taechai, and apparently, that star's fame is huge, and its natural formation opens once every 2,000 to 3,000 years. There are countless treasures inside, but that is nothing compared to the cultivation path ruins left behind inside the secret realm. It is so fortunate that even the great saint, who received the emperor's legacy, that was left behind, was able to break through to Saint Lord, becoming the strongest of the continent. He wondered when it would open. Hua Luofei explained that the Taechai ancient star would open within a year, 5 or 6 months at least, and 8 months at most. And when Chu Xiu inquired whether Kai Meng Dai would go as well, she confirmed that she would, as she needed to seek the opportunity to become a saint king in Taechai ancient star. He wondered whether anything might go wrong with his precious master and where he would seek his lessons if something happened. He considered whether he should just seal her up and lock her down so she would just stay at home like a baby instead of adventuring outside. She assured him not to worry because Kai Meng Dai was not a weak woman, and even amongst her stage, her strength was unparalleled. She questioned where he would go to train. He responded that he hadn't decided yet, so he would go wherever he ended up and let fate decide. But he only knew that Liu Hongyu was heading north, without knowing the specifics, so he could only investigate along the way. He inquired whether she had anything to say before they parted. She suddenly leaned towards him. She kissed him, and the system snickered. She advised that it wasn't embarrassing to run away when facing an enemy he couldn't defeat, and he reassured her not to worry. In the morning, Mo Fei Yan and Zhu Ziyu stood in front of Chu Xiu's room. Zhu Ziyu declared that she was the great Ming 7th princess, and she was there to see the Holy Sun. Chu Xiu requested that she spare the customs, and he inquired whether she had any business for bringing Zhu Ziyu there. He figured that Zhu Ziyu was Zhu Baiyu's descendant after all. Mo Fei Yan explained that they heard the Holy Sun would travel soon, and coincidentally, the great Ming Empire would have a new king to ascend the throne. So Tai Suzai wished for him to head to the great Ming Empire with Zhu Ziyu and represent the Taesu holy ground at the ceremony. He suspected that Hua Luofei truly wanted to keep him busy. He agreed, reasoning that he didn't know where to go anyway, so he had no reason not to visit Great Ming. And Zhu Ziyu expressed that it was their fortune that the Holy Sun would visit Great Ming. She considered it lucky to be able to invite a low saint elder, and no one would have expected the Holy Sun himself to attend the ceremony. He remembered what occurred 45 years ago, when he was still at the godly power stage. He accidentally befriended the great Ming princess back then, Zhu Baiyu. They shared a romantic encounter. He remarked that if there was no other business, they should leave the next day, while considering that he said he would find Zhu Baiyu, yet she already had descendants. Zhu Ziyu expressed that it was great, apologized for disturbing him that day, and promised to see him the next day. Suddenly, Kai Meng Dai summoned him and instructed that he should come and see her immediately. He declined and mentioned that his waist hurt that day. She found it preposterous because she was already prepared, yet the traitorous disciple refused to come. A few moments later, she went to her storage court. She smiled as she held a small box in her hand. Meanwhile, in Chu Xiu's room, Jai Teimei remarked that he was pretty hard working to cultivate right before he left. On the other hand, he recalled that he hadn't claimed his reward for a large breakthrough last time yet, so he telepathically summoned the system and requested to see the records. The system notified him that it detected a primordial sacred constitution, divine bridge stage breakthrough, and a special reward triggered, half of the G secret technique, and inquired whether he would claim it. He confirmed that he would claim. The system rewarded him with one of the 9 secret techniques, G, for that breakthrough. The G secret technique was the strongest healing technique, and once mastered, a single drop of blood could regenerate the entire body, and in terms of rarity, it was as valuable as Xing. But in terms of life-saving, G surpassed it. Unfortunately, there was only half of the G secret technique, so the effects were greatly reduced. But if he could obtain the complete G secret technique, his third sword move would take form. Jai Teimei offered him some roast rabbit and mentioned that he wouldn't be able to enjoy that once he left the holy ground, but he declined and stated that he was going to take a nap. Suddenly, Kai Meng Dai inquired where her traitorous disciple was. He replied that Chu Xiu was taking a nap, so nobody should disturb him. But she simply remarked that a little chicken dared to block her path. He noticed her undergarment as she walked over him, and blood spurted out of his nose. She speculated whether Chu Xiu was truly asleep. She entered his room and saw him lying on his bed. She smirked as she looked down on him. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu dreamed that many beauties were calling him to come over to them. He responded that he was coming. The ladies immediately swarmed around him. He looked so happy. Suddenly, Kai Meng Dai pinched his ears. She criticized that he already had a son, yet he was still bathing there. He screamed as he woke from his dream. She verified if he was awake, and when he inquired why she was there, she reminded him that she was his master and questioned why she wouldn't be inside. She opened the box and handed it to him. He questioned what she was doing and whether she intended to kill her husband. But he realized that it was the 7th grade dragon swallow, and she was there to temper his body. She expressed that she couldn't help him much if he left the mountain to train, so he should take that as her parting body, and he urged her to wait. He grabbed her wrist. She questioned why he wanted her to stay. He asked whether she was gifting him the 7th grade dragon swallow, and explained that legend stated among the primordial sea, a great saint-stage dragon whale's swallow needed to mature for millions of years before condensing as dragon swallow, so it was quite precious. She questioned what it mattered. He reasoned that he needed to repay her if she gifted him something so precious. At the southern realm, King Xiuan City, a lot of cultivators passed by on their flying swords. Zhu Ziyu's carriage made its way as well. Inside, Chu Xiu mentioned that he would tell her about Cultivator Han's story again, and she agreed. Legend had it that there was a cultivator named Han, with terrible aptitude, who cultivated hard but had very little results, until a woman named Nangong appeared and became his master, and the story slowly became interesting. One day, the two of them slayed monsters together and were under a unique poison, and the two of them lost control of their emotions. Chu Xiu cleared his throat and remarked that they all knew it. Zhu Ziyu admitted that she never imagined it was like that, while Qu Yu inquired if that wouldn't be against etiquette since they were master and disciple. Suddenly, spit landed on Chu Xiu's face. Zhu Ziyu wondered if someone was spraying water outside. He cleared his throat and responded that there must be, and it was splashed inside. On the other hand, Kai Meng Dai felt disgusted, and she considered that the traitorous disciple was shameless. A few moments later, they arrived at King Xiuan Inn. As the keeper welcomed them, she requested that they follow her. They all followed her inside the inn. Chu Xiu recalled and inquired what her relationship with Zhu Baiyu was, and she questioned if he knew her aunt. He replied that he presumed she was her daughter, as he saw a drawing of her at another senior's, and she looked very similar to her. He queried how she was. She responded that a few months ago, she passed away in the monastery at the peak of Cloud Cliff. She was waiting for someone for decades, and she heard her father mention that he died a few months ago, so her aunt chose to pass away on the same day. He confirmed if that was the case and remarked that it was a shame. A few moments later, Kai Meng Dai wondered why Chu Xiu's presence disappeared at the inn and assumed that she could follow another shore cultivator but lost track of them. Meanwhile, he speculated what she was thinking to keep following him. Good thing he wore a presence-concealing mask and lost her. He opened the doors of a shady building. He took a step inside the room. The door immediately shut behind him as soon as he stepped inside. Flames lit up at the table, and a lady was sitting across from him. She demanded 200,000 divine-grade spiritual stones, and he calculated that it needed at least 200 million upper-grade spiritual stones to exchange. He commented that the Tianjai floor was as heartless as always. As she asserted that their intel was absolute, she queried if he knew how many people were looking for her. He offered 300 drops of 10,000-year-age stalactite, and recalled that he received it at the Huangyao secret realm so it could be of use at the moment. She stood up from her seat. She insisted that it would be 400 drops, as the Tianjai floor never bargains. He permitted her to take it. She admitted that it was not bad and inquired if he needed any other intel. He confirmed that he did have an intel for sale and speculated if she was interested in it, which intrigued her, and she encouraged him to share it. He revealed that it was the location of Emperor Yu Hua's divine text. She verified if it was real, and he assured that it should be easy to verify with her intelligence network. So he wanted some gift of life fruit and treasures for physique formation, at least 4 types of them. Once she prepares them, they will exchange them together. As she agreed to collect those treasures, she queried where they will trade next time. He informed that it would be Shangjing City, and she acknowledged. A few moments later, he returned to King Xiuan Inn. He called Kai Meng Dai and remarked that if she was tired of standing on the roof, she should come inside. She was startled. She pondered when he showed up. She wondered how he found out about her, and he claimed that he could smell her body fragrance from a mile away. He grabbed her wrist. She commanded him to let go of her and demanded what he wanted to do. He made her sit on the bed. He teased if she followed him there because she missed him, and she rebuked that he was narcissistic. She explained that she had some business in Zhongzhou and just happened to pass by and coincidentally stayed there. And she saw him there too, so she might as well take a visit. He accepted that, and since she was there anyway, he requested if she would give him some lessons, and she reprimanded that he should have some respect. A few moments later, she gripped onto the sheets. She inquired if he would give her some lessons. He was taken aback. She declared that she was going to have a breakthrough and there would be a thunder trial. At that moment, he already heard the roaring thunder outside. Lightning bolts appeared outside Chu Xiu's room at King Xuan's inn. Chu Xiu inquired if it was the fourth layer of Great Saint's thunder trials. Kai Meng Dai confirmed and responded that she was going to cross the dimensions to undergo the trials soon. He pulled out a pill bottle. He remarked that the thunder trials were powerful, so she should drink it if she couldn't take it. She recognized the 10,000-year-age stalactite and assumed that he was grateful after all. She walked towards a portal. As soon as she crossed the dimension, she encountered lightning materializing into a dragon. She closed her eyes and meditated. She named the decimation of snow the three-world sword. She used her first form, 10,000 lies sealed in ice. She followed with her second form, Frost Realm. She swung her sword at the dragon. She landed her slash at the dragon's neck. She unleashed her third form, Frozen Destruction. But the dragon roared, and it pushed her back. She didn't expect the thunder tribulation in the middle stage of the Great Sage to be so strong. Strong to the point of being abnormal. She took out the pill bottle. She drank from it. She concentrated her aura on her belly. The dragon charged at her. She glared at it. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu watched the thunder tribulation from his room window. He assumed that she must stay safe and considered what he would do without her. On the other hand, she managed to defeat the dragon. She figured that the baby was fine. She came out of the portal. He praised her for successfully passing the trials and urged that she should hurry up and go inside to stabilize her cultivation. She thanked him for his 10,000-year-age stalactite and remarked that something might have gone wrong in the trial otherwise, and he replied that she shouldn't sweat about it. She looked happy as she called him a traitorous disciple. She stated that she wondered why the thunder trial at that time was so strong, and it was more than 5 times stronger than the third layer of trials, which didn't make any sense. The next day, Chu Xiu came out of his room. He yawned so badly. He looked so tired, and Zhu Ziyu saw him as she passed by. She observed that his complexion didn't look good. He was surprised that it was that obvious. He cleared his throat and explained that he was cultivating a divine technique, and it consumed his energy, so she shouldn't worry about it. She acknowledged, and Qiu remarked that he was working hard. A few moments later, the coachman informed them that the carriage was ready so they could depart any time. Chu Xiu inquired where Mo Fei Yan was, and he explained that before sunrise, the Qingmeng town ahead sent the info that they discovered signs of a huge amount of monsters and requested support from King Xuan City. And when she heard of that, she immediately headed there and stated that she would meet up with them later after dealing with it. Chu Xiu suspected that a large amount of monsters sneaked into human territory, so something was fishy because normally, monsters wouldn't invade the places where humans were present. They would only hide in the shadows and ambush, but they started attacking an unremarkable city all of a sudden. He concluded that the actions of monsters were unpredictable to begin with, so they should depart first, as he believed Mo Fei Yan would handle it well. But he figured that he must head over as soon as possible because there could be treasures. A few moments later, they traveled over a grassy plain. Zhu Ziyu remarked that the view of the plains was amazing. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu regretted that it was a shame because he should be doing something with Kai Meng Dai there with such beautiful views. He imagined something lewd. While he daydreamed, he remained unaware of Xiao Yifeng and the Dragon Club crouching in the grass. Xiao Yifeng believed that his death had come. He urged that they should go. Chu Xiu was a fool because only he deserved to be the holy son within the holy grounds. He should give him his life. A huge hand quickly appeared and blocked their attacks. They speculated if Mo Fei Yan wasn't absent and who was protecting Chu Xiu. The hand pushed them all away in one fell swoop, and they screamed in pain. Everyone in the carriage heard their scream and looked out the window. They were all lying on the grass. Kai Meng Dai questioned if he was trying to mingle with scum like the Dragon Club to kill Chu Xiu. Xiao Yifeng claimed he learned from his mistakes and pleaded for Kai Meng Dai's forgiveness, but she demanded if he believed she was unaware of what he did to Chu Xiu, and recounted that he first urged Jian Lingyan to cripple his sea of consciousness, sent assassins after him in the Huangyao secret realm, and currently brought rats from the Shenlong Club to kill him. She acknowledged she gave him chances, but insisted he was the one who ignored them. He inquired if she was going to kill him just for Chu Xiu. He questioned her reasons. He complained that trash like him became the senior brother and challenged why he was the holy son when he was the best direct disciple of Yun Ziapeak and if she couldn't see the truth. She questioned if the position of senior brother was really that important to him. When he wondered how it could not be, he explained that only by becoming the senior brother, by becoming the holy son, would he have the power to take revenge for his parents. He interrogated her on why she treated Chu Xiu so well and accused her of making him the senior brother even if he was useless trash. She explained that the outer monsters invaded Kaishan district when she was cultivating at Tian Kai Kingdom many years ago. As the district guardians, his parents died protecting the mortals' retreat, so to repay their sacrifice, she appointed him Yun Ziapeak's first direct disciple. He lamented that he simply lost to the shadow of his parents, and he insisted he didn't lose to him. But she refuted that and reasoned he lost to his own attitude because no matter what, he harmed others for his own benefit, and that was wrong. He admitted it was his fault to act against Chu Xiu before and implored her to relay in his place that the Ouyang family in the East State possesses one of the 9 secret techniques, the Ji technique. He thrust his own hands into his chest. He collapsed on the ground. Chu Xiu wondered if he was dead and assumed it shouldn't be because she wouldn't kill him, but he concluded it was whatever as he would just ask her that night. A few moments later, they reached Qingmeng town. Zhu Ziyu and the others enjoyed Jai Taime's company. After meeting up with Mo Fei Yan in town, they learned there were no large movements from monsters, only a weak tiger monster that was messing around. The rumors passed from mouth to mouth by the townspeople, causing facts to gradually disappear, and that must be Xiao Yifeng's plan to distract her from Chu Xiu's position. But he failed to realize that Kai Meng Dai had been by his side all along. He found it amusing when he noticed that she had arrived. He stood up to greet him. He questioned why she was in a bad mood. She informed that Xiao Yifeng was dead. He inquired why he suddenly died and what happened while the system sneered and muttered he was a witch. She responded that it was a long story, so she would tell him the details later, but in his dying breath, he urged her to inform him that one of the legendary 9 secret techniques, Ji technique, was in the hands of his enemy, the East State's Ouyang family. He suspected that he set him up before dying, but he recognized he must jump into his trap. She challenged him if he would go to the Ouyang family to take the Ji technique away. She turned flustered when he kissed her on the cheek without warning. He declared he would take revenge in his junior brother's place and that the East State Ouyang family was his enemy. So it was his too, because since he passed away, it was naturally the senior brother's responsibility to do it for him. They were close friends after all, but she accused him of speaking nothing but lies. He protested how that could be and questioned if it didn't immediately happen when he confessed that he wanted her back and if that was false too, to which she warned him to shut up and be careful or she might end him that instant. He teased if it would be in bed. She scolded him to stop his nonsense. She questioned if he was really going to the East State and cautioned that the Ouyang family could not be underestimated, as they have 2 cultivators at the peak of the low saint stage already. Without the holy ground strength, it would be hard to fight them, but he rejected that and claimed he had his own ways. He pulled out a book from his pocket. He proclaimed that she was his good master, and it was pretty late, so it was time for him to give her lessons, to which she shouted that he shouldn't touch her. He brought her to his bed. He snapped his fingers, and she felt the pleasure. They shared the pleasure together. She tried to muffle her own moans as they did it. Morning came, and it was a peaceful day. Chu Xiu gleefully opened his windows. He surmised that he unlocked new information due to Kai Meng Dai yet again, so life was full of endless joy. Zhu Ziyu suddenly called him and reminded that they should prepare to leave because it would take them 1 more day to arrive at Great Ming, to which he agreed. The next day, they arrived at the Great Ming border. There were a lot of soldiers guarding the entrance. They were there to greet the carriage. Zhu Yunfei, the Great Ming Northern King's eldest son, arrived to welcome Chu Xiu, representing his father and the Great Ming royal family. Zhu Ziyu believed that her brother did not send any royal relatives to welcome him but that guy, and she criticized him for being careless. Zhu Yunfei greeted Mo Fei Yan and Chu Xiu. One of the soldiers wondered if the handsome man was Taisu's holy son, and another praised that, as expected of elites cultivated by the holy grounds, his aura was extraordinary. Zhu Yunfei instructed him to follow him. Zhu Ziyu realized he was there to intercept and concluded that she couldn't allow that. She discreetly grabbed Chu Xiu's shirt. She assumed that he probably wouldn't follow him since he claimed they were friends on the way there. But to her surprise, he went with him. She questioned if they were friends and what happened to walking together. Jai Tame reassured not to be nervous. She comforted her not to worry because Chu Xiu always has a reason behind every action. Chu Xiu rode on Zhu Yunfei's carriage. Inside, Zhu Yunfei presented him to Yang Chen, Songyun Sword Sect's master's only son, and remarked that his cultivation reached the godly power intermediate stage and he was the talent of their southern region. He introduced Immortal Biao, Yujing Palace's oldest martial sister, and noted that her cultivation was also at the godly power intermediate stage, but advised him not to judge her as soft and weak because her battle power was not low at all. She greeted him while the system inquired when he became acquainted with them and commented that it didn't even know. When he was still Demon Chu, he cultivated the soul seed technique and was able to transplant his soul seed into the divine souls of cultivators who did not reach the divine bridge stage. As the target cultivated, his cultivation increased at the same time, and his soul seed slowly grew. In the end, the divine soul mark of the caster was carved to ensure that there would be no signs of rejection when the caster sees the body, and the system acknowledged that it did not expect him to be so far-sighted. It admitted that he was indeed a born villain who even left several ways of retreat for himself, but confessed that it truly did not think he would use women as well and be willing to seize a woman's body. Zhu Yunfei questioned what they were all sitting around for and proposed that they drink wine, as Chu Xiu must try that bottle of peach blossom wine. Chu Xiu concluded that the wine was indeed good, but he simply did not understand why the other three were looking for him. Zhu Yunfei reasoned that the 700,000 divine essence stones supplied by the royal family to the holy ground each year were too little. When Chu Xiu inquired if he had a solution, he explained that the Taisu holy ground guarded the southern region and served as the guardian saint of the Ming dynasty, so they should pay an extra 120,000 a year to show their respect, and an additional 100,000 to honor him. Chu Xiu inquired whether they were all looking for him to help them rebel. Zhu Yunfei clarified that it was not technically a rebellion because it was for the brilliant future of the Holy Ground and the great Ming dynasty. Chu Xiu concluded that the business was quite pleasant because if they won, he won, and everybody won. Meanwhile, Kai Mengdai questioned whether he actually requested a bribe blatantly, and in such an innocent manner, and reasoned that if Zhu Ziyu saw that scene, she would probably vomit blood. She decided to quietly observe what the villainous disciple would do. A few moments later, Zhu Yunfei assured that he shouldn't worry because once they reached Changjing City, they would definitely send the goods to him. He reflected that since they received the support of the Saint of Taisu, the change of dynasty was just around the corner. He explained that once they arrived at Changjing City, he and Yang Chen wouldn't be able to interact with Chu Xiu due to their identities, so they would have to entrust Immortal Biao to serve him, and she responded that he was too kind. Chu Xiu returned to Zhu Ziyu's carriage. He suggested that they should change the route because he wanted to visit Yunya, and she agreed. She inquired about what Zhu Yunfei discussed with him, and he explained that Zhu Yunfei was discussing with him how to overthrow the Ming dynasty. She expressed her surprise. She followed up by asking if he planned to help Zhu Yunfei and his group, and he replied that of course he wouldn't, but even if he did not help them, they were still planning to seize the throne when the new king ascended it. To them, he was just a human tool standing on the platform, as if he were merely an add-on to their plan. She pleaded with him to save their Ming dynasty, while Chun Hua mentioned that Zhenbei's king was powerful and their Zhu family was unable to resist, so now that he was considering rebellion, only he could save them. He replied that he actually possessed a way to help her out of that situation, and it could also eliminate the cancerous tumor that was the Zhu family forever, too. But he had a habit of making a fair exchange, so if he helped her, he demanded how she would repay him. The system remarked that he was too crafty for thinking he would make a deal with both sides, one after the other, and concluded that level of shamelessness earned him 200 breakthrough points. Zhu Ziyu promised him. Kai Mengdai appeared baffled. Jai Tame observed her with mischief in his eyes. Chu Xiu questioned what she was thinking. He asked where her mind wandered off to. He reasoned that no matter how much of an asshole he was, he would not lay a hand on his own woman's juniors, especially since her aunt died for him as well. On the other hand, Kai Mengdai wondered why she did not know how to love herself even though she was still young, and why she would not learn to be reserved like her. A few moments later, they reached Yunya Peak. Zhu Ziyu called Chu Xiu and informed that they had arrived at Yunya Peak. She said he could take a look around himself because she would take her leave first, to which he agreed and told her to report to her royal father or brother, but regarding the price, he would speak to them. She thanked him for being willing to help their royal family. He responded that there was no need to thank him because they were all getting what they wanted. That was all. A few moments later, Chu Xiu visited a stone at the edge of a cliff. He remarked that the blue stone showed no signs of roughness and reasoned that it must be because people constantly sat atop it to cultivate. He touched the stone and activated a divine thought mark. Zhu Baiyu revealed that she knew he wouldn't have fallen, and he was startled when he recognized her voice. Her image emerged from the mark. She stated that, after all, he was more cunning and more afraid of death than anyone else. She told him not to ask where she was going because all she knew was that she would go to a place called Honghuang, and that place was very far away, and she might not be able to see him again in that life. If he had a chance, she asked that he take care of the Zhu family for her, as it was what she owed them. Lastly, she confessed that he was an evil thing, but she loved him. He considered that it was Honghuang again, and he questioned what exactly that place was. He speculated that if passing through the stone realm only let her stay in Honghuang for 3 months, he wondered how Zhu Baiyu would manage so that she wouldn't need to return when Kai Meng Dai suddenly inquired if he read a divine thought earlier. She admitted that she didn't even sense it and questioned how he knew there was a mark sealed within that blue stone. He responded that he sensed it after he touched it. Otherwise, he challenged her to explain how she believed he did it, and she inquired why he came to Yunya. He questioned why she was asking so much and if she was asking to be scolded. Suddenly, he pulled her closer. He mentioned that at that fine hour and in that beautiful scenery, it was the perfect time for her to teach him a lesson, and she demanded what he was trying to do in broad daylight. He grabbed her by the waist. She called him a villainous disciple and accused him of being shameless. He told her that he would deal with her that night, but at that moment, she should follow him, and she asked where to. Chu Xiu and Kai Meng Dai went to a Taoist temple. She inquired why he brought her there. He gave no reply and activated a magical array in one of the statues. The array released a box. She wondered how he knew there was an item in there and when he came there before, but he remarked that she only had to watch. He questioned why she asked so many things and warned that curiosity kills the cat. They should go to Shangjing City. A few moments later, they arrived at the great Ming capital, Shangjing City. Zhu Ziyu informed that her grandpa Chen would escort Chu Xiu and Mo Fei Yan to the Taishu Holy Ground Embassy after a while, so they would first take their leave, to which he responded, all right, and stated that he would see her in the future. After some time, Chu Xiu and Mo Fei Yan arrived at the embassy. The female cultivators immediately noticed him as soon as he entered the building. One of them commented that she told them that he wasn't pretentious and he treated those from the same sect with kindness and sincerity. As another exclaimed that he was so handsome, another one agreed and added that her heart would melt, especially when he smiled. Suddenly, he referred to her as a good sister and requested if she could make a few delectable dishes from the kitchen because there was a guest coming that night, to which she replied, sure. She reflected that he actually spoke to her and called her good sister. Evening came, and Jai Tame concluded that he guessed correctly that there really was a guest coming, so he was so intelligent. Chu Xiu assured not to worry because he knew what he must do while musing that he was quite generous because he gave him another 30,000 divine essence stones. And Zhu Yunfei affirmed that he naturally trusted him and his father was currently in seclusion, so he would greet him on his behalf and inform him that he would definitely be well compensated after he came out of it. After their meeting, Zhu Yunfei praised that his wine was indeed different, as the taste was marvelous, to which he remarked that he was too kind and proposed that when everything was over, they should have a good celebration. Zhu Yunfei agreed and acknowledged that he was right. When he came back, Kai Meng Dai verified if he gave Zhu Yunfei poison instead of wine. She complained that one moment he called him brother, and the next he poisoned him. He was too vicious. He reasoned that if he was not vicious towards his enemies, he was being cruel to himself, and he wondered if she hadn't seen many examples of it since she cultivated for so many years. She snapped that she didn't need him to remind her, but she just thought that he should keep her methods a secret because if it got out that a holy son used poison, he would become a joke. He suddenly pulled her close. He reasoned that whether it was a black cat or a white cat, the only good cat was the one that caught the rat, and she demanded that he stop touching her. Someone was coming. Immortal Biao declared that she was there. Kai Meng Dai questioned if he was meeting a female cultivator that late while concluding that he was really not respecting her, but he simply told her to go and hide first and he would accompany her well later. Immortal Biao informed that she brought some rose nectar, and she wondered if he was interested in giving it a taste. He directed her to put it on the table first, while Kai Meng Dai speculated if she directly brought a love potion to bewitch her villainous disciple and pondered that she wanted to see just how strong his will was. But he immediately pulled Immortal Biao close, and she offered to help him. Kai Meng Dai speculated if he was treating her like air, but she noticed his technique. She questioned why her gaze became the same as his. He instructed her to take it back and find a chance to let Zhu Long smell its scent, but she must not be discovered. and she should go back after an hour to inform Zhu Yunfei that she succeeded, and she confirmed. As she walked away, Kai Meng Dai demanded what he did to her. He answered that it was just some soul control. As she interrogated when he did it, he revealed that it was the last time when he enjoyed wine together with them. The poison was called the Three Flowers Convergence, which was made from the blend of 3 different types of poisons, and he already let Zhu Yunfei drink one of them, so he was letting Immortal Beiyao bring the other to Zhu Long. The last one was with him. When the 3 poisons were separated, it caused no harm, but if they appeared within 1,000 kilometers of one another, those would instantly go on a rampage, and even a high saint like Zhu Long would be weakened by 40%. She remarked that he was too vicious because they just met, and he already planned how to kill the other party. But a high saint weakened by 40% was still not something he could handle. She wondered if he was intending to ask her to help him and declared that he shouldn't even think about it because she would never help him. He clarified that he didn't ask her to help him either because there was a 7th grade trap formation array in there. As long as one had enough divine essence stones, they would be able to instantly activate it. And he inquired if she still believed there was a chance Zhu Long would be able to survive after that. She questioned if he had divine essence stones, and he reminded if she forgot that Zhu Yunfei gave him a lot of divine essence stones. He stated that it was natural for friends to help each other. She commented that it was really tragic to be his friend, and he suggested that she should drink some tea. She drank the tea without a second thought. Suddenly, she questioned what he gave her to drink. He clarified that it was the rose nectar that Immortal Beiyao brought over earlier, and she demanded if he didn't know what it was. He affirmed that he knew, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to beat Zhu Long in a fight, too, so to prepare, he had to request her to help him raise his cultivation, and he challenged if she was hoping that he would lose to him. She was flustered and was helpless under his grasp. He requested that she lie down properly. He remarked that she was so obedient. She moaned. 4 hours later, Chu Xiu remarked that Kai Meng Dai worked hard and requested that she take a rest. But he considered that the medicine was pretty strong, and he couldn't use it frequently. Hearing the knock on the door, he pondered who was there for him at that hour. He inquired what their business was, and Zhu Yang implored that he save their Zhu family. He instructed that they should follow him to the guest room while noting that it has only been a few decades. Yet his brother-in-law looked so old, so it seemed it was not smooth sailing being an emperor. A few moments later, he questioned if Zhu Xiu informed that he could help but not without a price. Zhu Yang declared that as long as the Zhu family could achieve it, they would do more than just 2 conditions. But he clarified that there were just 2 conditions. First, he would like to take 2 items away from the royal treasury, and second, the northern king's assets would all belong to him after that. Zhu Yang agreed that it was not an issue, and he affirmed that it was good, so they should go back immediately. Zhu Xiu and her brother inquired what he needed them to do. He instructed that they should just act as usual and let him handle the rest of it. The next day, Kai Meng Dai lounged at the Taisu Holy Ground Embassy in Shangjing City. She noticed that Chu Xiu walked toward her. He questioned if she didn't say that she had business, and she retorted if she was annoying him, to which he confirmed yes. She pointed out that it was Shangjing City and not his territory, so she could sit wherever she wanted, and he couldn't do anything about it. He warned that she shouldn't play dumb about it because her cold-faced beauty personality was falling apart, but she deflected that he should leave because she was not answering that. He figured that she was hard to deal with and hoped that Hua Luofei wasn't like that. He notified that he was already leaving and she shouldn't follow, or she would get it. He concluded that he would take her silence as a yes, and she shouldn't follow because he could catch her presence, and she replied that it was not like she wanted to. A few moments later, Chu Xiu arrived at area 749 of the city. A lady addressed him as a guest and directed that he should follow her. He complied and entered the building. He inquired if she prepared what he wanted, and she confirmed that she did long ago. All the treasures he needed were inside. He acknowledged that it was the location for the Yuhua Emperor mantra. She appeared pleased. Evening came, and the full moon shone brightly in the sky. At the Shangjing Northern King Palace secret basement, the Lord of Thousand Faces revealed that he would tell Zhu Long good news. Last night, someone used poison against him. He laughed and taunted that too bad it didn't work. Zhu Long demanded what he wanted. He declared that, of course, he wanted to be the Emperor of Great Ming, and he probed if he knew that his son wanted to be the prince and if he should help him. But Zhu Long criticized that he was a stupid son. The Lord of Thousand Faces revealed that if he becomes the Emperor of Great Ming, he could use a great amount of population to sacrifice his genocide flag and awaken its spirit. But Zhu Long countered that Taisu Holy Ground would stop him while reflecting that he warred for Great Ming for his entire life and never let his guard down. Yet he still got replaced by a demon and turned traitor in the end. The Lord of Thousand Faces laughed and revealed that his precious son invited the Taesu Holy Son to Zu Island for a meeting, and he would go and discuss the coup with him. Zhu Long challenged if Taesu Holy Ground was supporting his coup and insisted that it was impossible. The Lord of Thousand Faces assured that he shall take care of his family, so he shouldn't worry, as Zhu Yunfei was obedient and a good son, and his consort tasted great, but Zhu Long threatened that he would kill him and he would never suffer a good death. On the other hand, Chu Xiu already arrived at Zu Island. In the room, one of the ladies shared that according to Senior Kai Wu Hen from the Kai Shen sect, the Great Ming would assist their sect's purple holy fire to forge a sacred item in half a month, and would also host a fighting tournament at Changjing City, inviting the younger generation to participate, to which another lady confirmed that she heard, and it seemed that he promised he would forge an item for the strongest himself. Chu Xiu inquired if Kai Wu Hen was the one who forged Gui Yuan, to which he verified yes, and that its invention was his effort to fight the demons. Chu Xiu recalled that he wanted to forge that item a long time ago, so he never expected that the forging master would come to the southern realm, and he didn't expect Zhu Long was so cautious that the poison failed. But fortunately, Immortal Biao wasn't exposed. Suddenly, they announced that the Northern King was there, and he noted that it was good and they should let him meet him face to face. It was the Lord of Thousand Faces in disguise. He confidently walked toward Chu Xiu. Zhu Yunfei introduced them, and they greeted each other. He proposed that he shall drink to Chu Xiu, but he acknowledged that he achieved various deeds, so he should be the one drinking to him. He speculated why he sensed the presence of demons from the Northern King and concluded that it was no wonder the poison failed because poisons were a demon's innate skill to begin with. The Lord of Thousand Faces questioned if he told anyone what Zhu Yunfei discussed with him, and he clarified if he meant about the coup and if something happened. He planned that he would play along, poison him later when he got the chance. Suddenly, Zhu Yunfei coughed, and the Lord of Thousand Faces inquired what was wrong. One of the ladies screamed when they saw him cough up blood. Chu Xiu inquired if Zhu Yunfei was poisoned, and the Lord of Thousand Faces declared that if that poison was not forced out of him, he would die in 30 breaths. He stated that he should protect his veins while he forced the poison out with his life, and he considered that he could not ignore his life, or people would suspect his identity, and it was not beneficial for his plan. He forced the poison out of his body. Chu Xiu warned that the smoke was poisonous, so everyone should get away and not get close. He believed that the poison worked, so it was showtime. One of the cultivators questioned who poisoned him and wondered how outrageous it was to poison the son of the Northern King in broad daylight. Immortal Biao suddenly barged in through the window. She lunged her sword at Zhu Yunfei. The Lord of Thousand Faces wondered if it could be her. One of the cultivators questioned if it was her who sent the poison, but another said that it was impossible because she was his good friend and she had no motive. Chu Xiu telepathically ordered that she should self-destruct. She exploded right in front of the Lord of Thousand Faces. He questioned if she self-destructed. Suddenly, Jing Yu appeared. She was the previous sect court master of Yu Jing Court, and she asked why he killed her disciple. He stated that he did not kill her and she self-destructed, and she remarked that she had thought supporting him to be the emperor was good before, but he had killed her precious disciple, so she was blind before. She vowed she should kill. She released her powerful attack at him. The island was shaken by the attack. One of the cultivators requested Chu Xiu to intervene, but Kai Meng Dai telepathically called him and explained that there were great saints fighting in Changjing City, so he should not get close and come back immediately. He immediately called everyone's attention and announced that he had a private business and would need to leave first while considering that his master was looking for him, so he could not stay there for long. Thus he would be leaving immediately. On the other hand, Kai Meng Dai stated that the traitorous disciple was worrisome, and she wondered where he was hanging out at the moment because, with so much energy, he needed a beat-up. A few moments later, Chu Xiu crossed paths with the embassy manager while he was heading back. He inquired if she was going to stop the battle, and she confirmed because protecting Changjing City was her responsibility. He considered that he would not stop her and he should not meddle in the fate of others. Inside, Kai Meng Dai wondered why he was staying outside even though something huge happened in Changjing City, and she asked where he was. He replied that he met the Northern King, and he heard her calling for him and came back. She inquired if he met the Northern King and why he fought with the previous Yu Jing courtmaster, Master Jing Yu. He stated that it was not important and that the point was he suspected that the Northern King had been replaced by a monster, and it was powerful and troublesome to deal with. As far as he could tell, something deep was running in Changjing City, and as he suggested that they run, she asked if he did not promise Zhu Ziyu to help the Zhu family and why he was running at the slightest danger. He said that he was being cautious, and as he asked what a merciful person like her knew about that, he told her to shut up. She questioned him for daring to speak of her like that and said that he was looking for a beating. He warned that she should not forget that he could seal her cultivation at any time. She had been acting pretty aggressive recently, and he asked if she had forgotten the days of being controlled by him and if she would like to revisit it. She declined and said it was still day. He asked when it had ever made a difference between night and day, and besides, if she closed her eyes, it would be night. She said that if he was a man, he should unseal her. He replied that it was impossible. She was flustered as she moaned in pleasure. 2 hours later, Chu Xiu dressed himself and left Kai Meng Dai on the bed. Chu Xiu greeted him outside, and as he asked how her investigation was and if she brought Zhu Long's information, she confirmed that it was there. Seeing her flustered face, he asked what it was, and she revealed that there was a lip mark on his face. He explained that it was not a lip mark, a cat bit it. Suddenly, a female disciple frantically came running to him, and he asked what was wrong. She said that the soul plate of her master broke, and he considered that the embassy manager had fallen. Meanwhile, in the void of Shangjing City, the Lord of Thousand Faces questioned why he killed the embassy manager and if he did not know that she was in charge of the Taisu embassy. He explained that she saw him using a monster's skill, and as he asked if there was no other choice than to kill her, he stated that they could capture her alive, as it was better than killing because Taisu Holy Ground would definitely send someone to investigate, and their plan to use the royal power to sacrifice for the annihilation flag would be over. Black Soul assured that he should not worry because he had locked the space above Shangjing before doing the deed so they could not send out any messengers for 24 hours. He stated that Shangjing's only great saint, Zhu Long, was under his control and they had already killed Jing Yu, and he asked who in Shangjing could stop them. The Lord of Thousand Faces stated that Taisu's Holy Sun was in Shangjing City too, but he considered that just an underdeveloped Holy Sun was nothing to fear, as they could kill him any time. They should stop wasting time, so he should go to the castle and destroy the core of the Great Star Formation, and he would prepare the Blood Sacrifice Formation. Black Soul strangled the embassy manager to death. Chu Xiu and Kai Meng Dai were watching the footage in his room. She remarked that the man was powerful, so he should be in the middle stage of Great Saint, and including the fake Northern King, there were 2 great saints in Shangjing City. While he mentioned that he wanted to send a message to the Holy Ground, but Shangjing City's space was locked, so he couldn't send it. It looked like they had a big appetite and wanted to eat the entire city, so he proposed that they run away, and they could take the Zhu family with them. It wouldn't count as shameless if they protected them. But she inquired what would happen to the millions of mortals there if they did. She said that he could go, but she couldn't because protecting peace was the cultivator of the Holy Ground's responsibility. He grabbed her hand. He stated that if that was the case, she should head to the palace immediately because whatever they wanted to do, they needed to destroy the 99-star Great Formation's core, and she questioned what he would do. He replied that he treasured his life and couldn't be some saint, so of course he would hide in the embassy and wait for her return, so she should be careful and take care of herself. She mentioned that if he did have some heart after all, he should stay there and not walk around. He agreed and told her that she should watch out for her safety too. A few moments later, there was a huge explosion above the palace. The Lord of Thousand Faces revealed his original form, and he noted that it was surprising that Kai Meng Dai was at Shangjing City. She recognized him and questioned if he was the one impersonating the Northern King. He confirmed that it was him and asked what it mattered. She immediately used her skills, Frozen Decimation, Blade of 3 Worlds, and he wondered if she was using a divine sword technique right from the start. He shattered her skill. Her attack broke apart, and she barely dodged his slashing attack. She was enraged. She lunged at him with a kick from above. He called her a crazy witch, and as he summoned Black Soul, he ordered that he shouldn't just watch around and help him because he was not her equal. Black Soul immediately appeared and blocked her attack. He laughed and remarked that he was embarrassing. The Lord of Thousand Faces stated that he didn't know why she was ridiculously strong after breaking through the middle stage of Great Saint. Black Soul said that they would fight together 2 against 1, and she would fall even if she was stronger. But they were alarmed when they saw a powerful beam of light get released from the palace. The Lord of Thousand Faces explained that someone opened the seal at the dungeon imprisoning Zhu Long, while Black Soul asserted that he should handle Zhu Long first because they couldn't let him recover. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble if he teamed up with Kai Meng Dai. The Lord of Thousand Faces wondered who ruined their plan. Kai Meng Dai ordered that he should stop running, but Black Soul warned that she shouldn't be so fast because they were not finished. Kai Mengdai telepathically contacted Chu Xiu, and as she reminded him that he said he was hiding in the embassy, she claimed that he lied to her again and that the Lord of Thousand Faces was coming after him, so he should be careful and he should run if he couldn't fight. He assured that she shouldn't worry. On the other hand, Kai Mengdai told Black Soul to piss off. He remarked that he heard she possessed the heavenly fragrance constitution, so doing dual cultivation with her could increase a lot of cultivation. There was no need for meaningless resistance at that point, and he requested to look at what was behind him. He grinned sinisterly as the annihilation flag floated behind him. It was disintegrating the people below and sucking their essence. Kai Mengdai recognized what it was and stated that he had already activated the sacrifice formation. The people below protested and said they didn't want to die. One of them cried for his son. Kai Mengdai prepared to fight. Suddenly, Zhu Long contacted her and said that he was there to help her defeat Black Soul. She said that it was the Northern King. She questioned if Chu Xiu was alright, and as he explained that he was buying time with the Lord of Thousand Faces for them, she declared that they should deal with Black Soul immediately. Black Soul declared that the Lord of Thousand Faces was an idiot because he didn't kill Zhu Long. Zhu Long stated that Black Soul and the Lord of Thousand Faces caused chaos amongst the world and attempted to awaken the annihilation flag and went against the heavens, so that day was when his death arrived. Kai Mengdai released crystal shards and attacked Black Soul. He insisted that she should let go of him. Zhu Long prepared for his attack. He lunged his spear at Black Soul. He called Kai Mengdai and urged that they should go and help Chu Xiu. She considered that he was just the other shore stage and wondered if he could withstand the attacks of a great saint. Meanwhile, at the Northern King's palace, Chu Xiu stated that the little lord shouldn't run. The Lord of Thousand Faces declared that he was a damned pervert and warned that he should stop chasing him if he dared because he would jump if he kept chasing him. He jumped out of the building as he declared. The people outside inquired if it was the Lord of Thousand Faces. They questioned if he wasn't a great saint and wondered what happened that caused him to be in such a mess. Chu Xiu stood at the edge of the roof. They remarked that it was the Tai Su Holy Son. As one of them questioned if he was the one who made the Lord of Thousand Faces like that, another admired that he was so handsome. On the other hand, Kai Mengdai considered that he forced a great saint to be in such a mess as expected of him. Back at the fight, Chu Xiu declared that he would already send down the Lord of Thousand Faces. The Lord of Thousand Faces quickly used the annihilation flag to block his attack. The other cultivator observed that it was the presence of an ancient emperor. Chu Xiu explained that it was just an item that possessed the little presence of a monster emperor. Even so, it didn't matter if the monster emperor arrived by themselves because if he refused to kneel, no one in the world could force him to kneel. The Lord of Thousand Faces laughed and admitted that he had powerful skills, but he just couldn't kill him because with the annihilation flag's support, not only could he not kill him, but everybody there couldn't kill him. Tai Suzai suggested that he should let her try to kill him. Chu Xiu considered that Mo Fei Yan was efficient because she brought Tai Suzai there the moment the seal wore off. But suddenly, Golden Ape stated that there was no need for Tai Suzai to bully the weak. He landed on top of the roof. Tai Suzai asserted that they, the monsters, were so shameless because they came to human territory and slaughtered her people, sacrificing them for the annihilation flag. But he was saying that she was bullying the weak. He declared that they were in the wrong, so he would open a price for her to let go of the white fox. Chu Xiu claimed that he was the one who defeated him, so he wanted his item storage ring and one Luopuo golden lotus, as he didn't work for free. Golden Ape considered that, putting the item storage ring aside, it was treasures again, and he wondered if they thought that they, the monsters, were rich. Tai Suzai reminded that he shouldn't forget that he still owed her 3 types of treasures, and he accepted it but said that the Luopuo golden lotus grows in the primordial fog and was hard to find. They should give him 3 days, and he would bring them all together. She declared that she shall seal that monstrous item for 300 years to answer for the mortals who died, and Golden Ape should take the fox away, and not let him run amok in the human world again. He quickly grabbed the Lord of Thousand Faces. He admitted that she won. Evening came, and Shangjing City became lively. One of the cultivators in a tavern remarked that the Holy Sun was amazing even though he was just on the other shore stage. Tai Su was truly the last dominant force after the Lost Emperor age. They produced a near-invincible Tai Suzai 3,000 years ago and currently had someone as powerful as Chu Xiu, so there was no way they would not be jealous of such luck. Another speculated that Chu Xiu might be the next Tai Suzai. Meanwhile, inside the Tai Su embassy, Hua Luofei inquired where her disciple went, and she replied that no one knew where he was lurking around again. She questioned if she had business with him and if she should call him back. Hua Luofei questioned if she didn't say that she wanted to take a walk and relax, how she came to Shangjing City, and if she weren't just protecting her disciple from the dark. Kai Mengdai denied it and told her to stop spouting nonsense because she was just passing by and stumbled upon a monster sacrifice ritual. Hua Luofei confirmed that she was alright, and Kai Mengdai asked if she wasn't going back to the holy ground. Hua Luofei stated that there was nothing for her to do when she went back, so she might as well just walk around there. She questioned if she didn't welcome her, and she replied that of course she did. Suddenly, Chu Xiu arrived. Hua Luofei remarked that he was back, and he questioned why she was at Shangjing. She observed that he was still so messy, and he offered that she should let him treat her to a cup of tea. As Kai Mengdai wondered when they knew each other, Hua Luofei explained that his master was watching. Chu Xiu declared that he was treating Hua Luofei to a cup of tea and questioned if she was following, but she replied that she was tired that day, so she would refrain. He immediately agreed and told her that she should take a rest then. She considered that he dared to make a move towards the Holy Master, while she cursed Hua Luofei because she was not even letting her disciple go. Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei walked the lively streets of Shangjing City. He remarked that she should look because the hairpin suits her a lot, but she told him to stop messing around because his master was watching. She considered that it was so embarrassing to be seen like that by her best friend, and she wondered if she supposed she was a cradle robber, while he replied that she shouldn't worry because they were not doing anything evil, so his master wouldn't say anything. He wondered if she followed them all the way and inquired if she wanted to become part of the play. On the other hand, Kai Mengdai was wondering why he blushed and if he didn't know who Hua Luofei was. She supposed that it looked like he didn't because if he knew she was the Holy Master, he wouldn't act like that. She questioned why she felt uncomfortable seeing him with Hua Luofei. She insisted that it was impossible and that she was not getting jealous because of him. She declared that she was there for Hua Luofei because she was the only one that needed to suffer under that traitorous disciple. Meanwhile, a kid suggested to Chu Xiu to buy some flowers for Hua Luofei. He commented that she looked so beautiful and was more beautiful than that flower, but she reprimanded his mouth. Kai Mengdai clicked her tongue and remarked that it was disgusting. She inquired how he could say something so gross and why he had never said it to her and stated that it looked like he was still talentless and didn't understand that theory. A few moments later, Hua Luofei and Chu Xiu entered a tea house. Hua Luofei telepathically explained that Kai Mengdai shouldn't misunderstand because they were just treating each other as brothers and sisters, so she suggested that she go back because with her, no one in the world could hurt him. Kai Mengdai wondered if she was explaining and reflected that they were brothers and sisters when they held each other's hands, hugged themselves, and shopped around. She knew she should have killed the damn traitorous disciple when she got the chance. Hua Luofei inquired what was wrong and why she wasn't talking, and she replied that she was fine and they were best friends, so of course she trusted her, so she should have fun as she would return for the being. But a few moments later, Kai Mengdai booked a room directly across from the room where they were. She wondered if she wanted her to leave and anticipated how that brother and sister played out. On the other hand, Chu Xiu told Hua Luofei she should have some tea, and she told him he shouldn't just keep pouring tea for her. He should have some himself too. He encouraged her to look at how beautiful the scenery was outside and that it must have been tiring to travel all the way to Shangjing City, so he suggested she take a good break that day, to which she agreed. He leaned closer to her. Meanwhile, Kai Mengdai was wondering where he touched. Her seal turned red, and Chu Xiu wondered what was wrong with her as he felt she was getting restless. Suddenly, the host on the street announced that if they passed by, they shouldn't miss it, as the most valuable auction in Shangjing City for decades would begin, and they should look because those were the treasures going on auction. He placed an orb on a table on the street. He activated it, and an image of an asteroid appeared. Hua Luofei commented that it was not bad because that fist-sized asteroid ore was worth no less than 300,000 spirit stones. A plate appeared next. Chu Xiu noticed that the broken parts of that bronze plate fit the bronze fragment with the presence of heavenly sword seed, so he must get it. Hua Luofei observed him smiling and asked if there was something he needed at the auction. He told her she was truly his lucky star, and Kai Mengdai assumed they kissed. He proposed that if she was free the next day, they should attend the auction together, and she agreed she would go with him. A few moments later, he suggested that she let him take her to a movie then, and when she inquired what a movie was, he told her she would see. Suddenly, Chu Xiu inquired what she was doing. She explained that her teacups broke, so she was there to buy some. Hua Luofei remarked that she could have sent some disciples to handle it for her because, as the Yunzia Peak master, she didn't need to do everything herself. Kai Mengdai supposed that she would call her by name when Chu Xiu wasn't there and call her Yunzia Peak master when he was. Chu Xiu suddenly stated that he would buy them some drinks and requested that they wait a little. he quickly ran away. Hua Luofei informed Kai Mengdai that Chu Xiu didn't know her identity and she was only an elder of Dao Yun Peak at the moment, so she shouldn't reveal it as it would be embarrassing. Kai Mengdai said that, putting that aside, she inquired why she was so touchy-feely with him and asserted that she was the Holy Master, so she would request that she watch herself and not forget it. Hua Luofei explained that he didn't know her identity, so she shouldn't misunderstand because there was nothing between them, and he kept calling her sister, so there was nothing she could do about it. But Kai Mengdai inquired if they were siblings that held each other's hands or siblings who got touchy-feely with each other. Hua Luofei insisted that she misunderstood, but Kai Mengdai declared that she saw everything. Hua Luofei asked if she was getting jealous and stated that it wasn't good because he was her disciple and she was already pregnant. Kai Mengdai asked what she was talking about and said that she was not jealous. She just thought she was unsuitable. Hua Luofei assured her that she shouldn't worry because he said girls older than 3,000 were worth more than gold. But she didn't agree with him, which surprised Kai Mengdai, and she inquired if he said something like that too. Hua Luofei advised that she should calm down because even if she did have something with him, it didn't matter. They were cultivators, and age wasn't a problem, and neither of them were married, so there was no reason not to. Kai Mengdai stated that she had changed because she thought of her as her best friend, but she wanted to be her in-law. Suddenly, Chu Xiu called them and informed that he bought some of Shang Jing's specialty drink, cherry blossom yogurt, so they should have a taste. Hua Luofei suggested that since they bumped into the Yunzia Peak Master, they watch the movie together. He agreed and reflected that she understood him, as expected of his good sister. Chu Xiu grabbed Kai Mengdai's hand. He grabbed Hua Luofei by her butt. The three of them walked together. A play was being held at the square, and there was a large audience. The three of them were watching the play as well. Chu Xiu considered that it was a coincidence that the play was about when Tai Su Zai was adventuring as the Holy Daughter, and he wondered how she felt about listening to her history. A kid called his mummy and inquired if the Tai Su Holy Daughter was the Tai Su Holy Master, to which she affirmed and explained that she was the cultivator at the sky the other day. He said that he wanted to be as strong as the cultivator so he could protect her, and Chu Xiu noted that she was invincible back then. Kai Mengdai scoffed and suspected if the traitorous disciple must not know that the holy master he referred to was right there. Chu Xiu remarked that he feels like puppet play doesn't count as a movie, and as Hua Luofei questioned how so, he explained that on the distant blue planet, movies are also called motion pictures or moving pictures, so obviously, images within record crystals are closer to movies. She responded that she had never heard of that definition on the Tianqiang continent, and he added that it was like writing down the Holy Master's story and having someone else act it. Acting according to the plot of the story, recording it with a record crystal, and playing it back. He asked if that wasn't more interesting than a puppet play. Kai Mengdai was troubled as she recalled how he blackmailed her with a recording crystal back then. Hua Luofei mentioned that it was a good idea and it was worth a try when Yihong suddenly remarked that Chu Xiu was smart. He didn't mean to eavesdrop. He happened to pass by and overheard his idea and found it very interesting, so he couldn't hold back. He requested that Chu Xiu continue, but he inquired who he was, so he introduced himself and asked if he knew the Yi family of the Middle State. Chu Xiu questioned what business a young lord from the primordial Yi family had with him while considering that his cultivation wasn't low. It was already at the godly power stage. Yihong Yu inquired if he could discuss that project in detail and stated that he believed it could make a profit. Chu Xiu questioned if he was interested, and he responded that of course they could work together. He just had to come up with ideas, and he would get 30% of the profits, and requested his opinion about it. Hua Luofei questioned what they were signing, and Kai Mengdai commented that it looked mysterious. A few moments later, the three of them went back to the Tai Su embassy. Chu Xiu called Hua Luofei, but Kai Mengdai called him telepathically, inquiring what he was doing, and urged that he should hurry up and return with her. He replied that it had been a long day, so she should sleep early, to which Hua Luofei agreed and added that he should sleep early too. She wondered what she should call Kai Mengdai if she and Chu Xiu were really like that, if she should call her Mengdai or Master, and she considered that it was so embarrassing. A few moments later, a soundproof formation was installed in Chu Xiu's room, and Kai Mengdai remarked that he was pretty daring to mess with the elders of other peaks and have candy together. He explained that he actually bought some for her, but it wasn't a good time to take it out. He asked if she wouldn't want Hua Luofei to know about their relationship. She inquired what their relationship was and said that they were master and disciple, nothing more, and he kept calling her sister Hua, acting so close. He shouldn't think that it was over because he even gifted her flowers and praised her beauty or something. She was startled when he gave her a flower. He expressed that the real person he wanted to gift flowers to was her and asked if she didn't think that it looked as beautiful as the sun and stars, so shining. Too bad it was not beautiful enough and was lacking compared to his precious master, but she said that he should stop that. He questioned why he shouldn't praise his woman's beauty and why he should stop when others will get jealous of it. But she said that he shouldn't think he could play her around so easily, so he should talk about what his relationship with Chu Xiu was. He inquired if she was jealous, and she remarked that it was hilarious because she was not jealous of him. She is his master, so taking care of him is customary. He requested to promise him and said that they were all his wings, so they must not fight each other. He was taken aback when she punched him across the face. She called him a shameless, traitorous disciple, and it looked like she hadn't raised his aptitude much recently, and had too much energy. He cautioned her not to act rashly, but she affirmed that she was his master and asked if she couldn't force him over. He threatened that she should stop forcing him with her might if she dares and that Chu Xiu will hear them. She said that he shouldn't worry because there is a soundproof formation and he could shout all he wanted and nobody would come to his help, and he urged that she should be gentle with him. The next morning, Kai Meng Dai came out of the room. She looked happy as she walked past Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu inquired if she took any medicine and said that she looked good, to which she asked if it was real and said that maybe her cultivation increased. Chu Xiu remarked that her cultivation was improving fast recently, and by her observation, she will reach the 5th level of Great Saints soon. Great Saints are achieved by epiphanies, so it looked like her mind was at peace after leaving the holy ground, which is good. Kai Meng Dai credited the traitorous disciple's 8-trigram dual cultivation technique and admitted that it was of great help to understand the world when doing it. Chu Xiu inquired where Chu Xiu was and if he was cultivating, and she replied probably while thinking that they went at it all night, so he is probably still asleep. Kai Meng Dai questioned why she wasn't returning and if she was worried. Chu Xiu replied yes, and that even though Chu Xiu broke the curse of the primordial sacred constitution's inability to cultivate, that was just the first step. Chu Xiu inquired if she must have read the books regarding the Constitution, and she said yes. The day he makes headway will be the Constitution's greatest disaster because the heavens no longer allow for any primordial sacred constitution and will unleash a terrible trial, so if he can't make it, he will definitely die. Chu Xiu remarked that once the monster's treasures are there, his saint body will soon make headway. Kai Meng Dai questioned what she wanted to do and said that she shouldn't act stupid. Chu Xiu responded that maybe she could save him at the crucial moment.